and gentlemen, it's time for the What's Up Webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. And here is your host, Kevin Legore.
My name is Kevin Legore. I'm the product specialist for Skywatcher. Welcome to the What's Up Webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. Thanks for joining us. If you've never joined us here on the What's Up Webcast-a-thon, my name is Kevin Legore. I'm the product specialist and host of the What's Up Webcast. And we check in on what's up in the nighttime sky, to equipment, to helpful tips and tricks. And of course, the last Friday of the month, we talk about what's up in the nighttime sky. I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. We have a special guest on to talk about their specialty in the field of astronomy. Well, today is a very, very special episode of the What's Up Webcast. That's the Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. It's also our 99th episode. So thanks for everyone who's joining us today. And thank you for all of you who've been along with us for the ride. If you like what you see here, please leave a like down below or subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it. First things off really quick. We do have a limited edition shirt that is out for today only. We'll get that up on the screen here real quick. For today's Webcast-a-thon, it's a special edition shirt that'll only be available today through our Threadless store. And you can go online and buy one of those and check that out. If you want to be the link is right there in the chat. If you want to check those out, go ahead and check it out. We've been working on that, but yeah, that is a special edition shirt. There's also hoodies and a bunch of other cool stuff that is just for today only for the What's Up Webcast-a-thon. So that'll be really, really awesome thing to have because once they are done, once today is done, we're not making any more. So that's it. So get your, we did do it kind of like a tour t-shirt hoodie kind of thing. So, go over there and check that out. That's at the Skywatcher Threadless shop. Link is in the description or is in the chat right there. Go ahead and check that out. Now, today is a very, very, very busy day. Normally, the What's Up Webcast is a 1 hour live stream where we're talking all things astronomy. Well, today, we're doing this all day. We're going to 6 p.m. Pacific, and we're covering a lot of stuff today. So thanks for being with us. This will be saved later. So if you need to go back and watch it, awesome. Go back and watch it. Just like all of our other webcasts, it will be recorded. It just might be a little long. We'll have to look at organizing that so you can actually go in and find things easier. But we'll talk about that once things are done. Now, there's a ton of stuff that's got to go on today. And I want to go through some of the details there. First off, I want to talk about today's schedule first. And I think we can get that up on the screen here really quick. We'll get the schedule going because inside some of the things that we're going to be doing today, we're also going to be doing giveaways inside of the panels that we're going to talk about here. So we got to cover some of the rules and topics of that and how that's going to work. But first, I want to actually break into the schedule. So give us just a second while we get that up on the screen. Real quick, while everyone's hanging out, big shout out to all of our team. We've got Jeff Simon, our director. We've got Jared Dorsky. I think I said that right, Jared. Hopefully that was right. Donkersley. I'm sorry. He's laughing at me on the screen. And of course, Simon Tang is hanging out with us in the back, controlling everything. He's the mastermind behind all of that. So today is much more complicated because there's a lot more stuff going on. It's the first time we've ever done anything this complicated. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Are we going to get the schedule up on the screen for that? Okay, cool. So you guys should be seeing the schedule here coming up. So today, there's the schedule right there. Of course, we've got our intro that we're doing right now. Now, right after this live intro, we're going into our pre-recorded sections. We have 10 different vendors, organizations, and observatories that have been recorded, mainly because of how complex it would be able to do that live. We have Planetary Society right after this. These are, like I said, pre-recorded 20-minute segments. So if there's someone that you want to see this is the breakdown for today. This is all in Pacific time. So first up, right after this, we have the Planetary Society and the Lemmon Sky Center. Right after that, that will be pre-recorded. Then after that, at 11 a.m. Pacific is our first astronomy panel, or our first panel. Now, the panels are live, 1 hour live panels. So you can hang out with us there. We have all kinds of awesome people that are going to be in the panels. So we have Astronomy 101 panel at 11 o'clock. There it is right there, a little bit bigger on the screen. That will be with Stephen Ramsden of the Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project. We have Fiona Morris and Helena. I'm sorry, Helena, I don't remember your last name. I'm terrible with names. But those are some of our ambassadors that are hanging out with us. And then right after that panel, we go back into our next set of pre-recorded sessions. That's Skies Away Remote Observatories, Fuji Film, Helena Cochrane. I'm sorry. There we go. I hope she forgives me for that. So right after the Astronomy 101 panel, we've got Skies Away Remote Observatories, Fuji Film, and Daystar Filters. That'll be our next pre-recorded sessions. And then right after that, we go back into our social media panel at 1 p.m. Pacific with Nico, Carver, Trevor Jones, and Kalpana Pot of Griffith Observatory. Nico, of course, is from Nebula Photos, and Trevor, who's hanging out in the chat as well, is from Astro Backyard. I'm pretty sure most of you know who those guys are. We're going to be talking about how social media affects astronomy with those ones. So thanks for them hanging out. Then after that panel, we're going to Lowell Observatory, then Stellvue, and then Losmandy. And then right after that, it's going to be a big packed day. We have the optics panel with legendary optician Mike Lockwood, who's a master at large fast mirrors. And then Vic Maris from Stellvue will be joining us for our optics panel. And then that will lead into Prima Luce Labs and Starizona for our final 2 pre-recorded sessions. And then starting off our final panel is our imaging panel with world-class imagers, Richard Wright, Ron Brecher, and Bob Moore. Bob Moore is also the lead for the NEAC convention for imaging. So they'll be all joining us this afternoon. And then we're going to wrap that up. And then tonight, because I won't be talking enough today, we will have our virtual star party over at the Focus Astronomy YouTube channel. You can join me over there. That takes place at 8 p.m. Pacific tonight, where you can go hang out with us and we can explore the nighttime sky with that live. So it's gonna be really freaking busy today. So I will try to be able to talk by the end of the day. And then, of course, the entire time we'll have the live chat up. I'm sure we'll have people bouncing in and out. I'll try to be in there. I'm under Focus Astronomy just so I don't mess anything up. Hi, everyone. There I am. So I'll try to be floating around in there, as well as the rest of our team will kind of be bouncing in and out, answering any questions that you might have. Now, regarding the live panels, we're doing giveaways today. And I want to tell you how that's all going to work, because it's very specific on how this is going to work. And I'm sure you'd like to get some free stuff. So first off, let's talk about what we're giving away, especially because you can't get anything nowadays. The first 3 prizes we're going to be giving away are a Skywatcher Star Adventurer Pro Pack. Now, I would like to let people know that these are the original Pro Packs, not the 2i models. So if you get it, I don't want you calling up being like, it's not the new one. You're welcome. So that's a Pro Pack. You've got all that stuff in there. You've got the mount, you've got the EQ base, you've got the counterweight bar, and the you get everything. Anyway, so we're giving away 3 of those today for the first 3 panels. And then the last panel at the imaging panel prize is the grand prize. That is an AZ EQ5 go-to mount. If you want to know how much all that is, you can go online and figure out how much all that is, because I don't remember the prices anyway, because everything's constantly changing. But this gives you an opportunity to get in there and win some free stuff. However, I've got to go over the rules on how this is going to work. First off, You can only win a prize once during the webcast, but you can enter each giveaway. What that means is you cannot win all the giveaways and receive 2 or more prizes. Second off, giveaway is open to legal residents of the United States of America and Canada. I'm sorry if you're international, it just didn't work out this time for that. Maybe next year we'll talk about it, but for now, the giveaways are only open to legal residents of the United States of America and Canada. Second, check the terms and conditions for more information. The links can be found in the description as well as the chat. We'll get that up real quick for you guys to see. And the way this is going to work is, how do I enter? So the way you're going to enter is you're going to email info@skywatcherusa.com. And for each giveaway, we're going to give you a code word that you have to send as the title of the email. And that'll be given out at the beginning of each of the panels. Each panel is going to have its own code word. Type an email with your information. In that email, I believe it's the name and name, where you're at, phone number, just so we can get in touch with you. So we'll do all of that. So if you could send that in an email, as well as your mailing address, that would be the great way to get in touch with you. So yeah, you need to email info@skywatcherusa.com. The email title has to be the code word that we're going to give out at the beginning of each panel. Each panel has its own funny code word. So be prepared for that. At the end of today, during our closing remarks, we will start a live number generator. We're going to put everybody in there on a big list. Everyone's name is going to get a number. We'll put that in a number generator so it's fair. And then we'll pull the number. And hopefully at that point, I'll be able to get whoever wins name up there. But you can only win one prize. So if you won one prize and for whatever reason you get pulled in another one, sorry, you already won something. You can't win multiple things. But yeah, we will have all 4 panels are going to have their own code word. And then at the end of the day, we will pull the name from the hat and see who gets what. We do have these prizes stowed away already, so it doesn't mean you just get added to a list and you have to wait for months for you to get your stuff. No, we actually have it ready to go. Once we have your information and you've been confirmed the winner, we will get that ready and shipped out to you. So that's how today's stuff is going to work. It should be really fun and exciting. These panels that I've been talking about, they are live. Haven't, so it'll be exciting to have them on and talk shop with astronomy, and it's going to be awesome. Can non-USA people enter the giveaway was a question. Unfortunately, at this time, it is only open to legal residents of the US, the United States of America, and Canada. Unfortunately, this time around, we haven't been able to do it internationally. Maybe if we do this next year, we'll try to advance that a little bit more. But if you have any questions about what's going to go on today, now's the time. If you want to throw that out there, we can try to answer any final questions that you guys have. But again, right after this section, because this is live. Hi, you saw me screw up a number of times, so it's live. Right after this, we're going to jump into our first section of pre-recorded sessions. That's going to be the Planetary Society, followed by Lemmon Sky Center. Right after that, around 11 a.m. Pacific, we're going to start our first panel where we're going to give away the first code word for you to email in if you want to get involved in the giveaways. That panel is going to go for an hour. Then right after that, about 12 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to jump into our second pre-recorded sessions with Skies Away Remote Observatory, Fuji Film, and Daystar Filters. That'll put it about an hour. And then right around 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, we're going to start our social media panel. We're going to do the second giveaway code word. And then we'll start that 1 hour live panel. That will then end, and then at 2 p.m. Pacific, we're going to start our third session of pre-records, which will be Lowell Observatory, Stellvue. Stellvue is announcing some new stuff in that video. So if you want to know more information about Stellvue's new products, they are going to be showing some new products in that video. And then we have Losmandy. And then right after that, 3 p.m. Pacific, we will start our optics panel. And then at that point, we will give away the third code word for you to enter the giveaways. And then we'll sit down with Mike Lockwood and Vic Maris talking optics. That's going to be an hour long. That's going to be a really cool session. These are two world-class opticians. We have one that works exclusively on refractors, the other that works exclusively on large aperture fast mirrors. So it'll be a very interesting conversation to talk about, glass types, Strel, optical figure from two different opticians. So that'll be a 1 hour session. And then right after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, we've got Prima Luce Labs, which those guys are a hoot to talk to. They're awesome. So 4 p.m., we've got Prima Luce Labs, and we got our friends at Starizona. And then right around 4:40, I think is the last one, we have our imaging panel, and we have world-class imagers joining us in there. We will do the last giveaway code word for that AZEQ5. That's I don't even know. What are maybe you guys could tell me in the chat. Those are like $1,500 at this point. So it's ready to go. Brand new AZEQ5. It's a great mount to get started in astrophotography with. And finally, after that panel, we'll go into closing remarks. That is where we're going to start pulling names from the hat, figuratively. We're actually just going to put your name in a code generator and it'll pop up a number. Then we'll start giving away the prizes. And then at 6 o'clock Pacific, we'll wrap this whole thing up. And then finally, as if I haven't done enough lately, at 8 p.m. Pacific, you can come back to the Focus Astronomy YouTube channel and join me for the virtual star party that we're going to be doing from Skies Away Remote Observatory. That's got our big 6-inch Esprit 150, Bortle 2 skies, ZWO 6200 camera, and a whole slew of filters. So we'll be going off, digging into the nighttime sky tonight, and that'll be over at the Focus Astronomy YouTube channel this evening. The link is already over there. You can wander over there and check it out. But it should be good to go. So it's going to be a fun day. I gladly hanging out with all of you guys. I will definitely be seeing you guys in the chats, and it's going to be great this whole day. And then of course this evening we're going to go galaxy hunting. It's galaxy season. Got some nebulas that we're going to be checking out. And it's going to be an absolutely awesome day. And hopefully some of you walk away with some free stuff by the end of today. See you guys in the chat. Bye. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome back to the Skywatcher What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme broadcast. I am hanging out now with our friends from the Planetary Society. We have Jennifer Vaughn and Matthew Kaplan. They're joining us for this session. So thank you guys for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Great pleasure.
I have known about the Planetary Society for a long time, and I'm sure a lot of people watching do as well. But for those who don't know, I didn't know if one of you or both of you could kind of explain what the Planetary Society is, because what you guys do is immense. I mean, you guys cover a lot of, I would say, ground, but we're talking about space. So you cover a lot of space, but I didn't know if you could kind of go over what the Planetary Society is really about.
Yeah, we love to talk about that. So you chose the right people for that question. Why don't I start, and then Matt, when I'm done, just feel free to jump in and add more. So the Planetary Society connects people with space exploration. That's what we're all about. So we were founded in 1980. So we've been around for quite a while for the sole purpose of proving that there is public interest in planetary exploration. At the time, our founders, Carl Sagan, Bruce Murray, and Louis Friedman, all knew kind of anecdotally there was a lot of interest in space exploration. The Voyagers had just started sending back great imagery and data from their destinations. We just had the success from the Viking landings. There was a lot of public just enthusiasm about what we were learning. At the same time, government funding, especially in the U.S., so we were looking at the U.S. at that time, was turning into practically nothing for planetary exploration. And so to help really bolster the argument that there is a very large audience and appetite for more understanding about our solar system and our place in space, they created the Planetary Society. Through its sheer existence is to prove that people care. People care so much, they're going to join an organization. People care so much, they're going to donate their time, their interest, their skills, their money to support future exploration as well. And so that was where we got started. And pretty much right away in those first few years, we looked at how do we involve the public? So how do we, now that we have the public coming together, we had roughly 100,000 people wanted to join the ranks like right away, a big swell of interest. But now that we have people, how do we really use these people to advance space? So that's really what it is activating the public to make meaningful changes in space exploration. So our mission is to empower the world's citizens to advance space science and exploration. And we do that through a number of ways. We do that through public education, through activities like this, through outreach, through getting the word out there and to get more people involved and more enthusiastic about what we're learning about space and what there's still yet to explore and discover. We do that through advocacy, so getting people to have a direct relationship with decision makers and powers out there to help ensure that there is future high-level investment going on in space exploration. We also do that through seed funding technologies, so identifying where there are new technologies, new research that needs seed funding to get started. And then ideally it will just take off and become its own entity over time, but we can actually kickstart that process. And we do that through crowdfunding. So bringing the public together to say, here's a great idea that needs some funding support. Do you want to contribute to that? Do you want to be part of it? And we have some great success stories there. And the one that's best known right now is our LightSail spacecraft that's still operating today. So 2 years later, almost 2 years later, we're still flying in Earth orbit. And the last thing we do is we really try to collaborate with all of the other like-minded groups out there that are trying to get people more closely associated with space exploration. So in the end, we like to say that we educate, advocate, innovate, and collaborate.
Nice. Did you want to elaborate on that, Matt?
I don't really need to. I mean, you just heard it from the source, the authority. She is our COO. I'm just the radio guy, radio and podcast guy. I love what our top boss, the CEO, Bill Nye, says. Mm-hmm. It's all about sharing the PB&J, the passion, beauty, and joy of space and space science and space exploration. Nobody feels that PB&J more than Bill does, but it's an amazing group. Jennifer and I have both been there for a pretty long time. And we go back through to that original generation, the original founders of the society. Sadly, I got there after we lost Carl Sagan. But, Lou Friedman, Bruce Murray, they were very much a part of the organization. Lou is still around, of course, and drops by. We have grown so much, and it's become such a powerful influence and expression of how so many of us feel about all this stuff that Jennifer talked about. The radio show started as a public radio show, now, of course, a podcast as well. We'll hit our 20th anniversary in November of this year. But we have so many wonderful channels now. Our social media channels are just exploding across Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And the magazine, which Jennifer used to be in charge of, was one of your first jobs, right, Jennifer? The Planetary Report, still a joy, goes to our members in print every quarter, but it's now available for free online to absolutely everybody at planetary.org, which is where you can check out everything that we do, all of this great stuff Jen talked about.
Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of in my mind, the vision of what Planetary Society actually is I think there's a lot of people out there who want to get involved with space or astronomy or something of that matter, and it always seems like it's something that is a little out of reach, but with a little bit of digging and organizations like Planetary Society, it kind of gives people a proverbial HQ, if you will, to be like, I want to be involved. Maybe I don't work for NASA or whatever, but it gives somebody a route to where it's like, I can be involved with the exploration of space, even if it's a little thing. And I think that really does give people kind of a seed, if you will, to feel like I belong to something bigger than myself, and now I can expand that to whatever your capability is to the rest of the world. But you guys kind of give them, like a soapbox to finally get out there and be like, this is what we are at this point. And I think that's really cool and it's hard to get an organization like that going. But now that you guys have been around and you're rooted and you have some still big shoes in the, driving the car there, it's pretty cool what you guys do. And then of course the light sail is just another example of like, this is what we can do when we actually work together to make something big happen. So
exactly.
I hope people are familiar with light sail. I mean, Jennifer can tell you more, but I'm still thrilled. I'm so amazed that it's still, it might be over my head right now.
Yeah. If you could tell some people, I'm familiar with, I remember when you guys were talking about it. And then
we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah. But when it was like a thought and now it's like a real thing. But if you could tell people about light sail.
Yeah. Again, we can kind of share this too, because I think we have different perspectives and stories on this project. So what you were saying just prior to this about the working together, it can show you, the large things we can accomplish. And to me, that's maybe the number one takeaway for this mission. So in short, this is a solar sail mission. So this is using photons as propulsion in a very small spacecraft. And the Planetary Society conceived, built, tested, launched, and has been flying, now operating, this solar sail spacecraft for almost 2 years. It was a 20-year project because it had many twists and turns as it went. So the idea of the Planetary Society having an active role in solar sailing is a 20-year story. Light sail in particular, that particular mission, is a 10-year story. And it took just tremendous long-term commitment from all of our supporters of being able to envision an outcome that was going to be difficult to achieve and was going to take a lot of time and, not surprisingly, a lot of money. So in the end, it was a $7 million project that has a little bit of a trickle effect now because it still exists, but nothing at that scale. So $7 million project just to get it off Earth. And, that kind of an example in the wild now of saying, that was funded entirely by individuals who thought that this was a great idea. That's a stunning example of the potential of a large group of people coming together with maybe small resources and having those small resources really accumulate over time and do something great like that. So one of the big takeaways for me is always the vision of what comes next, like what could crowd funds actually achieve in space. This was just the first example, and an excellent example at that. Anyway, so that's my big takeaway for kind of the meaning behind it. But I know I didn't really say that much about solar sailing or about light sail directly. So maybe I'll just hand that over to Matt at this point, and you can say a little bit more about that.
It's just thrilling. I mean, it's one of the most exciting nights. It was actually very early in the morning of my life, was when we were at the Cape and we watched a Falcon Heavy carry our little light sail and a bunch of other payloads. We weren't the main one, up into not low Earth orbit, but medium Earth orbit, because we had to get it up above more of the atmosphere than you would still run into at low Earth orbit, because it's a sail and we can't have too many atoms running into it because we're trying to catch photons. And it was so exciting. And then not long after that, to be up at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in Central California, when we actually saw the wings, the sails unfurl. God, Jennifer was there too, of course. I mean, I'm not an engineer or a scientist. I just talk to them for a living. But to be able to hang around, to be a part of a project like that inspired millions of people around the world. I mean, right now, our best model of light sail is at the Smithsonian on display. And, you know, it just thrills people. I mean, we hear from these people all the time about light sail and, you know, also about all the other stuff that we do. So it's so cool to know that it's still over our heads, proving that we can do controlled flight in orbit using no rocket engines, no other thrust other than light from the sun. So, you know, what could be more exciting?
I think it sets kind of a big example, though, beyond just, and I know you guys probably have thought about this because I know you forward think like that, but what kind of statement a project like that actually makes, especially in today's world where, you know, you turn on the news and it's just disaster all the time. So for something like that, it's like, this is what we can do if we actually like work as a team, as people. We can actually do, you know, what we're gonna do, and it's a massive, you know, thing to be like, we did that and it's still there. So you know, kudos to the Planetary Society for doing that. But you know, it's just kind of a badge of honor at that point to show the world that, you know, when people do work together, there's a lot of positive things that can come from that. So.
This is what Bill Nye, once again, he says, space brings us together. He's right. We all believe this. And boy, do we all right now need to believe in something that is pure hope, pure aspiration, and accomplishment that applies around the world. You know, no borders visible from space, right?
Yeah.
Old cliche. 30% of the planetary radio audience is outside the United States, and that's something that we're very proud of. We think that we provide that message of hope by looking outward.
And you kind of, I mean, obviously Carl Sagan being one of the founders, you know, pale blue dot is like the epitome of all of that. It will never be done better than that, but it's that next step further is like, okay, we have to respect the pale blue dot and all this great stuff, but like light sail and what you guys do, it's like, it's one thing to say it's the next step to be, how do we actually make that effort possible? And obviously Planetary Society does that, I think, in the best ways you can, where you are giving an avenue or a place for people to make that statement now a reality to some extent.
Yeah, that's our objective. So we work at that every single day of how are we going to meaningfully involve all people in space. What can we do as an organization to make sure that we are bringing together the right resources to actually make a difference? And again, I use the word resources very broadly here because it can be really just the bringing together the passion, bringing together the excitement, whatever that is. but really turning that into something that is going to have a meaningful effect in long-term exploration. And sometimes, in space, it's always risky. So sometimes you put a lot of effort into something that doesn't really work the way you think it's going to. But like with anyone who's working in space, you're always trying to get the maximum value out of the efforts that you're putting in.
Well, when it comes to space, I know a lot of people, it's like, oh, we've been to space. It's like, we're at the shallows of a monsterly deep ocean at this point, and it's what we're doing now as a species is incredible. But now you have the step of, like, you look at what James Webb just unlocked, essentially, and who knows what's going to come from that. It's like we're getting a little bit deeper at putting our toe out there, but it's like it's cool that Planetary Society encompasses all that. It gives a place for people to be a part of that expansion and growth, and I'd be curious to see what you guys do next.
So are we.
I mean, there's something very exciting that was just happened a couple of weeks ago, which Jennifer would also be the best person to talk about. And it's great evidence of what she was saying about how we try to encourage through not just words of encouragement, but dollars, projects that might not be able to get underway if it weren't for our support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just announced our first STEP grant winners last week.
Nice.
And so STEP stands for Science and Technology Empowered by the People, or by the public, I'm sorry. It's an ongoing grant program now that's open internationally. And it will be every other year, but because we're kind of making up for some COVID time here, we're going to do 2 rounds in a row. So we just awarded the first round. We're going to have another opening coming up again in 22. And what we're looking for are projects that can be either technology projects, science research studies, other ways of trying to get to advancing our core enterprises. And so for the Planetary Society, our core enterprises, that means what we do, what we really focus on, is planetary exploration, not surprisingly, with our name and all, the search for life in the universe, and planetary defense, so protecting Earth from dangerous asteroids and comets. So for those people who have projects, like new ideas, new projects they want to get started, that really fall into those categories and could use some seed funding to get started, then our STEP grant program is a great place to start there. So our first 2 projects, we have one that is a crowdsourced activity. So it's a citizen science activity tied to SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So there's going to be a fun outreach opportunity here for individuals who care about this topic and want to get involved to actually have an active citizen science role in it. And we also have a new study about near-Earth asteroids and kind of the effects on the asteroid characteristics. So it's a long-term study. Both we're really excited about. This new grant program is really designed to collect a lot of great ideas from all over the world and kind of help us find new opportunities for further investment as well. So while the first round of grants is depending on your scale, maybe kind of on the smaller side, tens of thousands of dollars versus millions of dollars. Over time, there might be some other projects too that they have other phases and develop over time, and we might be able to help them find other funding to move forward with as well. So it's a very, very exciting new project or new program of ours that is just starting to take off.
Awesome. Well, we're actually out of time on our block here. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope we can get you on to like our 1-hour webcast at some point, because I know this chat could go on forever once you get people excited about a certain topic. But thank you so much for spending the time with us. And hopefully we can have you on at a later date.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to be here. It's a pleasure. And keep making great telescopes.
Awesome. Well, stay tuned, guys. We're going to have another session coming up next. Thank you very much to the Planetary Society for joining us. And we will see you guys here shortly. See ya. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher. Welcome to our next session of the What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme broadcast. I'm here with my good friend Alan Strauss of the Lemmon Sky Center from the University of Arizona. Hey Alan, thanks for joining us again.
Yeah, looking forward to it. You didn't tell me it was extreme though.
Yeah, it's a lot of something to say, that's for sure. So you're the director of Lemmon Sky Center, and for those of you watching who might not know, Alan, I kind of want to just hand it off to you. If you could tell people who might not know what you guys are, what the Sky Center actually is.
Yeah,
it's really unique, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So the Sky Center is essentially the outreach and public education program of the Department of Astronomy at the University of Arizona, based out of the Mount Lemmon Observatory. So the Sky Center is actually not a place, it's a program. Mm-hmm. People confuse that quite a bit, which is good for us. But it's actually a 25-acre site at the summit of Mount Lemmon. There's multiple research telescopes and projects going on. And so what we do is we bring people up to the summit of the mountain, and we have an immersive outreach experience. So it's a 5-hour program. We do a lot of things in the daytime. We show people stars through the telescope, which most of the time they don't even consider that they could see a bright star in the daytime. If there's any planets up, we watch sunset together from the summit of the mountain. We have a light dinner. We'll do a talk often on kind of size and scale of the solar system, or exciting topics that are current. As you can imagine, for instance, James Webb Space Telescope has been quite a discussion lately. And then once it's dark, we spend a couple hours observing through our 0.8 meter, 0.6 meter, so 32-inch and 24-inch telescopes at the summit of the mountain. And it's a very immersive experience. So we might only get through 8, 10, 12 objects a night, sometimes more. It depends on the interest level of folks, but it's a very in-depth experience. And so people leave really having a greater understanding that science matters, right? And that astronomy is not something that's inaccessible. It's just a matter of curiosity and making observations through the telescope and then asking questions. And that, we can understand that stuff. And it's just a matter of how far we want to take that. For some people, it's all the way to their PhD and beyond. And for others, it's, buying a 80 millimeter Skywatcher and setting it up in their backyard for the next 10 years. And that's it. So I don't know. I could go on all day about this, so I don't want to overwhelm.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a cool experience because there's a lot of facilities around the country that offer different outreach experiences and stuff like that. But what I think makes your guys' unique is the fact that you're up there for, like you said, you go up there, you do sunset. How tall is the summit up there?
So it's about just shy of 9,200 feet. So it's a solid mile and a half above the valley floor.
Yeah, so you're up there, and then it's such a unique perspective to do that from that elevate, and then you obviously do dinner, and then you have a couple hours on major telescopes at that, and the 32 that you guys have up there is pretty much one of the largest outreach instruments in the state, I think, that you can look through at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely, I think a couple, maybe 40 inchers out there. But it's the nice thing about this telescope, well, there's many nice things, but one is that it's actually 100% dedicated to public access. Mm-hmm. So, we do other things with it as well. In addition to these public observing programs, we, for instance, have the ability to sell time remotely on it. So if someone wanted to do astrophotography, they can purchase time on the telescope. We put the camera on there, and then they can collect data and create very high resolution images from the comfort of their home and from anywhere in the world, right? So we've had a number of customers, say from the Far East, where it's the middle of the day, mm-hmm. they're sitting in their cubicle, not telling their boss that they're on the side collecting data on some object. So that's neat. And then the other thing is that we can do virtual star parties, right? This was something we could have done for a long time, right? But COVID pushed us in that direction. So we have people that will request a virtual star party. And what we do is, again, we put the camera on, and then using software that integrates the images, it'll slowly build up an image over a minute or two. and people see something that's pretty similar to what they would see at the eyepiece, right? So not this pretty beautiful blue nebula behind me, right? But they see it in grayscale, just like the camera does.
Sure.
And that's been a pretty popular thing. So it's a very unique location. It's a very unique telescope in that we can use it both for imaging and for visual use. And so, you know, these things up there, I often think of as outreach, right? That's kind of what we call this stuff. It's astronomical outreach, and it's a lot of fun. But we also do formal K-12 education programs. So we have schools that come and stay at the mountain for 1 to 4 days, depending on the age of the students, and take advantage not only of the space sciences that exist there, but of all of the natural sciences on the mountain. We are in a pretty unique place ecologically, and students really get to connect with that and see the interrelationships, right, of all these things, right? How the stars are connected to life on Earth and to soils and waters and all of this. So I often say I've got the best job on Earth. You know, like you, we met as amateur astronomers, and I just married a good hobby with some administrative experience.
No, it all works. And that's kind of the cool thing about the observatory, and I think it's cool that you guys take advantage of that, because I think there's few observatories that do, is most observatories are on very remote mountaintops, and it's not just, you know, some island in the sky. But I mean, you have to think about the biological and geographical, you know, footprints that are around the observatory as well. And Mount Lemmon's pretty unique in the fact that you've got forests and, you know, pretty dense forests, and, you know, you've got major season shifts up there and all kinds of stuff. So it's a pretty unique place to visit. And then
6 inches of snow 2 days ago.
Oh, wow. If, you know, being from Arizona, I'm obviously well aware of it. And I think a lot of people are aware of, you know, the observatories around the state here. But if someone was coming in from out of state or even a different country and they wanted to make a trip up to the mountain, what are some things you would tell people to consider before they come out for a viewing?
Gotcha. Well, for our program, make your reservation early, because in the nicer months of the year, we do tend to sell out well in advance, you know, months in advance, 1 to 2 months. So that's number one. But the second thing is really just to give yourself time, because it is an amazing drive. It's 25 miles approximately from the base of the mountain to the observatory, and you go through multiple different biological zones. They say it's like driving from the Sonoran Desert to an alpine forest in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, you want to give yourself time to stop and get out and take pictures and do all of those things. Of course, it's much colder at the top. People often underestimate that. And when the sun goes down, it can often be 20 to 30 degrees colder than it was in the valley in the daytime. But really, just to come with a sense of wonder and curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Be ready to ask questions and just fully engage. And I think that it's the enthusiasm and excitement of our staff that is infectious. And so if people come ready for that, and I don't know if this is answering your question, but those are the things I would say, you know, be ready for. You know, and certainly there's other really good stuff to do in and around Tucson related to space sciences. You know, the university has this Richard F. Karras Mirror Lab, where we fabricate the largest mirrors in the world by far. And so right now they're working on the latter half of the mirrors for the Giant Magellan Telescope. And these mirrors are over 8 meters in diameter each, right? So like 25 feet across. Huge things. Right now we're not doing public tours because we're on the tail end of COVID. And we're obviously want to keep everyone safe in that lab, because production is a 24-hour-a-day process. But we do anticipate that by the end of the summer, we should be opening that up again for public tours. And then there's many things on the university campus, which is about an hour and a half from the summit of the mountain. There's a planetarium and science center. The Kuiper Space Sciences building has some really nice things that can be seen in there, named, of course, after Gerard Kuiper, who built many of the telescopes in the Catalina Mountains in preparation for the Apollo moon landings. So there's a very rich history at the university. You can see the original dome that was built in the around World War I on campus. So there's some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, Tucson's got all kinds of stuff, and Mount Lemmon is only one of the major observatory sites not far. You have Kitt Peak. I'm not sure what they're doing currently right now, but and various others. But Mount Lemmon seems to be one of the most accessible to really get up there and have a true astronomical experience with that. Yeah. Is the observatory something you can visit during the day, or is it you have to make reservations?
Not generally. It's a nighttime experience. We do, if a group wants to come, we will do daytime tours of the observatory.
Okay, good to know.
We'll talk about the history, whatever we can show in the daytime, a star or Venus, something like that, right? We'll throw up a solar telescope for people. So we do that if it's a small group.
And then you do have kind of your store visitor center, which is actually at the base of the mountain now. You guys have that new facility.
Correct, on the way up, yes. Yeah. In fact, we could even sell you a Skywatcher telescope if you want. So, yes. Yeah, but definitely, it's and that's been a new thing for us to have kind of a base camp close by. We opened it just before COVID, so I feel like we're still in the grand opening phase.
Yeah, I remember we were trying to do that. So.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a neat location because people can come and they can, of course, purchase some Sky Center or astronomically themed gifts for people, prints of astro images like the one behind me that are all taken through the same telescopes that you look through at our programs. But also it's a location where we can start to do some outreach programming, right? Mm-hmm. So we can bring in people from Tucson to come for free on evenings and have just small star parties where they can, from a quasi darker location near the city, look at stuff. So.
It's still, there's something to be said, at least for me, and when you're up at a place like that and you see, especially at night, when you see the domes opening and stuff like that, right. I think what's kind of neat is every telescope up there that's opened is looking at something unique out there. So it kind of makes you, even if you're not doing anything scientific during your viewing events, it kind of makes you feel like you're a part of this. Like
that's right, and that's a huge point. I think is that you do come up into a research station, and so on a really dark night, right? You're looking around and there's 8, 9 telescope domes that are open at any given time, and they're all doing research. You're not separate from that, right? You're right in the middle of it, looking through a telescope. And we will talk about what those other projects are doing to the extent that we know on any given night. Mm-hmm. And so it does relate to what people they can make relationships then to what they're looking at through the telescope. And I think, this is part of what we try to convey, right? Is that, yes, we're a lot of fun to hang out with. Yes, we have very cool telescopes and toys, that we get to play with up there. But, even though you hear about astronomers looking at, very, very specific, discrete things, right? Calculating the orbit of an asteroid in the asteroid belt, or, looking, James Webb Space Telescope, looking back in time to the very, very early stages of our universe, right? That we're not just trying to understand those discrete things, but we're trying to understand the bigger picture, right? The story. Mm-hmm. Right, we want to relate these things to like our past, right, to the formation of the Earth and our solar system and how life maybe started here. In our present, right, the more maybe we understand about the sun and its existence, we can relate that to our current life on Earth, and then possibly our future. Okay, so these are all just little clues, that we are trying to learn more about who we are, right, where we've come from, where we are, and where we might be headed. And to me, that's how we make it personal for people, right? And so the looking through the telescope, right, and seeing all these neat, cool objects and understanding a little bit of what they are is a way to personalize that for people.
Well, you guys do a really cool job about it, because it's not just like you're going to, not to knock any groups, but it's not like you're going to like a club location where it's like, oh, here's our 8-inch whatever. It's like, not only are you going to get this experience where you have this connection with the sky and the universe, but you're gonna look through pro level gear too, to where it's like, if you don't have a connection after the fact, it's like it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, Carl Sagan has a million quotes, right? And everybody loves to quote him, but it really is for us about, you know, the way he would talk about studying the universe as a way to know ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It really is along those lines, and I think that's what we try to carry forward up there. And I should also mention, you know, one of the other unique things we're doing is we're starting to offer Spanish language programs. So if there are folks that want to come, you can contact our office. I don't know if they're on the website yet. And we do have monthly programs that are delivered in Spanish. And we hope to increase those in the fall when we have a little more capacity up there. We can all put COVID in the rearview mirror here.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Well, thanks, guys. That's the end of this session. Big thanks to Alan for hanging out with us. And if you guys want to know more, we'll get the website up for the Mount Lemmon Sky Center. If you want to know more about how to get involved or go up and check it out. So thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys in the next session coming right up. And stay tuned. See you later, guys. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome back to the What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I hope you've been having a good time with our sessions that have been going on. But now it's time for our first panel, and this is the Astronomy 101 panel. But of course, with that, before we jump into this completely, we're going to be doing our first giveaway, and I'm going to be giving out that code for you to email in. So if we could put the email in the chat for people to see it. It's right down there, actually, in green. If you do info@skywatcherusa.com, that is where you have to email in. And the code is blue shoes, like what you wear on your feet. Blue shoes is the code. You have to email that in the title of your email. Please give us your name, email, and address if you could. So if we do win, we've got all your stuff prepped and ready to go. Now, that's pretty much it. So that is the first giveaway for our Star Adventure Pro Pack, the original Star Adventure, not the 2i Wi-Fi. Sorry, you get something for free. You're welcome. But at this point, the code is blue shoes, and you email that in as the title of your email to info@skywatcherusa.com. Now, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome all of our panelists for the Astronomy 101 panel. We have Stephen Ramsden from the Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project, Helena Cochrane, and Fiona Morris. For those who might not know Helena and Fiona, every freaking person on the world knows Stephen because he's bigger than life at this point. But Helena and Fiona are our newest additions to our ambassador stuff for Skywatcher, and they're also a part of. Are both of you part of Stella?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, I'm a new member now.
Real quick, just I know we're kind of gonna jump ahead real quick, because I know we all have outreach organizations and such. Can you tell, because Stella's somewhat new, so I wanted to know if you guys could kind of explain to the viewers what Stella is.
Yeah, so Stella stands for like striving to engage ladies in astrophotography. And it was founded around, I think it's maybe a year and a half ago now. And I was one of the first members to join. And it's basically a lovely group of women that come together, and we meet every Saturday. The UK group meet every Saturday, and the US group try to meet every Monday. And we have weekly meetings and we chat about astro, but it's also a support group. We can chat to each other about, I don't know, anything really. We get up to all sorts. We do like outreach events as well together, particularly in the US side of things. But myself, Katie, and Amber, who are the Scottish kind of trio of the group, who have come together from Stella, have actually made a really close connection from it as well. And I think like through Stella, people have been able to make like really close connections. Us three, we're actually starting our own group up, Scots Lastro. And I think it's just an amazing place for people to come together and meet and chat about their passion.
That's awesome. And then Fiona, you mentioned that you're one of the newer additions to that. And for those that don't know, obviously Steven's joining us from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm joining you from Phoenix, Arizona. Helena is joining us from Scotland, and then Fiona's up in Canada. So we're all over the world at this point. But Fiona, you're one of the newest additions to Stella, correct?
Yeah, I joined like a week ago.
Oh, well,
Well,
doesn't matter. But you've been doing your own astrophotography as well, as you can see from your rig in the back. Everyone likes telescopes. So. And then Steven's got his diffraction grading there. So cool. Well, I'm glad people got to. I think it'd be really neat at a future date to maybe do an episode, like a What's Up webcast 1 hour episode for Stella. It'd be kind of cool to get some of you on. I know there's a lot of you, so it might be difficult to get all the ladies on, but it would be cool to get a couple of you on to talk about what Stella is. Jared, I know you're watching. We should have done that for women in astronomy. I guess I didn't. Should have been more aware of it. So, idea. So, now, so let's get started. This is the Astronomy 101 panel. This is live for those of you watching. This isn't pre-recorded like the other bits. So in this, we're going to just talk about casually, like getting started in astronomy. So if you are new to astronomy, this is perfect for you. Obviously, a lot of you are well versed in astronomy, so just sit back and enjoy the ride. So I like to ask everybody when they come on, how did they get started in astronomy? And I know all of you come from a very unique background. So Stephen, I'll start with you because you have a very interesting start to how Charlie Bates actually got started. Thanks, but I didn't know if you wanted to start it or if we should wrap back around, because I know yours is probably the heaviest of all three stories.
Whatever you think's best. But I'd like to also mention that for those that have not heard of me, which are many, I run the Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project at solarastronomy.org. And we run the world's largest solar astronomy outreach program, non-governmental program, and we're in 27 countries. We have a very large solar astronomy and solar imaging chat forum at solarchatforum.com. And that's the place to go to learn about solar astronomy. And if you want, I'll just briefly go through how I started. I'm significantly older than the ladies in appearance, but I want to say hooray for Stella. I certainly applaud that. And women have been overlooked in astronomy for centuries. We started the Charlie Bates program in 2008, and the reason we started it was to get more students involved in science, which I think has really changed lives. It changed my life for sure. And in the U.S., astronomy clubs are sorely lacking female participants and minority participants for that matter. So I applaud Stella, and I'd like to say publicly that I will support any effort Stella has to make with any materials I can send for more women in astronomy. Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project started in 2008 after my friend and fellow veteran Charlie Bates killed himself. It's not named after me, and I'm not Charlie. But he was a really generous. Yeah, I get emails. You know, it's so unheard of these days for someone to name something after someone other than themselves. In the Kardashian era, I like to call it. But basically, I wanted my friend to be remembered for something other than how he died. So the generosity he displayed in his life and the way he helped me, I wanted to do that with my stuff. And I had so much gear when I started astronomy, so many things laying around I wasn't using. I thought this is ridiculous to have all this stuff and not use it. So I just started giving everything away, and it was amazing. And by the way, we not on purpose, but we've targeted women, minorities, and the majority without even thinking about it before it was cool. You know, before everybody was woke, it just seemed natural to do that because anybody that was interested in astronomy was going to get help from my program, and they did. And you probably heard of Pranvera, the monster Pranvera that we created from Kosovo, and other people. But I got started in astronomy because my mom encouraged me to explore things, and she bought me a Sears Roebuck 4-inch reflecting telescope from the Sears catalog for Christmas one year. and I was 8 years old. And the very first thing I did was point it at the sun and try to look at the sun. And of course, the little solar filter exploded in the eyepiece and the mirror melted. And that was the end of my Christmas present telescope. But from then on, I'm just absolutely fascinated with light in any form, whether it's from galaxies or stars or our sun, and just the way that light interacts with things around me, and how I'm seeing all of your faces, you know, by the qualities of light being manipulated by this technology. To me, it's just the most fascinating thing in the world. So I was determined to spread that fascination in science to other people. That's how Charlie Bates started, and that's how I got involved in astronomy.
Nice. I'll move over to you, Helena. How'd you get started?
So it started for me. I always had an interest in space, I think, but I did a primary school project when I was 7 on life on other planets. And it just kind of triggered the idea in my head that there could be aliens out there. I was like, whoa, and 7-year-old me, I was like, I want to find them. So I asked for a telescope for my 10th birthday, and it was a little Celestron first scope. And it's actually one that I really recommend to beginners now. And I sat it on the windowsill and I just looked at the craters on the moon. And I was so fascinated by this, and I was so excited. And I wanted to share it with everyone else. I wanted to share the excitement I was feeling. And that's when I discovered astrophotography and started building my own rig and started a YouTube channel. But I think Mum and Dad were also like, let's take it outside, when I left the cap off of the first scope on the windowsill and it burnt a hole in the blind the next morning. And I was like, let's not burn the house down with this hobby. So we took it outside into the garden. And obviously I live in Scotland, so the chance to do astrophotography is very slim. But when I do get out, I make the most of it and I document my journey on my YouTube. And yeah, that's really it. I love it. I love what I do, and I love reaching out to people and meeting new people, and the people I've met through it. It's been absolutely amazing so far. So yeah, that's my story in a nutshell.
Cool. And then Fiona, how did you get started?
So I kind of started backwards. I started out with photography, and I have always been interested in space and science and math. And I just decided one day I was watching TV and I've seen something on space and taking pictures of the stars. And I was like, wow, I can combine 2 of my hobbies together into one. So I started taking pictures with just a DSLR that my parents had. And I built my way up, and I got some jobs and I afforded some higher up equipment and smaller telescopes and stuff. And now I've been recently getting into visual astronomy, and I'm a part of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and there's lots of outreach there, and there's lots of people trying to get me into visual astronomy so I can see the perspective of that as well as photography, because they're very different. But yeah, I've always loved space and science and optics.
That's cool.
I just tell you how much hope both of those stories just gave me for the future. I'm just so glad to hear both of you say those things, and I share your love for everything you mentioned, including photography and astronomy. And it's just it's a really, I live in Atlanta. We don't hear that very often from students, but I am so proud of the both of you. Not you, Kevin, but them.
Yeah, I'm a lost cause at this point. So no, it is refreshing, because I mean, you turn on the news or you look at your phone and every 5 seconds there's something terrible in the world going on. And it is nice to see people, I used to be in that slot where I was the young guy around, but now there's another generation below me that's now coming in. And it's very cool to see that the legacy continues.
Yeah, it's such a turning point in someone's life when they can realize nature around them and just stop and look around and see how much beauty there is everywhere, whether it's in the night sky, whether it's on a wildlife photography or even portrait photography or whatever. And just to get people to slow down these days and see that just for a second can totally change their lives. And that's why it's worth so much money and so much time for me personally to do that, because I've seen it 1,000 times, man. People that just stare at their phone all the time. What's the latest TikTok bling bling video, blah, 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 blah. And you just take them out for an hour and show them how beautiful something is. and it totally changes their perspective on everything. So I'll stop talking, but this is exactly what I was hoping for with our program. And I'm just really, really excited to see both of you.
No, that's awesome.
And you,
So,
Kevin, you were the same way when you were
yeah.
a kid.
Now we're just that other guy shoved into the corner. So obviously through your various programs, I know Stephen, you've been asked this a million times, so have I, and Fiona and Helena, obviously you guys have your various outlets. You don't have a YouTube for Fiona, you on Instagram primarily, right?
Yeah, I haven't started a YouTube channel yet, but I hope to in the future.
Cool. And then Helena, you've got you're on social media, but your platform of choice seems to be YouTube.
Yeah.
As I'm sure things have progressed between your two outlets, and of course, Stephen, you're out doing all kinds of stuff. When people ask how to get started, what's your recommendation for getting involved, or getting their first telescope, or getting into observing the night sky? Is there like a recommendation for beginners that reach out to you? Anyone can run off with that first. So whoever wants to start with that.
Fiona, I'd like to hear Fiona talk about when she went from her parents' DSLR, and what kind of telescope. Who did you ask? Did you get online and ask some forum somewhere? Did you ask friends? How did you decide you were going to go buy what you bought, and what was it?
Well, yeah, I started off small, and that's my biggest recommendation is start small and build off that. Like, you don't need the top equipment to take like good pictures. Like, I started off with a camera that I didn't have to pay for, and I took pictures, and I was just amazed by what I could capture off a bottom of the line camera in with a kit lens. And yeah, just starting off small is a big thing, because when you go out and spend a bunch of money, on big expensive equipment, it's just very overwhelming. And if you can't figure out how it works, you get very discouraged and frustrated, and it just ends up sitting out in your shed collecting dust. So
when did you go to a tracking mount versus just a tripod? And did you shoot with a tripod for a while with just your camera, and then move to a tracking mount?
With just a tripod and a camera, and then I upgraded to a full frame DSLR, and I still use that on a tripod. And then for Christmas one year, I got a Star Adventurer, and that just took all my pictures.
It's all downhill. So.
Yeah, there's one back here in the background.
I still love that tracker.
Yeah, I use it all the time. That Skywatcher Star Adventurer is just a fantastic piece of gear. In fact, I wore mine out about a month ago. I used it so much that it physically could no longer operate. It'd probably been used for 10,000 hours. But Helena, how did you determine, who did you ask? Where did you get the information from, or did you just think of it on your own?
So I'm sure like one of the main inspirations for a lot of people getting into astrophotography was Trevor Jones from Astro Backyard.
That guy.
And I started watching his videos on YouTube and his tutorials and his processing tutorials, along with Nico Carver from Nebula Photos, two of definitely my my main inspirations in the hobby. And I watched their tutorials like really in depth, and also a lot of others on YouTube, and I kind of just from there found out where it was best to start. What I'd say to beginners is definitely use what you already have, specifically like if you are already into photography, because you'll be amazed what you can do with like just a camera and a lens and a tripod. You can get some like really nice like sort of landscape astrophotography, Milky Way constellation photography without a tracker. And sort of stepping up from a tripod then to a tracker, and knowing how to use the camera on its own is really, really important, because once you add like the tracker in with it, it becomes sort of very complicated, and I'm not very technically minded. So like, I feel like it's really, really important to say to beginners, don't jump into the deep end, exactly what Fiona was saying.
Right.
Start small. And I specifically started with a tripod and a camera and a lens. And then I moved on to the Star Adventurer with a camera and a lens. And then I got my go-to mount. And I think that's a really nice transition, because something like the Star Adventurer is like a mini version of the HEQ5 or the EQ6R. So you learn how to use it, you learn the skills of polar alignment and things like that. And it's not just one massive jump. Because I feel like when people push themselves and go into it and buy all this equipment, they get really put off because it's so technical. Like, it took me 6 months to learn to polar align, and I was so close to just saying, no, I actually can't do this. So it's really, really important to just take those steps and take the time for yourself, and don't compare yourself to what other people are doing either.
Right.
Do it at your own pace.
Yeah.
Stars aren't going anywhere.
Kevin and I both, and probably both of you also, get a stream of emails start coming in around October of every year for people that want to buy their kid a telescope, and we get hundreds of them. And I'd like to add in, if that's all right with you, Kevin. There's two groups I've found. There's the group that wants to spend as little as possible and have a great photograph immediately. And then there's the group that wants to spend as much as possible and have all the gadgets and the gimmicks. And both of them are way off the mark. And what you both just said about using the equipment you have now, you don't need any equipment to go stargaze. You just need these. And you really don't even need these in some cases. You just, but we'll get to the disability first. If you already have a DSLR, like I'm a birder, I'm an avid outdoor photographer, birder. I use a $20,000 lens and Canon full frame DSLR. You know, I got all the gimmicks, but I started with a point and shoot. And when I go out on these bird hikes, and I'll tell people, you know, you can take a photograph of the Andromeda galaxy as good as that one on the internet with what you already have in your hands, and I'll show you how to do it. They cannot believe it. You know, or the Orion Nebula, which is in the sky right now in the northern hemisphere, very easy to shoot. And I'll take them and say, look, just meet me over here about an hour after sunset, and I'll show you how you can take a photograph of the Orion Nebula that looks exactly like the one you see on the internet that you love so much. And people cannot believe it. And they didn't have to buy anything. So like Fiona says, you already have a camera, and it can be a cheap camera. It can be your iPhone. There's apps on the iPhone that let you take 100 images and stack them. But the thing that you need is patience. You need to realize it's not going to come out of the camera immediately perfect. You need to do a little bit of learning about how to stack the image, or how to position your tripod, or how long of an exposure you can take. Like without a tracker, you're pretty much limited to about 15 to 20 seconds in the sky. But with the tracker, the Star Adventurer or some other brand, you can go 3 or 4 minutes on a wide field Milky Way shot and look beautiful. Now, as far as solar, or the people that buy all the gadgets and gimmicks, there's not much I can do for them, because they have so much money, they don't really care what I say. They can buy whatever they want and have it. I know people that have a dozen telescopes in the 8-inch or higher range that maybe use one of them once a year. And those people I don't understand, because I give my stuff away. Now, solar astronomy, just briefly, solar astronomy is narrowband, whereas you use one wavelength of light at a time to image. And the sun, you see the features of the chromosphere and such. Pretty much everybody on Earth started solar astronomy with this Coronado PST, personal solar telescope. Lunt makes one in the same price range. And when you get this scope, what you get is 656.28 nanometers, which is the light created by hydrogen atoms in the sun's chromosphere. And you see the chromosphere of the sun, you see modeling in the atmosphere, you see prominences, you see flares, and these are easily imaged with any camera. It's best to use monochrome because the scope is monochrome. But that's the way to start out in solar astronomy. If you want to see white light, which is the photosphere of the sun, you can take any of the telescopes you have in the background. If it's a refractor, you can add a $200 Herschel wedge to your refractor. If it's a reflecting telescope, you can put a piece of beta film over the end of it, or solar film over the end of it, and you will get a magnificent image of the sun's photosphere, which will show you granulation and sunspots. So if you already have telescope equipment, it's very simple to get into solar. If you just have a DSLR and a camera, you can also buy solar filters that screw on the end of your lens, just like the neutral density filters. And that's very simple also. So I would strongly suggest, though, that parents stay away from the cheapest telescope they can find, because when you spend $75 on a telescope and a tripod, it's going to be so hard to use and so prone to breaking that it's going to discourage your kid immediately. And of course, you'll never figure it out because you're a grown-up. You have to have the 12-year-old use it and figure it out. But if it's a piece of junk, you're never going to use it because it's so junky. So right now, the range you need to be in is $300 to $500 range when you're buying a scope for your kid for Christmas. And that would be one from Skywatcher or Celestron, which, you know, is the leader in the world for those types of scopes. But like both of our guests said, don't go out and spend a bunch of money first. Buy one piece of equipment at a time and figure out actually how to use it before you decide you need an add-on. You know, buy the PST before you have to have the second add-on for the PST.
Yeah.
Buy the simple camera, the kit lens. I love when you said just the kit lens is all I used, because if you can get a great photo with a kit lens, when you put a real lens on that camera, you're going to be world-class right away. So those are all excellent tips. Kevin?
Yeah. One of these little nifty 50s
That's
are,
awesome.
Absolutely.
you know, they're $100. They're absolutely terrible for most things, but you stop it down, you can get some really nice stuff. I think Nico's watching, by the way, and so is Trevor. I think they did a shootout with this, and yeah, there's better stuff out there, but it lets you mess around with it. It's a great family portrait lens, and all the major companies make one, but you can go out
Kevin,
and mess with it. So.
When you started seriously diving into astrophotography a few years back, and you started out with lesser equipment and you were just doing monochrome images, I was so inspired by seeing you do that.
This is what I started with. Ultra Star.
Yeah.
That's it. It doesn't have a cooler on it. It's got one USB. I use the same scope Fiona's got in the back, the Quattro.
You've clearly, you know, gotten yourself into the world-class group now, but I'm going to tell you, when you were just doing the black and whites and using cheap equipment, I was so impressed with it. And as you know, I go out occasionally and just use, because I refuse to use certain software because it just boggles my mind. But anyway, you don't need a bunch of gear. You don't need to spend 60 hours on an image. You can, and it's fun, but you can spend 90 seconds on an image and still blow away your friends and appreciate what you're looking at.
Yeah, Fiona's just, I just found out about it actually. Just sent over images of the Pinwheel and M106 this morning that you shot. We'll post those later. You've got some cool stuff there. But yeah, I think it's really great because a lot of people nowadays, you go onto these forum websites, which are great, or you go on YouTube, and of course, everyone's got their flow on how to do stuff and how to get started. And I think it gets really difficult at times when you maybe talk to someone who's really experienced at a topic. And they're like, well, this is what I use now. And I think a lot of people get stuck on the fact that, like, oh, I need a big full frame monochrome camera, or I need a 6200 ZWL or whatever, like, because that's who's using whatever. You don't need all this stuff. Yeah, they're nice. And I'm juggling way more money in my hand than I should.
This works pretty good.
Yeah, but you got to remember the first thing that you're getting into astronomy for is because you think it's fun. And I think a lot of people, lose track of that at times. But it's also really hard, especially as someone who's paid to push gear into people's face. But deep down, I'm still an astronomer and I want you to have a good time with it. And you don't need to go buy the biggest, fanciest thing. And a lot of times you're going to end up on the phone with me being frustrated, or you're going to be emailing any one of us about, I can't get my guide software to work. I can't get this to work. So just stair step into it. Go get a DSLR or use your parents' DSLR like Fiona did and just stair step into it. Stars aren't going anywhere. And if they are, you have way bigger problems to deal with than a telescope. But
Trevor and Nick's stuff, and I love it both. I mean, but I think back to 2007, 2008, when you and I met at NEAF and I was just starting out, how these people would have been just crushed by the giant Megla Astronomy Club crowd that would not allow anyone different to come in, no new ideas allowed, etc. And I really think that you and I, Kevin, both had a part in kind of changing a little bit of the attitude on outreach. I know I was the only one putting cameras and imaging equipment because back then nobody wanted to put their expensive stuff out there because the kids were going to mess it up. But I put the most expensive stuff I had and encouraged the kids to mess it up because I wanted them to know how it worked. But these guys now,
isopropyl alcohol goes a long way.
Right. Like, well, these guys that you're talking about, Trevor, Nick, and a few others on the internet are really making big jumps in that. Dustin, what's his name? And I'm happy about that too. Could I ask the girls a question?
Sure.
the astronomers, excuse me, I'm old and my pronoun usage is not woke, but I mean nothing but respect. So when you consider the vast crushing emptiness of what you're looking at in space and how, it's such a hostile, cold, lifeless environment just between us and the next star. What do you balance that out with to remain so? Because I understand your fascination with stars, believe me, Kevin does too. It's something you're born with. It's like flying. Some people fly, some people don't. But there's a lot of negative to think about too, about the emptiness of space versus the beauty of the space. Do you have any comments on those aspects of the hobby? Is this off topic?
No, I want to hear it. So.
I find it quite easy to find creativity in astro, because when I was starting high school, I was choosing my exam subjects and I was really juggling between the sciences and the arts, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my future. And with astro, I could combine that, like the science side of me that really loved the nitty-gritty stuff and the creative side with the editing. So I think I see the beauty more. I don't know whether that answers your question in it, because it really gives me like free reign with editing on colors, and I am very like opinionated on editing. Like, I think it's subjective and I think anyone should edit how they want to edit. It's your photo, go for it, go wild. I absolutely love editing, and I think it lets the creative side out of me, and it really balances out the sciencey side of it. I think it's just a relief when you start editing after having a cool night out. So I think that's what does it for me, definitely.
Well, the sun.
Beauty is just like the beauty makes up for like the vastness and how kind of scary space may seem.
It does. And the sun,
absolutely,
when I'm looking at it through a telescope, I can, after the morning goes a couple hours on, I can start feeling the warmth of that star. And so it's another tactile sensation besides visual, and it gives me a little bit of a feeling of closeness to it. And I can't help but think at night when I'm watching, say, even Polaris or looking at the Orion Nebula, it's 1,500 light years away. And, no matter what I do, there's no possibility of me ever going there in my lifetime. Hopefully you'll be going there. But the distance between them is so empty. And then I think about the light and the photons that come from these nebula and they or the stars, and it just travels through the universe unencumbered until it gets to my telescope and then reflects into my eye. And I'm seeing an actual physical part of that star, in my eye. Not only am I seeing it, but everyone on this planet is seeing photons coming from that millions possibly of light years away object. It boggles my mind. And no, I'm not smoking pot or anything, I don't drink and I don't.
That's totally another thing that fascinates me as well, because you're like seeing back in time in space, which like blows my mind. I don't really understand it, but you're seeing like that object doesn't look like that anymore, and we'll never know what it looks like now in the present, where it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Is goth still a thing for you guys? Because when I was younger, the goth movement, we were all sad and depressed about everything. Life's horrible. And astronomy has always been something, and math, even the math of astronomy, has always been something that made me feel connected to everything, and that I understood something, and it's really just been a fascinating subject for me. And I want to share that with everybody I can share it with.
I have always kind of liked that void approach to things, mainly because what bothers me a lot about here on Earth is the way people treat each other and the lack of respect we have with people. And I feel like astronomy, particularly when you're under a dark sky and all those stars are staring back at you and you're basically on the beach of a very large, vast ocean. I really enjoy that, because what that really gives people is a level of humility again, and kind of smacks you into reality again. But what's really interesting, and I've gotten more into this with Steven with the spectroscopy stuff, is I think it's neat to take some of that and relate. I think a lot of people, especially I'm being told to move this into the more fun category. So sorry, Jeff. So
it's my fault. It's my fault.
But what I think is really cool is I think a lot of people, especially right now, tend to look for how are we connected to each other. And I think a lot of people come into astronomy with that interest of being a part of or understanding the bigger picture. But what's I think is really cool is, and I explain this a lot, especially now that I've started to shift back to visual now that the big telescope is done for outreach purposes, but that we are all a part of this universe. So where you're looking to be a part of something, you're already defaulted by that because the iron in your blood was created in a star. And when you go and you leave this earth, that will then recycle back into the earth, and eventually earth will disappear in a massive.
And you mentioned humility, and it does provide some humility, but only to people that take the seconds to look at it and try to understand it.
Yeah, you have
and
to
getting
take
people
to appreciate
to
it.
put the phone down and look up is still difficult in our times. But once they do it, like I say, it can change someone's life.
And I think that's the big thing with being Astronomy 101. If someone's coming into us, we just went real deep on the subject, but
we didn't even scratch the surface.
We haven't.
I'm only being kind because Jeff Simon's my friend. I could go way further than this.
Yeah. But the biggest thing is when you're coming into astronomy, the big points that you need to be patient. And if you don't know how to be patient, you're going to learn how to be patient.
Exactly right.
And I know Fiona and Helena have figured this out too, because you're sitting there taking images of a faint object. It doesn't just done. You're there all night, and it puts it into perspective that I worked and I created this thing, and it's not this instant level of gratification. So I feel like astronomy doesn't just, you're part of this experience with astronomy, and that's what astronomy is it's an experience, and you're just coming in for the ride. But now I'm being told to move other directions. So we're getting too philosophical, apparently. So
let's talk about how awesome Skywatcher products are.
Yeah, I don't want to beat people over the head with it, even though you already know that we're doing so. So obviously getting started with,
I would like to say one thing about a Skywatcher product that is absolutely awesome. And that's this Skywatcher Solar Quest mount. And it's just a little cheapy mount, and it holds a PST. And it also holds a DSLR with a filter on it, but it tracks the sun automatically. You just press the button, it runs off a few batteries. You just set it anywhere. You don't have to point it north or anything. You just put it on the concrete, press the button. It does some whirly stuff and makes some computer sounds, and then all of a sudden the camera built into it finds the sun, and it tracks the sun perfectly for the rest of the time. And it is absolutely fantastic for intro to solar astronomy. It is a great product, and I'm really happy that Skywatcher put it out. I wish more companies would think about solar astronomy primarily, and not just it being a byproduct of, I already have a night telescope. How about this additional accessory? To me, it's the other way around.
Make a comment on that, particularly for those beginners out there, because everyone gets into astronomy. I feel like solar would be the next category. It's either astrophotography, but then solar becomes a conversation at that point on, hey, I want to look at I know you were talking to Fiona and Helena before we got started here, and talking about supporting Stella with solar equipment and stuff like that. And it's really its own niche, but it is definitely something to consider, especially here in North America, because we are 2 years from the date from the next total solar eclipse. That was on accident that happened, but we have a total solar eclipse on April 8th, 2024. So if you want to think about getting into solar astronomy, now is the time to do it. It's awesome, it's convenient, and it's the only carcinogenic version of astronomy. So
there you go.
Steven's ready for it.
And if you wait until a month before, you're not going to be able to find any glasses.
So
these solar glasses they cost me 28 cents a piece roughly. A month before the eclipse, they'll be selling for $10 a pair. I guarantee you, because I was driving my van around trying to give away as many as I could before the eclipse. And I can't tell you how many people would take a pack of 50 and then they'd go over to the Walmart parking lot and put them for sale for $10 each. So don't wait until a month before. Get them now.
So real quick for Fiona and Helena, because we're getting into if you guys have questions, by the way, in the chat for anyone here, please do it. We've about 20 minutes left for this particular panel. For anybody who wants to get started in imaging, for visual work, it's somewhat easy. Really, any telescope is good to go. As Stephen mentioned earlier, anything between, and Stephen disappeared.
No, I'm here. I'm just going to mute myself because I know I take over the conversations.
Anything between 200 and 500. I know that sounds like a lot for some people, but you want to make sure you're getting something decent so you don't ruin your time and it ends up in your garage. But you want to have something that's going to be a nice piece of equipment. But so visual, really anything's going to work. There's some people who mentioned that binoculars are a good way to start in the chat. I always look over those, but those are a good way to start. But once you get into astrophotography, I know we're kind of weaving between two very big topics, but for you two, for someone who wants to get started into imaging, I know software is a big thing. So what would you recommend? Because someone had mentioned earlier, what's a good software that you guys like to use for getting started into imaging?
So
I started in Photoshop. I knew it was like the top kind of thing. So I invested in Photoshop and I learned how to use it, watched tons of tutorials, spent hours like every day watching videos and how to work around Photoshop, and I got comfortable with that, and that's what I have been using.
And then for you, Helena?
For imaging outside, a nice all-rounder that I've actually heard really mixed opinions about, but so far so good. With Nina, I use Nina for my imaging. I haven't configured everything with it, so I haven't connected like a focuser or anything. I've just got it connected to the camera and the filter wheel and the mount. But it is such a good all-round piece of software, and the main thing is it's free. So things that I've used beforehand, like APT and Sequence Generator Pro, they all cost money or a license that you have to pay every month. And Nina's free, which I think is amazing. You have the option to donate to the creators, which I highly recommend you do, because they've worked very hard to create this amazing software, and it is so available. It's just amazing. The user interface is really good. It's really obvious where everything is. There's just no messing around. And if you have a problem, there's also a really, really active Nina Discord server. They are so brilliant. You can send them like log files. It's code, mushes of letters and numbers. I don't understand it. But you can send them your log file of your imaging session, and if something's gone wrong, they can analyze that for you and tell you what's happened. I just think it's amazing. They're so good. Their customer service is unreal. So I would really recommend Nina, to be honest.
I like.
There's a sorry, Stephen. There's a question for Helena. Smackdown question, really. Photoshop or PixInsight?
Oh God,
that's what my comment was about.
God,
had to go down that road, didn't we?
So I feel like for starting out, I started out with Photoshop. So what I did was I started with Photoshop, and I got a very like solid workflow, and I was very comfortable. But the thing is, with PixInsight, it's made for astrophotography. Photoshop isn't. So PixInsight can make kind of a 6-step process in Photoshop to a 1-click process, and that sounds simpler. But to find out how to do that 1-click process in PixInsight is much more extensive.
45 steps.
Yeah, like 5 years later, you're like running the auto stretch or whatever. Like it does take a lot of time to figure out, but I think once you've got a set workflow in PixInsight, hands down so much better over Photoshop. Like I do all my stretching and my colors now in PixInsight, and I'll maybe go over to Photoshop at the end because that's kind of where I'm comfortable with. But a really lovely guy on YouTube, Sean, from Visible Dark, his PixInsight tutorials have actually saved my life. He goes so in depth, he's so brilliant, and he's so good if you ever just want to ask him a question on it in the comments or over messages on Instagram. He's so responsive. His videos are just brilliant. So if you find a resource like that and consistently watch, I think I'd go PixInsight. It's really controversial. I think I'd go PixInsight.
I use both. I jump between both of them all the time.
Absolutely.
Well, like Fiona, I started my night astrophotography and my solar using Photoshop. Because I was already using it, I was already familiar with it. There's no question that PixInsight is the most powerful astrophoto processing program on Earth. I think that's beyond any debate. But the usability of it it's an intense learning curve. But yeah, I say use whatever you have on hand before you buy anything new.
Absolutely.
Everybody's got something on their computer. And this brings the topic up. If you're not shooting in RAW with your DSLR, you need to immediately do that. That's the number one thing that will improve your images of the night sky, is to shoot in RAW with your camera and then process it into either a JPEG or whatever format you want to share it in. But Photoshop, people have it, and Photoshop has come down in price drastically in the last 5 years. It used to be $1,600 for a copy of Photoshop. Now it's $9.99 a month, for the photo editing subscription. So it is really, really cheap. Pix Insight's about $300, I think, and I own both of them and use both of them. But like Kevin said, Pix Insight, there's no doubt it's the best program on earth for this, but it is a humongous learning curve. It's like learning to speak another language. They use different names for everything.
Absolutely. It depends on your technique as well, like what you're wanting to go for, like what you find easiest, because at the end of the day, like, you're going to want to make that processing workflow as simple as possible for you so you can enjoy it. So if you're looking for simplicity, I would not go for Pix Insight. I'd go for Photoshop. The other thing you have to consider is Photoshop is a license. So you pay every month for it, whereas Pix Insight is really expensive, but it is a one-off payment.
Right.
So in the end, like, I think for my life, I'm going to own Photoshop, and I will probably, I don't even want to know how much I'm going to pay on Photoshop like for the rest of my life, but Pix Insight is a one-off payment. So I mean, I guess that's another thing to consider.
Well, I guarantee that I could put out an image of the night sky 80% as good as the best image on earth with Photoshop in less than 3 minutes. That additional 20% image quality is what takes another 4 hours of processing and Pix Insight. And I'm satisfied with the 80%, because most people you're showing these to on social media have never seen anything, and they can't tell the difference between my Jupiter image and Damian Peach's Jupiter image unless you point it out to them. So
hey Steven, there's a question for you. What's a good
I'm
camera
married.
for
I'm already married. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that we got that out of the way. What's a good camera for the PST or LUNT 50?
I will tell you exactly. There is a company out there now called Player One Astronomy. That is the only camera company on earth that has ever put out a camera aimed specifically at solar imaging. It's owned by a guy named Sean Wang, who is on Facebook, very friendly and helpful. Player One Astronomy sells a camera called the Apollo M series. It comes in 3 sizes. They're all less than $600. It's a monochrome camera designed specifically for solar. That is the camera by far I'm recommending to everyone for solar astronomy. In solar, if you don't know, you have to take roughly 600 to 1,000 images in as short a period as possible in monochrome, and then stack them in some sort of software and do about 10 seconds of processing in Photoshop. So it's very simple. No solar image will ever take you more than 7 minutes, including capture and processing.
Sorry, Simon.
Yeah, but yeah, the Player One Astronomy Apollo M series is my 100% top of the line recommendation for solar imaging.
We tried to get them on, but with COVID and stuff, we weren't able to work that out. So, but yeah,
very responsive guy, and they've aimed it at solar, and it's about time, because solar astronomy is big, man, and all the coolest people on earth, as you can see, are solar astronomers, like me, Kevin, Simon.
Don't do it in a black shirt for the love of
No,
God.
Every one of these shirts that I own has a hole right here from changing out the wedge to a calcium K filter, because in that brief second the sun goes through here and burns a hole in my shirt.
I lost a shirt because I did not have my Esprit 150 covered for a very brief second.
Yeah,
it was not fun.
So,
did I mention Player One Astronomy Apollo M series? There you go.
We're coming down to the last few minutes, so if you've got questions for anybody here, oh, there's one right there. That's a good one, actually. Favorite target in the nighttime sky to image?
That's a hard one.
Omega Centauri, man. Is there any argument there?
I don't know if Helena, can either of you get Omega Centauri where you're from? I mean, you guys are both really far north.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Watch me be wrong. I've no idea. I don't think so though.
We have a remote observatory in California. If you want to use it anytime, you can use it, and then you can grab it whenever you want. So
I would say the most often imaged target is the Orion Nebula for sure.
I was about to say that. I'm so like not with it with the times and so cliche, but Orion 100%. It's such a bright target as well, so bright and colorful. It's so satisfying. Like after you've done an imaging session with Orion, you can just guarantee the data is going to be amazing. Do you know? Like it's such a solid target and definitely one for beginners because it just gets you so excited by it. Absolutely. I'm going to say Orion. I don't care. Orion.
M42 for those technical people.
Yeah, I also like Andromeda too.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a challenging target. They're both challenging. Orion Nebula is really challenging to get the proper brightness from the trapezium all the way to the out. And the Andromeda Galaxy, I can't even see it from where I live in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it would take me hours to get a decent photo, but you can use a DSLR to take images of either one of those.
You have Omega, so that's fair.
I don't have that either, but I've been to Australia many times.
Okay.
Yeah, where it's straight up. So.
Yeah, Omega Centauri is, in my opinion, by far the most beautiful object in the night sky, without a doubt.
We got to see it from Texas Star Party when we were there through a 30-inch.
Oh,
we were laying on the ground, but you were looking through it.
It's a globular cluster, and you can really see the difference in colors in the stars, and you can really see a three-dimensional feeling. It's just like you're on the intro to Star Trek or something, and you're flying through it when you see it. It's very three-dimensional globular cluster. So when you guys go to Australia, that's what you need to look at.
I will.
I like anything that's really dusty, off the beaten path, weird.
Then you
stuff.
would love Georgia.
Barnard.
Well, we are
Barnard catalog,
everything.
FDN, LBN, all those weird.
What happened?
Things. Did we freeze? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Let's see. Question for Fiona is what's Fiona's main imaging scope behind her?
Well, that's brand new pretty much to me. I've gotten it a couple months ago, but that's a 8-inch Quattro Skywatcher telescope mounted on the EQ6R Pro.
It's a perfect fit. Actually, for the Quattros, the Quattros are literally the perfect scope, modern day telescope. You're getting a lot of aperture. They're fast, and they actually match with a lot of the questions out or the questions got too many things bouncing around. They match with a lot of the sensors out there with the smaller pixels, which is really helpful. So
that's what my camera has, the smaller pixels, and it's up my game.
You're a 533 camera.
Mine's a 183.
But really tiny pixels.
It's tiny. It's a little bit oversampled, but I just sharpen it up.
Nice.
You need one of these. The Starizona Nexus. It drops it to f3. Awesome. We'll have to talk to them. Let's see. Anything else floating around here? I know we got a lot of people asking.
Well, what's Helena's imaging scope? What is she doing?
My main one is the Skywatcher Esprit 120. It's my favorite imaging scope. It's favorite scope I've ever used. And that's on the EQ. Better watch what I'm saying. And that's on the EQ6R Pro. But the one before that I used, which is another one that I recommend to beginners, is the Skywatcher 80 ED. Yep, it's sitting over the EvoStar 80 ED. Absolutely brilliant scope for beginners. Really, really nice. It's a little bit like it doesn't have to be mounted onto an EQ6R. That's serious case of overmounting. But it goes really well with like the HEQ5. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
that's a good scope.
My main one is the Skywatcher, and this is before they were giving me stuff for free. Is the Skywatcher Esprit 150. That's what I use for all my imaging.
Oh my god, that'd be
white
amazing.
light and calcium K solar imaging. Is an absolutely fantastic scope. I had a guy, Dan Llewellyn, who's a big time night photographer, come over and try my scope. He ran some tests on it and stuff when I first got it, and he tried to buy it from me for more than the retail price that night, but no. And then I used the Lunt. I use a custom Lunt 100 millimeter that has two external 100 millimeter etalons on it for my hydrogen alpha imaging.
That's amazing.
So
cool.
Yeah, you get a nice refractor, you put some filters on it.
Yep. But that 150 Esprit is fantastic. I will say this is before they got a better focuser on them. So I haven't changed the focuser on every scope I own. I changed the focuser over to a feather touch focuser, but that's just because I like the way the feather touch feels.
Oh, the Esprit range is just love it. Favorite.
Send her one immediately, Ligor. Send them both one.
Fiona has one. We need.
Send her another one.
I'm sorry, Helena has
I've
one.
got
Fiona
one.
needs one. Whenever we have them again, because everything's
They're
back
so
ordered and
popular,
going
aren't
out the
they?
door.
Yeah.
It's right behind me, actually, on the far mount. I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, that's my 150, trusty 150 Esprit.
The
Oof.
double guns. So
Love it.
no, it's a beast. No, honestly, Helena and Fiona, if you ever want to mess with a 150, we have our remote observatory. It's under Bortle 2 Skies in California. It's got a ZWO 6200 on the back of it and 8 50mm square chroma filters loaded in the wheel. So
Oh
just
my God.
make sure you've got a large enough hard drive to handle it, because it
I was gonna say my laptop might die.
I had to upgrade the computer because when you open up a full 61 megapixel image and try to apply a flat and a dark, it's like,
Oh my God. That's down.
big sensors. I'm glad you guys are enjoying all your stuff. I know Steven is. He's got half the crap behind him is Skywatcher stuff. So that's kind of where we're at with all that. If you guys want to, do you guys have, Steven has multiple websites. Fiona, if they want to see your work, you're over at Instagram. I don't think you have a website at the moment, even though most use Instagram now. So.
I have a website linked in my Instagram profile.
Oh, well, there you go. Go there. Check her out. And then Helena, you've got your YouTube channel. What's the name of it again?
Yeah, I'm Helena's Astrophotography on YouTube, and then Instagram Helena's Astro.
There you go. Her and Nico are always doing videos and doing crazy projects together. We're gonna have Nico on in the next panel along with Trevor, and Kalpana Pot of Griffith Observatory is going to be in there. So if you guys have any last thoughts on this panel, now's the time to get it up into the chat. For any of our guests, thank you all for hanging out with us, of course, this morning or afternoon.
Favorite Star Trek
evening.
character.
Night.
Favorite Star Trek character, Helena.
Oh, I've never watched Star Trek.
Oh my
Is this
God,
the
I'm
time
so
where
glad.
you like bump
Steven's
me
gonna
off the
explode, and so is my boss Jeff. So, both Star
Fiona?
Trek
Sorry,
nuts.
guys.
Fiona, favorite Star Trek character.
I'm more of a Star Wars fan myself.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you. Thank
There
you.
went all of the Charlie Bate endorsements just left.
God.
Kevin.
I'm sorry, guys.
I like Spock.
Yes.
Uh,
Jeff Simon.
you know. He'll have to write it in the chat because I'm looking at him, but I can't hear him. So, but yeah,
Spock.
also Trevor Jones from Master Backyard likes Data. That's his favorite.
That's a good choice. Good choice.
Nico hopefully will chime in here, or else he'll be, I don't know, a lot of Data support. Real quick, get your you need to email in for info@skywatcherusa.com if you want to win that Star Adventurer Pro Pack. The code for that in the title of the email is Blue Shoes. So you need to go in and email that in. And then, of course, we've got plenty of other stuff coming up. By the way, Jeff's favorite character is Spock.
Good man. Good man.
So, but yeah, there's still time to enter that. And we've got a bunch of other stuff coming up there. Nico likes Lieutenant Worf.
Worst father ever. I know who Simon likes. Simon's a big T'Pol fan from Star Trek Enterprise. I know.
Yeah. So we're all, wait a minute, Jared, what is yours? Jared's our, I'm going to call him out. Jared's our marketing guy. Hopefully you guys get to meet him at a star party. But Jared's the only one who hasn't said anything. And I know he's going to throw a curveball in here too. So he better throw something
Quark.
into one of his
I feel a quark coming on.
a quark. Yeah, but yeah, thanks all. I know it's, kind of difficult navigating, trying to get you all together, being everyone's across the world, but especially you, Helena, because it is later where you are at this point.
That's okay.
I love technology.
I love technology. So, Jared is Geordi or Picard?
Yeah. Geordi the
There you
Forge. Good one.
There you go. Awesome. But yeah, thank you all for joining us. We definitely, I think, need to do an episode with Stella, though. So we'll have to talk to both of you. And I know there's a couple of you for the group that are out here in Arizona as well. I think you have like Diana, who I haven't met yet, but I know she's all over the place with stuff, as well as several others. You guys have gotten a ton of support in the chat for Stella. So I have a feeling if we don't do it, we're going to get in major trouble. There will be riots against Skywatcher for not having the Stella team on. So we'll talk about that. I know there's a lot of you, so I will let you fight amongst yourselves about who's going to be on it. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. For those emailing in to win something, it is the subject line. You have to write blue shoes into the subject line. In the email, if you could give us your name, phone number, and all that, as well as your address, so it makes it easier when we go to ship your stuff. Please send that up to us as soon as possible. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for hanging out with us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. And we're going to switch over here in just a sec for our next sessions. So I'm getting I should go a little bit longer. We've never done something this complicated before. So I'm staring at 4 screens. I've got way too many eyes on me and it's rather uncomfortable. So, but for those of you watching that might have to go, we do have our virtual star party tonight as well. Fiona and Helena, you're more than well. Helena's probably gonna be asleep.
It'll be like 4 in the morning.
It's time for me to go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with us, and we will see you guys soon.
Get our telescope.
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome to our next session of the What's Up Webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I'm here with Brian from Skies Away, Remote Observatories. And Brian's kind of I wouldn't say he's the newest addition to Remote Observatories, but you're still kind of new to the whole remote game, but you have quite an awesome facility now, as you can see from the telescopes behind you. But I thought it would be cool for viewers to see what Skies Away actually offers. And if someone has interest in hosting their telescope, what Skies Away brings to the table. So I'll just hand that off to you and let us know what Skies Away is about.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, first and foremost, it's the dark skies that we have here. We have been for a few years now offering various astronomy services that would include doing telescope installations both here, but also off-site for people who might be assembling their own home or backyard observatory or at another remote facility. So we do a lot of that, but we also, our primary home base here at Skies Away is in Central California, kind of nestled between Big Sur and the Highway 101, kind of in no man's land, which is why we have our Bortle 2 skies here. Weather is great year round, so there's a big advantage of having both dark and accessible skies where you're not necessarily going to like an extreme location that also would encounter extreme weather. And there's always trade-offs to all of that. But yeah, we offer various astronomy services and dark sky hosting for your telescope, and it's been quite a year. Finding a lot of interests. We've had numerous installs. It's actually the roof is partly open now, so it's kind of bright back there. But we've got a few installs going on. You can't quite see all of them going on back here, but maybe at some point we'll do like an evening. You know, I could show you in the evening. Well, we'll have a lot of this stuff shown on our website as well. I think if you go to remote.skiesaway.com, you'll see the kind of the introductory photo of the observatory that I'm in now. This is a shared roll-off observatory. We call it Saros 1. So it's the Skies Away Remote Observatories. This is building 1. Incidentally, building 2 is underway. Construction's actually begun, just to kind of give an indicator of the interest that's built up already. So it's been exciting. I've been largely a one-man show with a lot of this. I have had some help both on the IT side of things and you know, accounting and bookkeeping, but all that's it's been a fun ride so far.
Now, Skies Away, obviously we have a telescope out there, and for those of you who are going to be joining us this evening for the virtual star party, of course that's weather permitting, the telescope we'll be using this evening for the virtual star party is actually at Skies Away, taking advantage of those extremely dark skies. But what's kind of cool about your facility, Brian, is people can actually see the roof in the Saros buildings is a little bit different than your standard roll-off, because it actually is kind of that arced roof, so you can actually run your system for the most part, even with the roof closed, which was kind of unique in the design.
Yeah, that was like an early requirement on my part. So I designed this roll-off, and that was one of the key design goals, was to never have to worry about park position. It's just it's a non-issue. So if your telescope's in here, it clears the roof. And actually, I've even learned more recently how advantageous that can be, because there's a lot of testing you sometimes need to do indoors, or sometimes even if you're tuning like a direct drive mount, or just need to slew your scope around, and you know, you don't want to be doing this at night during prime time, or sometimes at night if you're exposed to the elements or wind, stuff like that. So it's a nice thing to not have, there are no fail safes to worry about park, because collision is not possible. And so that's made possible by, it's a steel master roof. So instead of an entire Quonset hut, it's the roof segment. So the building is still 4 walls like a building would be. Maybe you can see the lighting, yeah. And it's got the overhead clearance. And I know we won't see it really well here, but the south wall collapses, because you do end up with the end walls do match. You can see on the north end wall, see how it's sealed up. The north end wall fills in the arch, right? The clearance. Whereas the south end wall does that, but it collapses so that you're not missing that obstruction to the south, which is of course kind of your prime sky that like everyone wants. So I've been happy with it so far. The other nice thing about these corrugated steel roofs is they're actually much lighter, they're much stronger and more rigid than stick construction. They really stay, they don't deform, they don't warp and sag and all that. And on that same note, the frame, the rails and the rollers and the frame, it's also metal, which I would frankly say is kind of a requirement. I know I've seen really good roll-offs that use, you know, really well made, if you're using timbers like for the outriggers, inevitably you have to adjust it. It will get out of parallel, it'll sag, it'll warp, it'll bind. It's just inevitable, right? But you don't have to worry about that so much with metal. Actually, it's not going to move. There may be other things long-term but it's a huge advantage. And we all know about how price has gone lately. Metal is not necessarily that much more expensive than wood, really, at the end of the day. And a lot of our assembly was done on site with nuts and bolts instead of welding everything. So it's I've been pleased with it so far, just in the trying to keep it really simple and effective, but also knowing that, you know, being able to move your scope around anytime without collision was a big deal.
Now, for those who might be interested in hosting at your site, what are some of like the specifications, like sky-wise, and obviously like what kind of equipment can the pier, what's the amount of room each pier has, or what's the largest instrument your piers can hold for anybody interested?
Yeah, we got, so the pier height is almost unlimited. You've got something like, well, not unlimited, but you've got something like a 9-foot clearance at the center of the building, and like 8 and change at the edge of the building. And you can of course adjust the pier height as necessary, so you get the nice a happy medium between a good horizon that's not very obstructed by the walls, maybe wind protection if you want wind protection, if you want a lower sitting telescope, but also of course having the overhead clearance. The radius, the swing radius, it's 3 3/4. You're almost at 8 feet. You're like you're at 7.5 foot circle per pier, right? And when I was doing the floor plans, a couple of years ago, I was kind of obsessing with the floor plan because, of course, everyone wants bigger, everyone wants more. And I thought, well, 7.5 is not that. It's actually a lot. A 7.5 is a lot. To put that into perspective, we have a 0.5 meter CDK sitting here in the building right now that's not obstructing that swing radius that I'm talking about, the 3 3/4 swing radius. And we have a 17 on a pier, I'm sorry, a 17 on a wedge, equatorial wedge, and the L500. And that's pretty much maxing out the capacity. So you go up to about a 20-inch on an altazimuth or 17 on an equatorial wedge with the pier height of your choice, kind of, I like to say the pier height that you might want to dial in. And then that's it. And then 24/7 access and, the sky every night. We've had this record drought. So it's been kind of this good and bad thing. It's definitely very bad locally as far as water and stuff is concerned, but it's thrusted us to over 300 clear nights a year. It's like we're like complete desert weather at this point. Good for astronomy, not so much good for some other things, but we have a lot of clear nights out here. And it's a very, very temperate climate. It's rather calm at night. Seeing is good. We actually just started to publish our seeing data. There's a telemetry site that you'll find. I mentioned the website remote.skiesaway.com. There's a couple links there, including the live telemetry. It'll show you some stats. You were asking me about that a moment ago, like if sky stats. We post the SQM, the magnitudes per square arc second, sky darkness, the seeing as measured by an SM1 seeing monitor, and we got our all sky cam and some basic weather telemetry, and you actually can see the building now, probably a better view than what you're seeing right now from the live telemetry site, and then the other nice thing on top of all that, so you're getting the pier, right, but I live here full time, so that's a big thing. So it's basically, I'm just here full time, round the clock, on site support, day and night, which I think is very useful for those who have done remote setups or even just their backyard setups. Can appreciate the value in having someone there to look at something when it requires more than just what something can do, remote switching or anything that you might need to do. So. It's been a great site. A lot of clients so far have started to recognize that, and I came here for that reason, and so far have been enjoying that.
I know one of the big advantages living in Arizona, one of the biggest problems here and probably for most of the Southwest is monsoon season. Completely wipes us out from probably early July till probably early part of fall at times. Weather can be really sketchy. And that shuts down almost prime time, like Milky Way, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Ophiuchus regions. And the nice thing of having the facility out there with our scope, at least, is you don't have to deal with monsoon weather out there. So it gives that access back to that sky, which is an advantage of your site as well. And it has been very calm. I know there's been some nights where we've been right around an arc second, even maybe better on some nights, give or take. But, a lot of times it hovers not much above an arc second to 1.5 arc second seeing out there from the several times I've imaged out there. So.
Yeah, I've been enjoying that, and seeing the larger aperture instruments starting to now take advantage of that seeing for their use too, which is good. It is, the seeing. It's good to point that the seeing has been very nice and consistent too. I just find that at night when it's clear, which now is often, the weather volatility is not. It's very low. You pretty much know from the beginning if you're going to have a good night. And I think that's kind of speaking to what you're talking about with monsoon. I did an installation in West Texas last summer, and 15 minutes can be the difference between perfect weather, and oh my goodness, there's hail coming. And it's, wow, I was a little bit surprised at the volatility of the weather, how calm it could be and how disarming it can be. And then suddenly you're caught flat-footed and a massive system is coming in. And I experienced some of that monsoon you talked about. And actually last year, I think, was a particularly severe one too for the summer. Texas was getting more rain than we were in California in the wintertime. And I mean, our winter was not as rainy as the Texas summer at that time. So I can definitely appreciate the weather consistency that we have here. There's been, with that, I know that the other thing that's been happening, obviously, is the wildfire smoke. And that's been a great concern for everyone, including us. And I'm sure basically the whole western half of the United States, or even most of the continental US, experienced smoke, essentially coming from like California, Oregon, some of Arizona too. And well, we're about 12 miles from the Pacific Ocean by crow's flight, which is another reason for the good seeing. So we get a pretty steady onshore laminar flow. Last summer, we had a predominant onshore system that kind of persisted, and it kept us upwind a lot of that smoke. It's not always going to be the case. There will, as in the coming, summers, we'll have, I'm sure, some wildfire smoke, as everyone's now having to deal with. But having that onshore from the ocean, boy, that's nice. Not only for us to breathe clean air, but also to maintain our clear skies. So that's something we've been keeping an eye on as well.
That's pretty cool with your site, where there's nothing really to your south other than the Pacific at this point.
Yeah. And the south, it kind of goes over towards where, for those who know where Hearst Castle is, and then you've got like Cambria and San Simeon, who, by the way, Cambria is currently involved in trying to get IDA designation for a dark sky community, which was all the more of a reason to support dark skies. And then to our west, we have the Los Padres, and then it also kind of blends into Big Sur, which is absolutely dark. Like if you go there, we're in the foothills of the same mountain range as Cone Peak, and then further to the north would be Chews Ridge, where we have the Monterey Institute for Research Astronomy. They've got I think a 1 meter Cassegrain up there. A lot of imagers and astronomers like to go up to Chews Ridge. So we're in that same mountain range, known for its good seeing. And to the west, you've got the ocean, and the way that the coastline is, to our south, we also come over and end up to the ocean. So to our south and to our west, there's nothing, and it's absolutely dark. When I first moved here, I was blown away at seeing the zodiacal light and how bright and how high the zodiacal light was at times. And I thought, this is amazing. Like, I used to have to go to remote star parties, I'd go to GSSP in Northeastern California or Texas Star Party to see that kind of thing. And now here it is at home. So that was just a really cool thing to realize when we moved here.
Awesome. Well, that pretty much blows through this session here, guys. So big thanks to Brian for hanging out with us. If you want to know more about Skies Away, we'll get the website down in the comment section down there, or we'll pop a link up there for you guys. But we'll put all their information down below if you want to know more about Skies Away, and if you're interested in installing your equipment there. Stay tuned. We have another session right after this, and thanks very much for hanging out with us, guys. See you soon.
Great. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Skywatcher What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. We are sitting down with Luis Navarro for our Fuji session. Good morning, Luis. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Oh, thank you for having me, Kevin. Really excited to be here.
Now, real quick, what is it that you actually do for Fuji?
For Fuji, I'm the senior product specialist for the West Coast. I pretty much support our dealers here in the West, west of Colorado all the way to, of course, I'm based here in Southern California, Washington, Portland, including Hawaii and Alaska. Territory just keeps me busy with customers. And
sounds like you get to go to a lot of cool different places too because of that.
Can't complain.
So I know this is just a real quick little 15-minute session, so we'll just jump right into it. I've shot with a bunch of different cameras on the market, as I'm sure you have. I've seen more and more people start shooting with Fuji, but how does Fuji Film work for nightscape photography, specifically for like Milky Way work?
Well, one thing we are a little bit different from the rest of the market is the rest of the market uses a bare matrix sensor. So you'll have pretty much like like a red, GG, green, blue, but it's a separate pattern. So you have one line of red with the green, another line with blue with the green. And what Fuji has designed and been using the last, I would say 10 years is what we call an X-trans sensor. X-trans sensor, instead of having a four pattern, and when I say four pattern, you have one red, one blue, and then the two greens. We actually have 6 across. So each line, any way you cut it, up or down, you're going to have your red and your blue with your greens. By doing that, especially for folks who are doing Milky Way, it actually performs like a H filter. So you get that removal of some of the pollution in the night sky. And that's without any modification. And some folks find it that it actually perform as good or sometimes better some of the modifications on some of the other cameras.
Oh, interesting. Is that across the whole line? I know Fuji basically focuses on the APS-C and then the medium format sensors. There's no full frame in the line currently, but is that true for both sensor sizes?
Just on the X series. So that is strictly on the X series. On the medium format, we are bare sensor.
Okay. Because I think those are Sony sensors as well, or unless Fuji makes their own sensor.
We design them, and Fuji will create the design of the color pattern and the filter, and Sony will create the wafer for the sensors for that. Yes,
cool.
That's correct.
So I know another thing that's kind of interesting about Fuji is that you guys have some camera functions that are kind of geared more towards, the nighttime experience for the nightscape photographer. I didn't know if you could kind of go into detail about those.
Yeah, one of them is we have a mode called dark mode. Actually, you'll see your screen in red. So actually we'll save your eyes from any bright outside colors, whites or any blues. So it's like a dark red screen. So you can see your information on your display, both LCD and your electronic viewfinder. So that helps for your long-term night, photography for your eyes. And also, if you want to work with controls of just the white light, you can actually independently control the light of your LCD and your electronic viewfinder. So if you don't want to use the red mode or the dark mode, you do have an option to really bring down the brightness on both.
That's pretty cool. I wish I had that on my camera. That would actually be kind of nice rather than getting, some cellophane or something to put over the screen or something. That's actually a really nice touch. Are there certain models in the lineup of the X series in particular that you find are more popular with some of your nightscape clientele?
Well, that's funny you ask, because I think they're pretty much being used all the top line to the midline. If you're going to use a very light example, your Star Venture, that's more size of a lighter weight, under 6 pounds or cube, I tend to use our S20, or not S20, but S10, XT20, and any of the lighter systems that want to travel backpack. I do like XT4, XT3, X Pro 3, that if you need the weather resistant, then I could also put a heavier lens. I can also use the bigger tracker that will hold up to 11 pounds of yours. So
awesome.
Depends on the conditions of the environment. But if you want to travel light, you could definitely go under 500 grams. And with a lighter lens, you could do it really very light or very robust.
Yeah, and that's what I've started to see with a lot of our clients who call in for, support on the trackers and such. It seems like more and more people are switching to Fuji, and it seems to be a big plus because of the smaller format, the smaller weight capacity, especially when you're backpacking, as opposed to, some of the competing camera bands, which are, full frame. And obviously when you get full frame sensors comes full frame glass, and you can only make that so small. So that's an advantage of the smaller sensor. And then you guys have a pretty wide range of lenses that support the X mount.
We do. We have over 40 lenses, and they're Fuji non-optics that's been around over 80 years. So they're really crisp, bright, the clarity, the resolving power. So it's amazing that on a small little package, how amazing images you can capture, how sharp with detail.
We were at I forgot the name of the show. It's in the fall generally. It's a photo show in Manhattan.
Photo Plus.
That's it. Yeah, that's an awesome show. But I was able to see a lot of the lenses up close for the first time. I had a coworker who used to shoot, or he still shoots Fuji. This doesn't work with us anymore, unfortunately. But he would always talk about his Fuji cameras. But I had the pleasure of seeing one of those monster 200 f2s you guys make, which would be unbelievable for astrophotography on a larger mount.
Yeah, the 200-2.0 is very popular. So is our 100 to 400. You could put a 2x, and it's just like having a telescope. As long as you have a tracker, you could do some deep sky, and that's a really a robust lens. That's one of our what we call it a red badge, additional fluorite coatings that help you cut through the light pollution. Light bending. So it's incredible. We do have incredible lenses that work with your astrophotography.
Now, one of the other questions I had for you is how do you control the camera? Do you need like shutter releases and stuff like that?
So we do have your typical remote cable, but you can do it from the phone app wirelessly. Our cameras are Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. And we do have interval control. So you could, that depends on the size of your media card. You could run it for hours and hours and control the timing, how you want to control that, each segment of your shots.
That's pretty,
I know
with the
built in.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know with the Star Adventures, particularly the new like 2 eyes and the minis, is you can control the shutter. And I've had people call up asking if they can talk, wirelessly, which would be really kind of cool. But if you're using one of these Fuji cameras that has that capability, you'd probably just set your Star Adventure to just track, but then you can set all your cool stuff up through their app and be able to just sit there, which I guess would be awesome on a cold night because you can go back in the car and just program everything to go.
Yes. Yeah. And that's how I've been using with my my Mini and my Star Adventure, both of them, just the built-in intervals, and just sit down with my friends and talk, and while the camera's working away.
Yep, that's kind of all you can do. I mean, it's kind of like watching grass grow once you hit the trigger, and you're just kind of
that's true,
letting it do its thing. In your lens lineup, are there any lenses you personally have found that you enjoy using for the nightscape work?
One of my favorites is we have a 14 2.8. The reason it's my favorite, being wide to get also some foregrounds in the Milky Way, that the resolving power is incredible on that lens, and no coma in your stars. So I think that's probably a lot of folks' favorite lens, and that's the 14 millimeter 2.8. The other lens, like I mentioned earlier, the 100 to 400, and last year I started using we have a new 8 to 16 2.8, and it's I'm able to point it up and get the south and north of the trailing stars and actually get the opposite trailing. Very unique
cool
look, and it's not a fisheye at all. So so you will get some really quality, and that's another lens that's also a red badge. So the quality of the coatings on that's incredible too. Usually that's where you find myself on those lenses. The other one probably also the 1655 2.8. That's also a very good lens. I think for most folks, they're using the lens that we call the kit lens, but that's all metal and glass. It's 18 to 55, 2.8 to 4.5, and that's incredible with the lens that it's bundled with, that they could do and start with their astrophotography.
Awesome. I know one thing that comes up with Fuji, I'm sure you've answered this question about 1.5 million times, is I think a lot of people get hung up that there's no full frame option. And I was curious, you being the product, I'm a product specialist for Skywatcher. We have our handful of questions that constantly come up, but I'd be curious to know what's Fuji's approach to not having the full frame that people get kind of hung up on at that point.
Yeah, and that is a question that we used to get often, but I think it kind of died down since we launched the medium format. Some people consider the large format. We look at it, if you really want some really additional detail, more dynamic range, working with a true 16-bit large format, well, that's what will get you. It's a larger sensor. It is 1.7 larger than your full frame or your 35. And then you have an aspect ratio of 4:3. And then it has, I think, a pitch of 5.64. So pretty much some of your sensors that you put back in your telescopes. Now we have 15 lenses. We announced 3 more. So pretty much that question's kind of been died off because they could see how we expanded that lineup. We are on our 5th body. So we just introduced 2 last year. We give them a choice between a 51 megapixel to 102 megapixels, 2 different versions. We have one that's very compact and one with a vertical grip. So it's we've been doing medium format as a company probably as in the 70s, medium format, and as we went on, we had the GX680, some of the more range-finders. We had also our digital back. We made the Hasselblad H system, both the body and the lens system. So it's nothing new to them. It's something that's very normal to them, something that they've been doing for many years. So they definitely have that experience on the medium format and large format. So
I guess
that's the direction
it kind of sets a unique, rather than following the typical trend of, we offer this sensor or this sensor, it's like, let's break the mold a little bit and go.
35, it is a crowded market, and a large format or medium format, it happens to, Fujifilm took a good hold at it and really made a dent with Hasselblad and with Phase and also with Pentax. And so we're kind of sort of the leaders of bringing it very compact, very usable, very intuitive, the GUI and the lens lineup. It's just, we really did a good job. So you actually have choices.
They're much more obtainable than, say, some of the other large formats. I have some friends who have
systems that more people could actually start with the system as low as $4,000 for the body.
And I've seen the Phase 1s and Hasselblads and stuff, and they're incredible, but man, is the air thin up there when it comes to the price on those.
Sometimes you might have to bring a technician who knows that and understand that camera to operate for you too. So
the Fuji is just kind of an advancement of, if you're used to any kind of modern day camera system, it's just bigger. So
the menu is actually identical to the X series, the GUI. It's the same format. So if you use our X series, you're gonna turn on the medium format, the GFX. It's the same menu, same structure, and so it'd be really easy to understand it and operate it really quick.
Very cool. Well, that's it. We pretty much burned through our 15-minute session. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you for inviting me, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if they want to know more about Fuji optics or cameras, they just go to Fuji's website.
Yeah, it's fujifilm-x.com. We have a lot of information, a lot of videos. Actually, there's a couple of videos on astrophotography that they may enjoy. And then the whole lineup of glass and a whole bunch of different sections of photography. It's under the Learning Center that they can learn a lot too also.
Perfect. Well, thanks everybody for watching this session. Stay tuned for our next session, and we will see you guys soon. Take care. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome back to the What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I'm sitting here with Jen for our Daystar Filters session. Hi, Jen.
There.
For those of you who've never used a Daystar filter before, first off, I don't know what rock you've been under, and shame on you. But Daystar has been around for a while, actually.
Actually, longer than Meade telescopes.
Whoa. And Daystar has really been known for making, and probably, I would say, spearheading the narrowband solar astronomy world, at least for the amateur market. And
Largely,
even beyond
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Before Daystar came along, it was very, very cost prohibitive.
And so there's the original creator of Daystar who you knew, correct?
Right. Del Woods was the original founder. He came out of an Air Force laboratory. And no, they didn't make him there, but he worked at a laboratory. And no, we have the Indiana Jones craze to say U.S. government is really cool. But he learned his trade through the Air Force, and then left the Air Force and started his own facility. And we're thinking between 71 and 73. It's tough to tell because he was doing a little bit of in the garage kind of work. So that makes it a little difficult to date. But so then he ran the shop until I purchased it with my late husband, Vic Winter, in 2006. Del's health was failing and it was time to, pass the torch, and boy, were we eager and ready. And so we brought it back home to Missouri where, cost of living and all of the overhead is zero, because I have a ranch, 35 acres, where it's, if I want to build a new building, I just get out the backhoe. So
and you
that allowed
do.
us, yeah. Zoning. So, and then with the help of engineer Fred Brunges, which a lot of people know as having discovered the comet, he writes Eclipse Orchestrator software. He's now a co-owner. And so his engineering skills, and if anybody's spent any time with Fred, that there's wow going on up in there. And so he's really allowed us to continue to level up and really modernize what was a pretty antiquated product since then, 2006. And we just, you turn your back on us and we're going to think up something new.
I know. Every time I talk to you, it's like, look at this. It's like, but it's awesome. Now there's a lot of options. There's not a lot of options in the narrowband.
Oh, there's too many options. Let me tell you, there's too many. There is a lot of options for amateur astronomers, even professional astronomers, to get involved in narrowband solar astronomy. And first off, real quick, for those watching, do not observe the sun unless you have the proper equipment. And if you don't know what that means, we have 2 episodes of the What's Up webcast that will beat your head senseless over that and what other filters are available and how they all work. So but you're doing a what not to do. That's always good.
Yes. So
over the screen, don't do this. That's always
so go
good.
learn about it first. But moving on from that, there's a lot of options for narrowband solar astronomy. There's front mounted, there's airspace, and then of course you guys are the solid Etalon rear mounted setup. What's the advantages, real quick, since we're limited on time, to something like your system?
So we feel the advantages of the solid space Etalon are in the capacity to completely regulate it, and that what we're talking about is a little compartment where a very small piece of optics is in here. If you're front mounted, then you have to have the entire objective, which means that you understand when you get an objective lens, it gets expensive based on the size. But if you get a teeny tiny little lens, your telescope is going to come to focus. Then you don't have to have as much control, and control is what it's all about. Most people don't really grasp what an angstrom is. An angstrom is 1/10 of a nanometer, which, let's just say we're talking about quarter wave. Everybody understands your optics are within the accuracy of a quarter wave. Well, an angstrom is in the range of 1/6000th of a wave. And then if you go half an angstrom, which is how wide that bandpass might be, then you're getting into the 12,000th of a wave, or, inside
ridiculously
the
accurate
molecular of the atom, teeny. So it's all about control, because if you change temperature, if you have different pressures, if you have heat, all these sorts of things affect how well you can control that. And the same way with optics on the front, if you're going to make an objective, you have to have the thickness of the glass or it'll slump. So a million things that can affect your performance at that kind of scale. So we really prefer to have thermal control, which means you set it and forget it and you know it's on. Some of ours even actually give you the actual readout of what the precise wavelength is to 1/10 of an angstrom. That's 1/60,000th of a wave. Anyhow.
Yeah.
So to be that
it's
accurate
tiny.
is important. The other really cool thing about rear mount that we found over the years is that you get to use your telescope. And I don't know how many of your viewers already own a telescope, but you usually put a lot of love into the selection and the care and the use of your telescope. So if you have dropped all that cash on an astrophysics or a Skywatcher 150, you don't know anybody with a Skywatcher 150, do you, Kevin?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So if you own your refractor and you love your refractor and you get to know it, then taking that optic off that you labored over and fell in love with and invested heavily into, then being able to use that telescope with the filter, it's a lot more. You get ownership in it. It belongs to you, and then you get familiar with it, and it's more comfortable. And not only that, you get to use really good optics in that telescope. So you don't have to throw the old telescope out. Just keep this one around. And there's really no excuse. That's about as convenient as an option could be. So we can set it and forget it. We know what wavelength we're on. We have incredible control. You can put it on any telescope you have. Oh, and it works in space. So that's
sold.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah. One day I plan to have my own Hubble, and I just want to make sure that I have a filter
it's come up before. We've had missions that flew, and so that's always handy.
For those watching, if you've never done customer service in astronomy, you would be blown away at the questions we get. Try us. So yeah, that's what's cool about the Daystar filters. I own one. I've had several of them, and they are crazy convenient compared to anything else I've owned. If you've ever had I'm not going to name names because I'm
a front mount, an alternate. Yeah,
if you've had like a front mounted filter, let's say it's like a 40 or a 50, you have to get like a custom ring machine to put it on the front. And then if you put that on your big fancy 4-inch whatever refractor, now it's a 50, and that's kind of it. Or you have a dedicated telescope, and that's kind of it. But as someone who owns a bunch of different refractors, and I know many of us watching have various refractors.
Nobody ever sells equipment and gets new equipment. That's crazy.
Never.
It's crazy.
But you can invest in one of these filters, and you can actually utilize it on different systems, which is awesome. There's no custom rings unless you're getting really big, and you need to talk to Jen about that. But if you've got something like this little 62 we make back there, you can just get one of these little filters and pop it on the back, and boom, you've got an H-alpha telescope ready to go view the sun.
And it's cost competitive. Yeah, if you put this into a little 60 millimeter scope, this in the scope is actually cost competitive with a dedicated scope. But you don't just get this 60 scope. You also get whatever other telescopes. You get a 60 scope and a 90 and an 80 and maybe a 125. You can just keep moving it around.
Yeah, whatever. So if someone wanted to get started in your lineup of hardware, let's say they have something that's a 150 or smaller, which most people do, how would they get started in the Daystar family?
Well, we always recommend that you pick up the phone and call us because Tiffany loves talking on the phone. She really does. Kevin's grinning because Kevin has been guilty of calling.
Tiffany's awesome.
And there are a lot of ways that people get confused about configuration or worried about configuration. And she's really awesome at walking you through it. The toll free is 866-680-6563, magic number 6563.
Yeah, see what they did
So,
there.
anyhow, so she would really be, I just want to shout that out first, or service@daystarfilters.com. And then, but for any refractor owner, it's really pretty simple. We have, hey, Tammy, could you go get a UV-IR cut filter? This is Tammy. She works in the lab and nobody ever sees Tammy. She's awesome. The UV-IR cut filter, what it does is it reflects is the operative word. It reflects out infrared and ultraviolet. So on this, does my laser pointer work backwards? I don't think it's bright enough. So there's the ultraviolet and there's the infrared, and it'll block out that energy that's coming from the outer range. And because it's reflective, then you can just put it up in the back, the rear end of yours. You see, as I wiggle it, you can see little reflections that are purplish. Well, it's otherwise clear, so it isn't gaining any heat. You don't want to put colored glass in a concentrated beam, or it'll absorb that energy, heat up, crack, and then you'll have broken glass inside your telescope, which is no fun for anyone. But with a reflective surface, you can reject and it goes right out at the zero concentration that it came in. So it doesn't do any kind of damage to the inside of your scope. And actually the side of your scope collects more heat than the front objective of your scope, because that front objective is clear and it's the size of your hand. So that's about how much energy. And when you put your hand in the sun, it doesn't spontaneously catch on fire.
I think a lot of people get that mixed up too, where they're like, "Oh my God, you're gonna burn up your telescope."
Burn your telescope. Well, let's remember that's about how much energy you're putting into your telescope. And so unless it's concentrated onto something, yes, you can burn ants. But unless it's concentrated on something, then it really can't burn anybody. And so when it comes back to the back of the instrument and reflects back out, the angles are reversed and it encounters that objective at the same zero magnification that it came in.
Right back.
So again, palm of your hand doesn't catch on fire in the sun. So neither will your telescope. Where we get into trouble is when we get maybe a rear element. And you can use them with a rear element, but your rear element is going to come under more like Petzval refractors, for example. Some people go, "Oh my God, I can't use a Petzval. Jen said no Petzval." I said, be careful with a Petzval. Using that rear mounted UV-IR, if he's behind the Petzval lens, then he's going to get some concentrated light. Well, how much? What's the absorption rate of those coatings? Because if it's clear glass, it's probably still not going to absorb any heat. Mm-hmm. But you're talking about a Petzval, you probably spent some money on that. And if you spend a lot of money on it and you love it, you can just get a front mount energy rejection filter. And those are more expensive because in the front, that's pupil plane. So we have to have it figured with the same figure that you would any glass element up front. And they get more expensive. We build them custom just because. And we have the cell size can fit any 10 millimeter option, but then your actual glass. So we'll have like 210 versus 90, and you put them together. And so you have this infinite scalable chart of how many. We just don't keep them in stock. We make them to standard. We make them to spec. You go out and you measure your telescope and we'll make it for you. Done. So other than that, move it around, have fun.
Yeah, so basically to break that down is you can take any telescope, probably 150 or below, at least refractors, without any front mounted filter. You can just get the little UV-IR filter, pop that on like your diagonal or whatever's going on.
Right.
And then you take your Daystar filter and pop that on the back of the diagonal, and you're ready to rock and roll.
To the races. Yeah, I would also point out that the front element that's going to take the heat load, you have an itty bitty, this is where we put this in the cone of focus. And of course it won't pass a full solar disk on above, I want to say about 550 millimeters. So more than that, it won't squeeze through that hole. That means you're going to have a concentrated disk around this here, which is a little black anodized Barlow. But it's going to take a long time before that's going to translate all the way up through here. And it's just going to add a little bit of warmth. It doesn't, this has to heat anyway. So you have to have, 150 millimeter nuclear heat tracking the sun all day before it really starts to affect the performance of this. And if it does, this little red light, this light here will go yellow instead of green, which outside it's really hard to see yellow versus green, but it would indicate, hey, you're getting too warm, you're running off band, give me a break. That's it. You're not going to hurt anything. This is not going to light on fire. And we've seen people try. Oh, the things people do with this stuff.
Yeah, please don't take it apart.
And please don't take it apart. There's nothing in there that you can service. There is something in there that you can completely destroy, ruin, trash forever. We can't fix it. And we know when you try and open them, we can tell. We have super secret sauce in there. It's super secret.
Yeah, well, I could sit here and talk to Jen all day. It would be, and we've done it. We have. But that's pretty much it for our session. If you want to know more about Daystar Filters, head over to their website, give Tiffany a call, ask them questions. There's their hardware. We've got 2 eclipses coming up. Yes, we've got 2 eclipses coming up in 2023 and 2024. So now would be the time to start having that conversation if you're serious about it. They've got all that ready to go. Jen, thanks for hanging out with us, and maybe we'll have you on like one of our big 1-hour sessions in the future.
That'll be fun.
We would need an hour to discuss many a topic.
Easy. Awesome.
Well, cool. Thank you so much. And we'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Bye now.
Bye, guys. Stick around for the next session coming right up. See ya. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome back to the What's Up Webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I know you've been hanging out with us all day, so thanks for being here. We are now getting started with our second live panel. Before I introduce everybody, now's the time for the second giveaway to start. This is again for a Star Adventurer Pro Pack, not the 2i version, just the regular one, but you get all the stuff with it. And get over it. I'm sorry, it's not the latest one, but you're getting something free, so that's awesome. So you do have to email into info@skywatcherusa.com, which you can see down there below. And the crazy topic that you need to put inside of the subject line is Comet Socks. That's what you're getting. Jared, just who's hanging out with here we should actually make Comet Socks, just FYI, for our stuff like that. But yes, that is the giveaway code for this round of the giveaways. By the way, the giveaways are only active during the topic. So meant to mention that earlier. So you can enter in for the entire hour that the giveaway, that the live panel is on. So good luck. The rules and regulations are in the chat there. You can see the link if you needed to be reminded of what's going on. So we're going to get started in our social media platform section. I'm joined by Trevor Jones of Astro Backyard, Nico Carver of Nebula Photos, and Kalpana. I'm sorry, did I get that right?
No,
Kalpana. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Kalpana Pot of Griffith Observatory. All of you have major platforms in the social media world. I know a lot of people who are hanging out with us know a lot of you. So, but thanks for hanging out with us today. You all have a big influence in astronomy, at least the modern day world, in your various outlets. So it's cool to have you guys on here and see how social media has really become a major platform for astronomy. So I was curious from your perspective, how you've seen social media really affect astronomy. I know a lot of, maybe you haven't done it for a long time, but how have you seen social media, at least through your various platforms, affect astronomy and from your perspective? I don't know if you want to start, Nico.
Sure. So I sort of got into this from photography, and I was working at the University of Delaware when I first got on any social media. This visiting photographer came and said, I get all of my work on Instagram. And I was just like, I wasn't on any of the apps. I wasn't on anything. And I just thought that was so interesting that he said that. And so he was teaching this course on iPhoneography. This was back, to date myself, when the first iPhone came out, and he was saying, this has a really cool camera. And I was like, oh, really? And so we were going around town taking like street portraits with the original iPhone and posting them to Instagram, and just posting like dozens a day. It was a really just a different time. But he was like, yeah, I get all my work here. It's the new place to hang out. And so I got really interested at that point. Anyways, this is a long preamble to say that's how I got onto Instagram. And then astrophotography came later for me. And so I feel like I've sort of been there, at least on Instagram, watching it sort of really take off as more and more people get into the hobby. And if you're an astrophotographer, I think you immediately get on one of these apps and start sharing your pictures, of course. And so I think it's an interesting change. I mean, before the app-based stuff, there was like message boards. And so there was still a way to like communicate online, but I think the apps have made it a little bit friendlier than some of the message boards, which had a reputation for being like for experts only.
Sure.
I'll go next. And to echo what Nico said, I've kind of watched it because I've been doing it for so long now, about 12 years. I've watched it really grow. And I mean, to a level that I certainly didn't see coming. The amount of, Instagrammers that have these astrophotography accounts, like suddenly this niche hobby seems to be like this global phenomenon, which is great. And so like the early days for me, it was not Instagram. It was, as Nico said, that chat rooms. I remember there was a specific astrophotography website where we had this little chat room, and I got to know those guys really well, and a lot of emails back and forth. But yeah, what a difference it is now with the state of everything.
My particular story, most of my astronomy stuff is on TikTok. Blanked on the platform for a second. And so my name there, Talk Nerdy to Me, was a silly name I came up with when I joined about a year and a half ago. And as Kevin said for my intro, I was working at Griffith Observatory until the pandemic hit. And then so obviously everything shut down, but I still wanted a place where I could speak to the public or whoever about space. And as resistant as I was of joining TikTok, which is just me, I'm a contrarian for a while, and then I just give in. I decided to join soon after the pandemic hit. And again, it just gave me a way to still do what I do at Griffith, but just with almost actually a more global audience. And also I can have visuals and curate my little videos the way I want to. So I grew my platform there fairly quickly, because with TikTok, like all you need is one video to do really well, and then you'll stagnate for a while. But I'm enjoying it so far a lot, just to be able to connect with people on this subject matter, and in a platform where you can't really edit anything. For instance, on Instagram, I run more of like a fashion blog, and Instagram has that reputation of Photoshop, and it's just not as real. But I found that on TikTok, just being on video format, being able to talk about space, it's been really enjoyable to connect to people that way all over the world. Also, guys, sorry, I have a cold, so it's not normally this raspy.
That's all right. And we just put her TikTok link in the chat for anybody who's watching. You want to see her work. And then, of course, Nico and Trevor, you can track down on little channels on YouTube that I guess you could find. You have Trevor from Astro Backyard and Nico from Nebula Photos. They're not hard to find. So where, let me see, where do I want to go with this? Because there's a lot of ways we could go about this. So what would you say to people who, because obviously there's a lot of people, we obviously had some of the younger generation on with Fiona and Helena on the previous platform. They're kind of just getting started, where many of you have, been for years at this point. What would you say to anyone out there or anyone watching who might want to get started in basically doing outreach in the methods and platforms that you have chosen?
Just do it. Just start, because I've seen people who ask me, how do I become a SciCommer? Also, science communicator is essentially a job title now. And I told them, you just start. That's what these platforms are there for. I don't actually even have a degree in astronomy or astrophysics. I was a business major, and I'm a full-time actor. Space is just a nerdy, fun hobby of mine. And so if I can do it, and I've even gotten hosting gigs out of it, then if you have an interest in the subject matter, then just do it. That's all you need to do. Just start.
You guys want to elaborate on any
I
of
think
that?
it's interesting with the different platforms. Like they have different formats. Like YouTube is like longer form video, TikTok's shorter form. There's photo sharing apps. There's all these things, but then they also have different communities. I found, like even in the astrophotography space, I have different kinds of conversations on Instagram versus Twitter versus YouTube and all these different places. So it's something that I didn't expect. So when I got asked to do the social media panel, I'm like, oh, I'm not really a social media guy. But then I like totaled up all the places that I'm on, and it was amazing how many could be considered social media. And I realized like the reason
social media person.
I realized like the reason is like they all have different communities and different sort of ways of interacting with people. And so I didn't get that until I started getting on more and more of them. And then one more thing I'll say is nowadays, like, you can also sort of create your own like social media places. Like I just got on Discord this past year and created my own server. And that's sort of another kind of interesting thing, because it's like, instead of sort of having to follow the rules of the social media companies, you can set your own set of rules for a community. So there's another sort of interesting thing that I hadn't considered I would do, but then now I'm sort of hooked on that too.
Yeah, I think, you know, we as an influencer, you feel this responsibility to be everywhere and on every platform, to have your, you know, to showcase your abilities everywhere you can for opportunities or whatever it is. But you have a favorite platform that really excites you the most. For me, it's YouTube, and it's because of that long form content. So, you know, it's telling a story and having the time to tell it in a way that I want to, using music and everything like that. That's my favorite platform by far, is YouTube, and most people could probably tell. But so you end up spending a lot of time, more so on certain platforms than others. And I would say to anyone trying just to be everywhere, just to kind of slow down and focus on one, the type of content that you like creating most and maybe you're best at, and to really double down on that. You can be in those other areas too. Like I'll always share a picture from my YouTube video on Instagram, but it really does come second to the amount of time and energy I put into my YouTube videos.
Yeah, because I know on our side, at least, you know, from a company standpoint, it's a lot of work to balance. You know, I think a lot of people laugh, at least it's obviously changed quite a bit nowadays, because as our newer generation has come in and we've kind of been adapted to social media and such, and more platforms have shown up, it's just kind of something that's there and everyone's on it and everyone does it, but it becomes a major balancing act trying to handle Twitter and Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, and especially if you're going to be on multiple platforms, how you handle a lot of that as well. And it seems like most of you have kind of found the platform of choice, and then you kind of just navigate those waters the best you can.
I'm pretty bad about it. I'm still on way too many, answering everyone's direct messages, and so I'm ping ponging. I wish there was just like a place where I could just answer everyone's messages in one place rather than having to open up all these different programs. But
sounds like you're about to invent a new app or something.
The Carver platform.
For sure. But no, I agree. I think dabble in everything and see what you like. I tried YouTube years ago and I'm like, it's not for me. I just didn't have the time and then to sit there and edit long form videos, although I have a few from like 5 years ago. But then, so TikTok was a bit more for me that way, being able to do video, but I never have to do more than 60 seconds. I mean, we're up to 10 minutes now, and I did try to do a 10-minute video. Didn't do very well. It's just not the platform for it. So I don't know why they're trying to experiment with 10-minute videos, but that's an option now on TikTok, guys. Just FYI.
Yeah. I've talked to Trevor about this behind the scenes in length, about the differences between kind of the Instagram world. Facebook, I feel, is still hanging on to relevance, but it's kind of floating in the ether. Where Instagram and Twitter's still a thing. I don't know why. But yeah, there's a very different approach on how you have to look at something like TikTok or Instagram, where you commit kind of X amount of time to make a post, where YouTube, Nico and Trevor, you guys know this really well, how much time it takes to make a post, if you will, because your video, though it's 10 minutes or however long it is hours of time put into the background. So it's a ton of work to maintain the channels that you guys are handling.
Yeah, and then it's really disappointing when you put in, 100 hours of work and it doesn't perform how you expected. I feel like with shorter form, it's like if you put it out quicker and you're just more sort of searching for that hit. But with YouTube, it's like every one I really care about. I'm like, this is my best video, and then it's just sort of random whether it will do what I think it should do. So
yeah, I mean, with all platforms, the algorithm can be kind of cruel. And, I really can't complain because I've had a few really take off. So, that's really important for the growth of a channel or wherever you happen to be. But yeah, it's those ones where you've put in so much time and energy and it just completely flops is pretty disheartening. But yeah, in like TikTok, the short form video, and it sounds like long, is a possibility as well. In that way, like even though those videos are shorter and maybe take less time to film and edit, it really rewards a really creative, original idea too. So like that's the magic that really takes it off, because you would think, okay, if I'm used to creating these 10-minute YouTube videos that I spend 50 hours on, I should be able to just absolutely destroy TikTok, right? But no, not the case. I can't really figure that one out and create the types of videos that tons of people want to watch and where others have. So in that way, it's kind of fun to experiment and to see what works and what doesn't. But at the end of the day, if you're doing it just for those numbers, you're really not going to be satisfied at all, because even if you do get a big hit in terms of viewers, that high doesn't last very long. So you need to actually love what you're doing all the time for it to be sustainable.
That's a good point, because I know on TikTok, like 99% of my page is space and astronomy, and I curse in a lot of my videos, and that's just the way I am. But I can't for the life of me figure out why one video gets over 1 million views and the other one gets 10,000. So it's just, but like you said, I enjoy the subject matter. It was never my intention to join this platform for the sake of, I need to be like a TikToker. I just wanted to continue what I did at Griffith. So I think if you go in with that intention of just talking about a subject matter that you love, then no matter why one tanks or one does great is kind of irrelevant in the end. If overall you do see a growth and you like what you do, for sure.
Well, I think it's kind of cool, particularly for you, Kalpana, is being, TikTok is such a new platform, and there's a lot of young people on TikTok. But then the fact that you're also, a woman in astronomy and science is like, in a way you kind of hold this torch for a lot of women to like look to, where it's like, wow, I don't just have to be, it's TikTok. We all know a lot of what sits on TikTok. It's like, okay, that's a great way to get attention. And I mean, whatever floats your boat, to find your lost remote, fine, whatever. But it's kind of cool, like the young woman we had on earlier, where, oh, I can be this, or I could be kind of this, expression of something that is more than just, here's what I look like kind of thing. It's really kind of cool how you can, I know working at Griffith makes that easy because you're already working with people, but it's cool that you've taken that and brought it into a much larger universe. So
definitely well said with the universe word in there, but it's true. And I'm very happy to see the science side, the edu talk side of TikTok growing. So it's not just like a dance platform. I guess that's kind of what it geared towards initially. But that side is growing quite a bit, which is really great to see. And there's a lot of other sci women on there, not just me. And I swear, I think we all hopped on after the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
Because I think we're all like literally friends now and growing together. But I do a series on Wednesdays generally called STEM Women Wednesday, where I highlight a woman in science and history who's made a significant contribution, who doesn't really get the recognition she deserves. So, and that series seems to be impacting a lot of people, which I'm very proud of.
That's pretty cool. And I know Trevor's wife, Ash, has started to make more appearance in your videos. And does she have her own channel, or she's got her own Instagram?
Yeah, no, she just makes appearances, but yeah, she's sharing her experience as an astrophotographer herself, which is so awesome that we can both do it together.
No, I just think it's really cool that you're starting to see the platforms have also given a platform to women and other people that might, because it's really easy to get overshadowed, especially in the world of Instagram, where it's just like, look at me, look at me, look at me, and that's it. So I think it's cool to see more women pushing through, especially with astronomy, because it's been such and still is a male dominated hobby or profession, or lack of whatever. But it's cool that it's there's more and more coming through. So.
Definitely. Also, because we have the added bonus of having to deal with a lot of conspiracy people who constantly, I get messages of NASA lies, or these images are fake, or the earth is flat, literally constantly. So I'm happy to be a part of the other side who is pushing back against it. So there's that.
I'd be terrified to go through your DMs. It must be interesting.
Yeah. I said when I first started TikTok that, okay, again, I'm not really on YouTube or anything. And on Instagram, it's like fashion based. So I don't get a lot of hate on there. But when I started TikTok, I was like, holy crap, the trolls seem to be the worst on here, because, everyone hiding anonymously behind their phone. It's so easy to do. Now I don't get jaded by it at all. And I think most people are still very positive and here to actually learn. So I'm trying to rewire my brain to focus on the fact that still like the good outweighs the bad. But it is jarring at first, because I actually never got that at Griffith. We did have some flat earther encounters, but people, again, they're not as brave in person as they are behind their phone. So it was jarring to me at first, but now I'm just expecting it. So it's fine.
That's actually one of the bullet points we have for this particular panel, which I've talked to Trevor again about some of this, but I'd be interested to hear everyone's thoughts of how you deal with conspiracies or trolls or banning people, because a lot of times, and we're starting to learn this, being that we've been doing this webcast for a couple of years now, is you do get these people who are willing to basically shoot their mouth off and say whatever they want because they're keyboard warriors or whatever they are. But it does get a little disheartening, and you're still a person and you still have to read stuff like this. And I was wondering, especially for somebody who might be starting, you can get pretty deflated with some of the stuff people can say if your skin's not, thick enough to handle some of that.
Yeah, I'll go first on this. So, I am, I wouldn't say I'm sensitive, but my skin isn't as thick as it should be for what I do. Because I'll read a really mean comment and I'll be like, oh, whatever, hide user from channel, like problem solved, right? But I'll think about that comment, especially if it was something that really, picked apart something I was insecure about, and it'll be in my head for maybe even a week. And it's really, it doesn't make you want to keep going and keep creating it, because you start to overthink it. So I've really had a tough time with the trolls sometimes. And if it's just a flat earther, that's fine, whatever. I see that all the time. But if it's something about attacking me, and I've had a surprising number of attacks against me for whatever reason, it really, really hurts. And sometimes it's to the point where I want to turn the camera off for an extended period of time. So how I deal with it now is that Ashley kind of filters out much of the anonymous comments that I get, and make sure I only see the good ones and not the really mean ones, which is, it's might be surprising to hear, but I just thought I would share that because I think maybe people see us as like not real people, that this just rolls off our back and like we're used to it or something. But me personally, it still really gets to me, which is, it's unfortunate, but true.
Yeah, I don't really engage with conspiracy theory people and the flat earth people, because I found early on, if I do, it just gets into a long spiral of conversation that's not productive, because I can never really change their minds with facts.
The echo chamber, as someone in the chat mentioned.
So I do, but like Trevor said, when someone has like a legitimate thing that's sort of like, I don't know, so it can eat at you if they've sort of hit on something, even if most of what they're saying is garbage. It's like if they say something that's like sort of a weak spot for you, it can really just sort of stick in your mind. And I have sometimes, against my better judgment, engaged with those people too, and gotten into like comment battle kind of things where we're going back and forth, I don't know, 10 or 12 times. And it never really makes me feel better, but I just get sucked in.
I do too with certain people. As I mentioned, when I first started TikTok, it was quite jarring at first. For some reason, I just didn't expect it, and I don't know why. But I'm so over it at this point too. I don't care. Sometimes I do engage because I like to out conspiracy the conspiracy nut. So when they're like, these images are fake, I'm like, you're fake. And that's the end. Like I just go one step further just to mess with them that way. But I think also though, probably having a slightly thicker skin, because what I do is being an actor and I face like rejection and criticism all the time. So when I'm already getting berated that way, these people eventually mean nothing to me. But no, it's completely fair. As I said, when I first started, it was really off-putting and jarring, especially when it's being singled out for my gender or that I'm here for attention or whatever, when it is more personal that way, as Trevor was saying, as opposed to it just, oh, I hate science, then it does stick to you. Because also it gets to me just because I'm like, who speaks this way? Like there's truly something going on in this person to want to really just pull down somebody else to that degree that they attack them personally. And so I just get wrapped up in the psychology of how these people function. But I think, yeah, the more you do it, I think you just get, you're expecting it. So maybe you protect yourself a bit more that way. And then again, focus on the fact that majority are still good and it's only a few that are crappy.
And I know it gets kind of hard, particularly for Nico and Trevor, because, you know, you guys get sent a lot of stuff. And, you know, I'm sure we've all been to events where it's like, oh, if only I could have this, or if only I could have that. Then you do a video on it and it's like, well, I've got this to check it out. And maybe, I know you guys are very upfront about how it ended up in your hands with something, but people, you know, especially in astronomy, we all like to talk gear. We like to show our stuff off and stuff like that. But it always bugs me because I've worked with you guys where, and even my own outreach program, where people are like, well, you just get stuff for free. And it's like, it's not for free because your time is worth something too. So there's an exchange of services usually if something is sent to you. So it bugs me when you get people who are like, oh, well, and then they get jealous of your platforms or something because it's like they just have all this free stuff. It's like, it's either a loaner, so it's not actually yours, or if there is some kind of agreement where company A is sending you this to check out and company B, or you being the advertisement platform, are providing that service. So there's a mix of stuff that goes on there. And I think people just see it for face value and then they get jealous about it. So, but and if you guys want to dig into that.
I did a review policy before I did any reviews on my channel. I made a review policy because I wanted to like stick to it myself. So the main thing in my review policy is I'm not going to do reviews for money. So it's like, once you're big enough, you'll get people emailing you saying like, we'll pay you to review our product. And that's what I always turn down. And usually that's crap products anyways, because the major players don't do that. They send you things for free, but they don't pay you to review the product. And I think that's where it gets into a real ethical concern for me, because then you're being paid basically for a positive review, even if the product sucks. So that's my take on it.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Nico, too, because that was like a clear red zone to not go into, where because if they're paying you to review something, then it's like, okay, well, I have to say it's good then, right? Which is a disservice to it's not a real review anymore. And to this day, I've never taken a penny to review an astronomy product. And I've always wanted to just be like, you know what, the truth will set me free. I don't have to, go over the top and tell everybody that all the time, because it's like, it brings it into an area that I don't even want to start talking about. But in the back of my head, I always thought it would be awesome for someone to actually call Skywatcher and be like, how much are you paying Trevor to talk about that? It's like, we haven't paid him nothing, and every astronomy dealer it's the same thing. So, but I feel like, I hope that through the kind of content that we create, where that comes off anyway, where you don't actually have to, continuously remind people, by the way, these are my real thoughts. Like, if it's not your real opinion, then what's the point of watching anyway? So hopefully, the way we come across and talk about things, you can tell that it's our honest opinion. We don't have to actually explain that.
No, anybody watching who's like, you've paid Trevor or Nico for this. I sent them a scope. They want to tear it apart and say it's terrible. It's totally valid to do so. So we just let our stuff speak for ourselves. And if you're looking for profit from us, it's not the right spot.
Well,
so.
and as a creator, the good brands let you do your thing. And it's like, you know what? Test it out, see how you feel about it. If you want to create content around it, if it fits, then do it. But there's no expectations, because if you're put in the other position where it's, you're uncomfortable and you're not enjoying the product, that's a nightmare scenario to be in. So you start, as a creator, over time, you start to realize the brands that you want to continue working with and ones that you should avoid.
So moving to the next topic on there, because I don't want to just be like Debbie Downer about like, here's all the horrible things about social media. How do you guys go about, and this is going to be different, and I'll be interested to hear all of you because your platforms are different, but how do you go about either growing your audience, and then the big thing, which anybody doing whatever they love for work is going to probably have to balance with, is how do you deal with burnout? Because I know from personal experience that happens too, where you just hit a wall where it's like, okay, I've had enough with it. So how do you go about building your audience, and then how do you deal with the other side of it where you're not running yourself into the ground? It's Rudy, everyone in the back.
He knows. I've definitely dealt with it a few times, and I think it's inevitable once you've done, speaking of astrophotography and social media, because there's a certain amount of energy you want to bring, whether it's a YouTube video or TikTok video, to your audience. You're asking for their time, and you want to give them something special, and that level of energy to keep up is hard to sustain over a long period of time. And for me, I found it was hard to sustain if I wasn't in the hobby, exciting myself with new projects and being out in the backyard or traveling and all those things. So the pandemic, being stuck here in Canada for 2 years straight, definitely, I'm sure, had something to do with it, feeling a little cooped up. And honestly, I think we feel this pressure to just churn out content every day or every week. And I think the answer is to actually take a break and realize that, even if you do see a dip in those numbers and that traction you're getting, it's important to take those breaks and to come back refreshed with your full energy, as opposed to just putting something out for the sake of keeping that, machine going.
I think Kalpana said earlier, like, just start. And so I think that's a big thing with building an audience, is like, you just have to start. I mean, because I think a lot of people overthink it and think like they have to make this big plan for how they're going to grow an audience, but you don't know yet anything until you actually start engaging with people and putting things out there, and you get signals back about like what's good, right? Like when I started on YouTube, my first video was an unboxing, because that's what everyone was doing, was unboxings. I only did that once, then I never did that again. I started doing other things. So you just have to really try different things and see what you enjoy, see what's fun. And that will help with burnout too. Like, I'm a huge video production nerd, so I really love making videos. And if I didn't, I would not be good on YouTube, because so much of it is having to make the videos every week and edit them and all that stuff. And since I really enjoy that, it doesn't feel like a huge amount of work to me.
Absolutely. Kind of what we said before of find the platform that you feel you're best with. For me, I learned YouTube wasn't really my thing because I don't fully enjoy the video editing process. So TikTok was, I spend literally no more than a half an hour on my videos, and that's including finding the material of the subject matter I'm speaking about for the day, pulling up the pictures, recording the stuff, editing. It's because great. I don't want to be on social media longer than that. So TikTok is great for me that way. And that way I don't really burn out either, because I've already ahead of time known how much time I want to devote to stuff. And by the way, guys, just because I say half hour, that doesn't mean I'm not interested. I just have other stuff I like to do as well. And I found that it still works, even if it sounds like a very short amount of time. But that's what that platform is beneficial for. And from the time I started to where I am now, like my videos were terrible initially. I didn't even have images. I would just talk about the newest discovery. And now they're a lot more refined. So start somewhere, find the platform you like, and then the refinement will come over time. And also, I will say, be true to yourself. I do get quite a bit of backlash for cursing in my video, and I don't care, because when I started it, I was like, I wanted to speak to people the way I would with my friends. And so that's not going to be for everybody. And I couldn't care less. And those who really like it are very, very loyal to my page that way. So I get, like, you want to grow, so you want to make your videos more accessible to everybody, but also, be true to yourself. And I think TikTok does lend itself to having a very strong personality with the way you want to approach your videos. Because I'm definitely not the only one who curses, but I am one that gets a lot of backlash for it. But it just makes me do it more.
Yeah, no, I kind of like people like that, because I feel like it's you feel like you're obviously in certain platforms and certain levels, you kind of want to be polished in certain ways for whatever the reason may be. Especially if you're like representing and stuff like that. But I do like people who approach it that way too. And I feel like it's a read the room kind of thing. So it's got to work for the way you do it. But it also comes across, and I think TikTok lends that platform a little bit better than, say, other things, but you're getting more of this person is speaking to the point and straight with me at that point. So I get, for myself, because I'm representing a company, Nico and Trevor, they've got brands as well and the content is just different. But yeah, it's just different where that goes. But I think everyone at some point, if you meet someone in person, it's a little different experience too. And that's something I actually wanted to hit on as well, is obviously, because I've kind of been thrusted into this thing. The What's Up Webcast was kind of my brainchild when COVID hit, just for something for us to do. And it's grown into whatever it is now. But even at, I've gone to shows with Trevor, and Nico's gone to star parties. And I know you've done events in public as well with, Griffith and all these other avenues. There's a real difference about you and the person you're seeing constantly in the energy. You have to be the bulb when it's on, but then in real life, you can't always be that, version of yourself. So I didn't know if you found that difficult when you're in person with other people, where they might have this expectation to where you're supposed to be like this all the time, as opposed to, hey, I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, I think people think I'm an expert or something because I have a YouTube channel, but I'm real. And so that's a big thing for me when in person, like people coming up to me I feel this pressure, like, oh, I have to have the answer immediately. But like all my YouTube videos are researched, it's like I write scripts, I do all this research. I'm not like an encyclopedia. So I think that's a hard thing for me with in person, is I can't immediately fix people's problems necessarily. It's astrophotography. Yeah, astrophotography is like just a frustrating thing for everyone. I can't necessarily like fix it for people, which is frustrating for me too, because then like they come to me thinking I'm this expert at it. So
yeah, it's a bizarre experience, especially when it's the first few times it happens, when you see people in real life that have seen you only online on your YouTube videos, and they have kind of this starstruck reaction to you, which is a weird experience in itself. But then they have, like Nico said, they expect you to be the expert on, because you've answered so many questions for you. They just assume you know the answers to everything they have. And basically, if it's not a piece of gear that I've used before, I don't know anything about it. So they'll constantly throw me these curveballs, very specific questions. And I feel like I'm letting them down. I'm like, I really don't know. Like, this would be my best guess. But, and then the other thing is they also kind of feel like they know you. Especially for my channel, I've shared a lot of my personal life on it too, where they'll tell me very specific things about, my honeymoon with Ashley, and Rudy's paw was hurting last week and stuff like that. And but they're a complete stranger to me, so it's a weird dynamic when you meet these people face to face. But it's one of my favorite things to do, and I'm so looking forward to the star parties this summer and to meet even more face to face.
I haven't met anyone because I got on TikTok after the shutdown. So we'll have to see how that goes for me once we're more or less back in person and I move back to LA in the summer and I'll be back at Griffith again. What was I going to say though? Oh, well, for me too, though, I approach, like I said, TikTok the way I do, just how I casually speak with the whatever sarcasm and cursing. And I was the same way with patrons at Griffith. Obviously I wouldn't curse if there were kids involved, but with like small little groups, I would speak to them the same way I speak on my TikTok. So I think people will just expect that what they see on my videos is probably what they'll get in person. So that makes my job easier.
Yeah, but that's kind of your vibe at that point.
Yeah.
So it's, which like I said earlier, I kind of like that with people where it's just, that's, what you're getting at that point as well. So, but not anything against Trevor or Nico either. It's just, it's very different on how it's just, it's, you can't really compare one to the other because it's all exceedingly different. But it is kind of weird because that's something I've had to deal with too, about the kind of notoriety thing. Not that we've been to shows where people come up to me or say anything, but I've had people call. They're like, is this Kevin from the webcast? It's like, I'm the only Kevin at Skywatcher. So yeah, I guess. But I'm sure it's kind of flattering at that point where it's like, you feel like you're kind of this thing to people. I know Trevor and Nico, you have people like Fiona and stuff who you've made a big difference in their lives for getting them where they are now. So you're going to have this new generation that's trailing you now, that you've kind of inspired. I know Kalpana is going to do the same thing. I'm sure eventually you're going to meet someone that's like, you sparked this, or you lit this way for me. And that's I think it's really cool to see, because of that. And I'm sure that makes it, all your work and all the stuff you have to push through, like, it's like, okay, that was worth it. So
yeah, definitely the connections to younger people have been like the most rewarding things for me. And I've been lucky to like meet some younger people in person, lend them my gear, and that's been really fun. I don't have kids myself, but like being able to connect with like that next generation of astrophotographers has been something I didn't expect from YouTube, but it's been one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, that's my North Star. Like, that's what keeps me going. To inspire others, especially the younger generation, is like my greatest accomplishment. And like earlier when Helena was on and she was like, oh yeah, I saw Trevor's video and that's what helped get me started. Like, after hearing that, like, I'm done. I can hang him up now. Like, I'm happy. Just to get someone like that involved and to know that that's happening at scale is like the best responsibility and the best feeling. Like, that's what you wake up in the morning and think of stuff like that. So that's by far the best part of the whole thing.
I don't even like kids, and I found that to be rewarding myself. So, I mean, it is nice ultimately. I just, I don't really ever want to have them. I don't really know how to interact with them. But even at times, though, when they were at Griffith and they were just so inspired, I'm like, I guess at times I kind of like them. But so regardless, though, it is for sure very rewarding. And I would hope that eventually my page gets to that point where, well, I get some people to be like my daughters and I love your videos, and those comments mean the world to me. So even with the cursing, they like it.
Well, and I think, again, because of the way you approach things, it kind of shows, just as again, I don't mean to bring this back up, but as a woman, it also brings it to where look, I'm not going to be this pretty princess all the time. And, I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm going to talk straight like an adult with you too. So don't just come up to me thinking I'm some, fair little flower. Like, you're in my neighborhood and I know how this stuff works and I'm here and excited to share it with you. But if I know what I'm talking about. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Even some of my followers, they just call the curse words. They have such a good term for it, but it's just like, I can't think of it. Just like it's a little like sprinkle of spice onto what I'm saying.
Yeah.
For them, it doesn't take away the subject matter. It's just enthusiasm. And maybe it's because I'm an actor. Literally, most of the stuff I read for is curse words all over the place, whether it's primetime or HBO or Netflix. So it's just what I do. But yeah, so I like it. I mean, I even got hired to do a digital astronomy series with Franklin Institute last December. And I swear to God, they hired me because I cursed in my videos. Yeah. So obviously I have hosting experience as well, but I mean, you do take a risk when you want to be a little bit more limited in your audience that way, but you never know whose attention it could catch at the same time. So ultimately be true to yourself is the point.
Sugar, spice, and freaking science. So
yeah, that's right.
My first time doing a public outreach with kids, I had to very quickly adjust because I was sort of talking down to them. I realized like they were kids. And then I quickly realized these kids know more about astronomy than I do. Like they were so sharp. So I immediately just like, okay, raise this level up like ×5 because these kids are following all of this. They can tell me all these facts about stars and space. It was really humbling for me just to be there in front of like 50 kids. Just anything I said that was wrong, they would catch it immediately and correct me.
I always think it's funny when that actually happens. And it's kind of like, like there's some, lots of stuff to navigate in these waters, doing outreach events with kids, especially kids nowadays that are paying attention to stuff. And yeah, it's like, what you said was not quite right. It's like, oh no. So you try to be that, but yeah, kids are sharp today. Most of them. I've seen some of you out there and I question it, but learn some stuff. So let's see, we only got like 15 minutes left, so you guys in the chat, if you have any things you want to ask, now's the time to throw it in there, and we'll see it. As a there's so many ways we could go about this, it's crazy, and we don't have enough time to actually do it. Now, how do you guys find with like social media, such as like Instagram and YouTube? There's kind of especially in the astrophotography world, things get a little questionable when it comes to images, as far as how people approach it. And I know there's some people that have started some interesting conversations about like, that's too edited, but I guess it's about your approach to it. But I guess I feel like a lot of us are on the same page where we're trying to make it scientifically accurate, but I kind of want to know your opinion. I would love to know Kalpana's position on this as well, because she's a big science advocator. What are your thoughts on images on social media that are a little too overcooked as far as the processing goes?
In terms of like even just astrophotography images?
Yeah, it gets you start to bridge that gap into what I would call more dream-like work. And I know this can be a very touchy subject with people because it gets into it's art, but I feel like there's a balance, at least for me, I feel like there's a balance as someone who's trying to communicate science on, I'm trying to be truthful to you and accurate. So I don't want to overcook my stuff, but I get wanting to have a nice image to attract people too. So
yeah, I've run into that problem, whatever subject, a couple of times on TikTok as well. And I have talked to people about image processing and like what, artist rendition and what, because of the conspiracy backlash of, these images are fake. And it's like, they're not fake. Image processing it's a real thing to get like the colors that they want in these images. So I've just done videos on them explaining explaining why the images are the way you see, and it's for scientific reasons. And hopefully I'm answering your question, because I haven't personally encountered anything being so outlandishly like overdone. So maybe I just
more in the
don't have an answer.
astrophotography spot. So I know it's hard to overlap everyone's specialty with it too. So
sure.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is I've seen a trend with Instagram and social media towards a certain style of image processing because people are trying to copy things that they see, which is completely understandable. To me, it gets dangerous with tools that you're using, because everyone else is using them, but then if you use them wrong, they're actually not accurate to what you captured. So Topaz Denoise AI is the big one that people talk about, because it's this tool that actually can create detail that's not there. And it's very easy, just because it has a slider, to just pull up that slider and all of a sudden it's creating stuff that's not really what you captured. So I think it is an issue with certain tools getting really popular that I don't know if they should be.
It's interesting. There was a key point that Nico said there, putting something in the image that's not actually there. That to me is like clearly when you're crossing the line of, that's not just over processing. That's like, it's not even photography anymore. I have really strong opinions on this, and it's funny because my evolution of processing has really evolved, and you can see it just going down my Instagram grid. I've gotten so much more vibrant and more intense, and maybe even more punchy and contrasty than my tastes ever had before. But it's just the way my style's evolved, and I don't know how exactly I ended up there. But if I saw one of my images 5 years ago, I would have said, "Oh, I overcooked. I don't really like that." So it's kind of weird how it does change over time, and your tastes evolve. And maybe I'll go back to those softer looking images. I think at the end of the day, if it's about quality images and quality data where your stars look nice and round, and you haven't blown out any highlights or clipped any shadows, like that's always going to be a great image, no matter which color palette you use or anything like that. But yeah, as far as these compositions that are created these days, and I see that a lot on Instagram, where it's, okay, I'm putting this nebula on with this foreground in front of it, and the scale is all off. And when you're kind of changing, it could never look like that in real life. That to me is like beyond what I would, want to ever do. And then also applying someone else's data, especially if it was like Hubble data, to your own, to me, that crosses a line too. And I was surprised to see that. I remember seeing one post where a guy posted, he said, I used 15% of the Hubble legacy data in my image of this nebula. I'm like, well, okay, like now your whole, like, I'll never know what's actually your image now, if that's like the kind of things that you're doing. So to me, it's like, it's being honest about playing with your own data and not adding things that aren't there. And then after that, adjusting it to, whatever style you want. I'm pretty open that way.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch some of this stuff. And I know everyone's got their own style, and kudos to them. It's just, it gets a little weird when there's like 14 moons in the sky and there's 3 white tigers next to a waterfall. I mean, we all had that. I think we're all about the same age, but I remember when I was younger and you'd go get school supplies and they would have those binders that had like the white tigers and 75 moons and some elegant whale underneath the surface of this, river. Is just like, okay. That's what I think about a lot of that stuff. So, anyway, I could go down that road way too far and totally eviscerate the entire thing. So we're not going to do that, because there are questions. Kalpana, how long, the question for you is, how long, this was mixed up. How long was she interested in space and science before starting TikTok? And did it feel like a lot of pressure to do first few videos, or was it just a breeze?
So great questions. I've been interested in space as far back as I could remember. I won't say how old I am, but it's been a number of decades. And there wasn't a specific instance, or it's not like the first time I looked through a telescope. It's just something I've always just innately been in love with. And then after moving to LA, I started working at Griffith, I believe 2015, because it was also a job that I could love and worked with my acting, because I only work there on weekends and I keep my weekdays free for acting. And honestly, joining TikTok just spontaneously happened. It wasn't pre-planned. I just wanted to continue to talk about space to people in a time where I couldn't see them anymore in person. Well, and then what was it about the videos? Oh, like pressure?
Did it feel like a lot of pressure to do the first few videos, or was it just easy?
It was easy just because I didn't have a motivation to be here for the sake of followers. It was just for the sake of, I want to communicate it with people in a time where you could not see anybody. And so maybe that was lucky for me because I didn't have that extra added pressure. Those videos sucked, but you grow off of them. So don't let the pressure of, I want to hit 1 million followers by this amount of time, like deter you. Just do it because you like it and you get better as you go.
Would like to mention that as someone who's gotten tons of emails for people being like, I want you to send me free stuff. Followers are not currency. Like, yeah, exactly. Sorry, they're not currency. So
right.
As a company, if you're looking to get like backed up on it, we look at your whole portfolio. That's why Trevor's got stuff. That's why Nico's got stuff, because we look at your portfolio. We'll contact you. Don't call us. So
that's right.
But yeah, I think that's hard in this day, especially in the young crowd, where a lot of people see like that's their goal, is it's a popularity contest. Yeah. And I think the way you went with it is more the way you should. It's like because you want to share it, because you're passionate about whatever.
Yeah, I think for your own like mental sake, because this isn't my full-time job. Again, acting is where I leave all my angst and emotion. This is genuinely just for fun. And I've been lucky enough to grow and get opportunities out of it. But I think if you can almost even fill your cup elsewhere or trick your mind into thinking that, you have other things going on in life, then this will come easier, I think.
Anything you guys want to add on that? Or are you good?
It's funny that you said that, Kalpana, because when I had a full-time job and Astro Backyard was my side hustle, I feel like it was a lot more, there was a lot less pressure than there is now. As soon as it became my full-time job, then it's all like, okay, well, better do it right. Or like you're, out on your butt. Like, so it puts things into perspective. And I remember thinking, because my day job was so stressful that like anything to do with Astro Backyard was like, oh, this is just a big party. Like there was no stress. But it's now, because it's my whole life, the stress has returned, but I should really, keep that perspective.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Well, that does get difficult as well. I've talked to Trevor a lot because I relate to Trevor a lot, because doing this professionally, I mean, Trevor's doing it from one side of the spectrum. I've done it for tech support and from a product company side of things for over a decade at this point for Skywatcher, and it's a lot to blend your hobby and passion into your paycheck, essentially, because it can very easily, and I know a lot of people in the astronomy industry that just don't enjoy it anymore, because you really have to find that mental balance of what do I enjoy, and as Kalpana did it earlier, what fills your cup. That's a good way of putting it, because you don't want to burn out and at the end of the day feel like what you're passionate about is no longer what you're passionate about, because then you're kind of left with, where do I go? And what filled that for you is kind of gone. And it's kind of sad to see that, but that flame can go out. And the more and more you push into whatever it is full time, that balance becomes way more critical. But yeah,
I'm not full time, but one strategy I've had is with the YouTube channel, I've been focusing entirely on beginner stuff with DSLR. And then in my personal time with astrophotography, I do CCD, kind of stuff with telescopes and all that. So I can sort of separate them in my mind and not feel like it's all just one mess. So that's one thing I found helped for me.
Yeah. And everyone's going to find that on their own accord. It's either that or you're going to run into the ground. So, but I know Trevor's taken the big jump with it, being that it is your full-time job now. So there is some kind of responsibility at that point. And on another level, which I got to talk to Trevor about, was when you helped with the Raptor release of the refractor there. And, you know, you work and work and work, and you go in there to create, we'll have to cut this short too, because we're running out of time, but you work and work and work to either create this video or you help make this product, and you launch it and you're totally stoked about it. And the first thing that happens is everyone just destroys it for every reason they don't like it.
Well, yeah, and that is what I unfortunately paid attention to early on. But the reality is, it's like Kalpana said earlier, there's so much good. It's 99% of the people that got one, it inspired them to do astrophotography, and it was this amazing thing for the hobby. That's the reality. That's the true story. But you know how social media goes, that anything negative, people like to pile on. So that's the online world, unfortunately. And if you can weather the storm, it's always worth it on the other side. That's what I've found.
Nice. Well, we're pretty much done. Before we leave, those of you who want to enter the contest, there's a little bit more time for this one. The secret word is Comet Socks. You want to email that into info@skywatcherusa.com. We do have another giveaway coming up in the next panel as well, so stay tuned with that. Thank you. This was awesome to actually talk to all of you. I get to talk to you guys in bits, but it was really, I think this was a really cool discussion where you don't see a lot of the background behind the scenes stuff when it comes to this and the field of astronomy. So thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us.
You.
Yeah, this is fun.
Hopefully we can have you all back on. We have a little bit more time before I have to kill everything. But if they want to find you guys, we actually have all their links in the chat there. Maybe we can put those back up in there if they want to follow you guys either on YouTube or TikTok, or there's too many of these things to list anymore. And
Totally.
Nico's got a new one, and you can always go back on there and finish that up and check a lot of that out if you guys are looking for various things there for social media. But again, if you guys want to go check that out, I don't know if Jared could pop up those in the chat real quick for all their links. Big thanks to everybody joining us. And of course, we do have plenty of other stuff coming up here soon. So thanks very much. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher. I'm hanging out with Kevin Schindler and Cody from Lowell Observatory. This is the Lowell Observatory session of the Skywatcher What's Up webcast, and we're going to get started right into it. So, hey Kevin, hey Cody, how you doing?
Hey, we're
nice
doing
to
well.
see you. Yeah.
I have to point out that Cody's last name, she works at the observatory because of her last name, but it's Half Moon.
It's the only reason I got hired.
She was destined to be here, and she's obviously a perfect fit for Lowell. But besides the name, she's got to work here.
I have to.
It says your career history is Bautista. I don't see any experience with telescope, but you're half
it's all
moon
in the
done.
fine print. It's all in the fine
exactly.
print. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for having us, Kevin.
Absolutely. So I live in Arizona. I have been to Lowell so many times. Actually, the first time I saw M15 was through the 24-inch Clark.
Oh yeah.
refractor.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So every view after that has sucked in comparison to that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know. I know, Kevin, you've been at Lowell for a long time. Cody, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you in person yet. But I didn't know if you guys could just kind of tell us what's going on with. You guys have a lot of new stuff.
So many new things
right now. So I didn't know if you could elaborate on just a little bit of, you got this new observing deck. You've got a new visitor center coming up.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot in person, and we have a lot more digital programming too. So Kevin, you want to give them a rundown on the cool in-person updates we have on campus?
Yeah. And, we've been, since the observatory was founded in 1894, which is 18 years before Arizona was even a state, one of the goals has been to do research, but also to share the excitement of space with people. with just everyday people. And so that's been part of what we do. And through the years, these programs have got more and more popular. It started with telescope viewing, and then we got more telescopes, and then we added programs and added stargazing events and such, to where today we're 100,000 visitors a year pre-COVID. And with that many visitors, we've really developed a great variety of things to do. So any given day, we're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, except for Tuesdays. On Tuesdays, we close at 5. But we have, during the daytimes, we have tours that go around some of the historic buildings, like the classic 24-inch refractor, the one that you talked about, Kevin, seeing M15 through. And then the telescope used to discover Pluto, which was done right here in our state. And then, and we've got our gift shop is open all the time, and exhibits. We have a lot of other tours through the day, and special programs about things having to do with not just the history of Lowell, but of course, what's up in the sky. But then at night, night is so unique because you can come up, and we're less than a mile from downtown Flagstaff, and yet the skies are so dark because Flagstaff's the first international dark sky city. And even without a telescope or anything, you just look up, and it's mind-boggling to be able to see like the Milky Way galaxy in the middle, essentially, of town. And yet you can. And then we set up the telescopes, the big 24-inch refractor, this new Giovanni Open Deck Observatory that you mentioned has 6 telescopes. And to open the facility, we roll the building back. The whole building rolls back. And there are 6 telescopes that our visitors can use to look at a variety of things in the sky. And they're not only, some of them you put your eye to the eyepiece, and there's nothing like that connection. When you're looking through a telescope eyepiece, it's just you and what you're looking at. It's really a visceral connection with the sky. But then we also have a couple of telescopes set up with monitors so that, we can have our educators and our scientists there, bringing up an image, a close-up image of something they study, for instance, and then can teach and show people about it. And so it's really a great variety of things that we can do with those telescopes. And we have our educators with laser pointers pointing out, constellations and
the
cool
best
things
part.
in the sky. Oh yeah,
I love the lasers.
And then we have special programs throughout the year also with meteor showers and stuff like that. It's great to be able to get together and talk about that stuff.
My favorite thing is the solar telescope and the solar filter. I'm really hot on that right now because I sort of just discovered it. But you don't really think of the sun. I mean, it's a star, but seeing it through one of these filters and you just see this like floating ball of fire in this inky black of space, and you can look directly at it. It's terrifying and incredible. And
I like how you said you're hot on it because
the
sun in the middle, in the core, is something like 27 million degrees.
That's
the surface is about 10,000, 6,000 or 8,000. So it really is very hot, but it's a good point. It's so cool to be able to look at the sun, and you don't think about looking at the sun because we've all been taught you don't look at the sun. But Lowell is one of the few places where you can we have special filters where you can actually safely view it and see, like Cody's saying, these really neat features like prominences and sunspots. These spots that can be 2 or 3 times the size of the Earth that look like just a little dot on the sun. It's really neat to be able to look at that.
It's insane to behold. And it's like, I don't know, it's, in popular culture, you've always got like the sun and the moon because relative from the Earth, they're about the same size. So you just sort of get used to them being almost equal. And then you see them through this filter and it's just like, oh my God, there's a big ball of gas up there. It's terrifying. It's really cool.
Well, it makes it like a real place or
It's
a thing
very
rather
real.
than just being like, oh, we're outside and the sun's up. Like that's about all you register during the day, or just like it's a light source and that's it. No one thinks about it.
It gives a whole new meaning of starlight.
Yeah.
And through that solar telescope, it's not just like a picture. You can see the sun. I mean, you can see movement.
You can see the fire coming from it. It's so cool.
Yeah, so it's really pretty, and it's not fire per se,
right?
Like we think of because it's so hot, but you can
Solar
see these
flares.
prominences that change. It's really pretty remarkable.
Now, Lowell's been pretty cool. I remember what I think's really cool for those who haven't been to Lowell is like you said, you're only a mile from downtown Flagstaff. So it's like 1 minute you're in this cool northern town of Arizona, not far from the Grand Canyon. In a way, it's still got that Old West vibe floating around out there. It's very
Route
different
66.
Yeah,
all the neon
it's
signs.
Very vintage-esque in Flagstaff. It's got a cool vibe to it. But then you kind of, for lack of a better term, it's almost like you go through a portal when you go up to the mountain. Because then you step out and suddenly, you know, there's the gates and you're in the pines. And it's just suddenly like you're back in the 1800s and there's the Clark telescope. But now you have the Giovanni deck, which is like major top tier, which as someone who does outreach all the time, I look at that and basically we want you to build an outreach observatory. And by the way, you have no budget. Like just do whatever it is I know you guys had a budget for it, but that budget was high. So, cause you've got a 32-inch Dob in there. You've got an 8-inch refractor. You've got a 5.5-inch refractor, and you got 2 plane wave scopes in there too. So it's just like, it's like this mecca at this
And we have
point.
an incredible support from like our donors and members and everybody who's helped make that possible too, which was an incredible project.
But yet you still have you got the high end and the cool things for the, you know, nowadays, but then a short walk away, you walk right back into the Clark, and it's like this legendary historical,
literally Victorian telescope.
Yes.
And you really feel like you said, you know, not just driving up the hill, but you walk into that telescope dome, and it feels like you're in a Jules Verne novel, like you've gone back in time.
That's exactly what it is.
And like there's this big, you know, this long tube, and what you're describing really represents the observatory so well that, you know, we've been around for the American West, we've been around for a long time, you know, since 1894. If you go back east, that's not as long. If you go to Europe, that's laughable.
Yeah.
For out here, you know, it's old. And those old telescopes plus the new ones really represent that heritage for 130 years of doing research with state-of-the-art telescopes and sharing that with people who aren't astronomers. And so that heritage really comes out when you see that old Clark refractor and then these state-of-the-art new telescopes that, you know, people drool to have. And we've got them all. Every night's like a big star party.
Yeah. It's always been that way. It's just gotten bigger and better.
Yeah.
So I know Lowell's obviously that you guys are always doing something, whether it was like the Discovery telescope or it's which isn't open to the public, by the way.
Yeah.
We should put an eyepiece in it one day. I know it's been done because my friend Tom has done it.
We got to do that recently, and it was amazing.
Is that Tom Pelakis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom works on staff with us now.
Yeah. I got to bug him a little bit more about. But yeah, you guys have, you know, the Discovery telescope. You've got the Giovanni deck now, and you've upgraded the other telescope, which I can't remember the name of it. It's right next to the 24, but now it's another 24.
The Dyer.
The Dyer is a plane wave now. Big 24.
Yeah, it's a 24-inch plane wave.
Where's the 1 meter? You collect them all at this point. But I mean,
well, we're acquiring 1 meter plane waves to use at the research facility at Anderson Mesa, which is about a dozen miles outside of town.
There you go.
There it is.
There it is.
The scientist playground.
Kevin for the win. But you guys are now working on a brand new visitor center too, which is your one that you have now is nice, but this thing, I've seen the drawings. It's enormous.
Of 40,000 square feet. Nothing to write home about.
That's
huge.
But I was talking to someone from Lowell, maybe it was Jeff Hall when we had him on earlier. But he mentioned that, or someone mentioned that because of this new large place you guys are building, you guys were able to go through kind of the old historical stuff that you've had buried away, and some of that's going to come out on display, I think, in the new visitor center.
Well, I think that the plan is, you know, certainly a lot of that has come out, and we have such a store of old stuff that's really cool. What it allows us to do, some of it might be in the new visitor center, but we also have our other buildings like our Rotunda Museum and, you know, the Pluto Discovery Telescope Dome and the Clark Discovery Telescope Dome, or the Clark
Putnam
Dome.
Collection Center.
Putnam Collection Center. There are a lot of other places that, you know, with the new visitor center, some of the stuff that's now in those places will go into the new visitor center, and that opens up more space to bring out things about, you know, the discovery of Pluto, or, you know, the search for planets, or a lot of other research that's been done here. One I think that is really interesting, especially, you know, for the amateur community, is building more awareness about Robert Burnham, who wrote his classic Burnham Celestial Handbook in his spare time while he was working here at the observatory. It's mind-boggling. I mean, that's like a 2,000-page, 3-volume set, and he did that in his spare time.
It's almost, that set is, I know several friends of mine, that set of books is nearly scripture to people out there. But the way, if you don't have Burnham's books, I don't have my copies anymore, unfortunately, but I have gone through them. And if you never have taken the chance to go through them, you really should, because the way those books are written is like a love letter to the sky. So even if you don't keep them on hand, they're getting harder to find. So I would recommend at least getting a set.
You know, every time I go to Bookman's, which down in Phoenix, there's the one in Scottsdale and one on Northern, it seems like I always see a copy of the handbook there. But you're right. It's, you know, the scientific data, like distances to stars and stuff like that, is outdated, but it's like a 2,000-page poem in a lot of ways, like you said, because he ties in mythology and ancient coins and all sorts of things. And it's remarkable reading, even though some of the data needs updating. It's still such a great resource.
Yeah, that's I know there's a little marker stone up there now, thanks to Jen Palakis, a mutual friend of ours, which was work. But it's cool to see that there might be room for even more of that story to come out.
And in fact, in August, we're opening a display in the Rotunda Museum about him. And we're also going to be doing as part of that opening, we're going to do a panel discussion that's going to be a live stream, so both in person and virtually. And we're going to have Burnham's only living relative, as well as Tony Ortega, the writer who was living in Phoenix when he uncovered the story of Burnham, and also a psychiatrist, Bill Sheehan, who's also a noted astronomy historian. And we're going to talk about Robert Burnham and kind of the mind of him, because he was a introverted, troubled, interesting character. And so there's a great story about it.
Seems like a lot of the people in astronomy. No, I'm just kidding. But we all gravitate.
Especially those working in marketing. They tend to be really out there.
It's true.
I know we only have a few minutes left here. Is there anything else cool you guys want to tell us about, other than, I don't think you can pack that much in a couple of minutes.
I think Cody can talk about the virtual stuff, which is spectacular.
Yeah. When everything kind of shut down during COVID, we really upped our game on live streams and trying to share our science with the world, even if we were closed. And we've been, since we reopened this year, we've been keeping that momentum, and we have several live streams every month. For example, this year, Kevin is actually hosting a live stream series that celebrates 10 years since our Lowell Discovery Telescope first saw light, and that's the LDT anniversary series that he's doing every month, and soon that will be hybrid. We have interactive stargazing, which is pretty incredible. It's a live YouTube event where you can go on, ask for what you want to see in the sky, and it's at the 12-inch plane wave. We'll show that live to all of our audiences, which is a really fun way to interact with people from across the world. And we have a weekly podcast called Star Stuff, where we have fun conversations like this about science and all the weird stuff in space. So it's been a really fun addition to our mission to share this science with everybody, for those who maybe aren't able to travel to Arizona right now.
Sure. That's awesome. Well, that pretty much wraps up our slot. I can't thank you guys enough for hanging out with me even for a little bit. Probably have to get you on to like our 1 hour block sometime soon. But thank you for taking the time. And thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for our next session, and we will catch you guys here shortly. See ya. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome to another session of the Skywatcher What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme, and I'm here with Vic Maris from Stellvue for the Stellvue session. So hey Vic, how you doing?
If it was any better, I couldn't stand
it. Well, you're standing, so apparently it's okay. So you have a fleet of telescopes right before you, and one of them is freaking huge. So I don't know if you want to just start with the elephant in the room.
The elephant in the room. This is a great opportunity right now to make up for the fact that we don't have NEAF this year, to be able to do what we usually do there, and that is to introduce our new products. So this is, of course, one that we've been talking about for a couple of years. It's been 3 years in the making, and it is our new flagship, our Stellvue SVX 180 Apo triplet, using an FPL 55 center element, and it's F7, so it's about the same focal length as our 152. It's just a full inch larger in diameter, and this is one of 2 prototypes that we've built so far. We're testing the objectives as we go through polishing and fine figuring, and so far we've encountered really no issues. So we're feeling pretty confident that we'll be shipping these fairly soon, in a couple of months, 2 or 3 months. We got the tooling made for the coating chambers and everything. So we're right on schedule, and things are looking good for this. We've sold about 2/3 of the current wait list. We were making only 50 of these on this initial run, and so it's a limited run. And so we're about 2/3 the way through that list right now. So there's still some space available if people want to buy the biggest Stellvue telescope we've ever made.
It's an F7 triplet, right?
F7 Apo triplet, yeah.
Is there a reducer for it that you guys are making, or does it use one of your existing ones?
Yeah, it'll use one of our existing ones. In fact, the giant flattener that we made for the 152 was actually made for the 152/180. We looked at both designs as we designed our field flatteners for that. And so you can either do that, or you can get a 0.75 reducer flattener for it if you want to use it photographically.
That's awesome. And then on this particular telescope, this is all hand done, or I know you do use machines too, but everything's done there at the Stellvue headquarters.
We hand figure and machine figure using special techniques and a multi-axis polishing machines to get the strill ratio up, to really bring down the spherical aberration so that we can produce lenses that are 0.99 strill, which is as good as you possibly can do. It takes about a 6-month process to go from where we were in machine polishing, about 9.0 strill, to get them up to 9.9 strill, so that 99% of the light is going exactly where you want it to go. And the results are stunning. I mean, you're talking about the highest possible contrast. You're talking about the sharpest optics that you can get. But it's a long process, and that's why it's taken us 3 years to get to this point so far. So yeah, I made a mistake. I said 50. We're making 50. We're only making 49 because I get one.
Well, as you should. I would hope you would get your own.
I would hope.
You have to have one. So
yeah.
Tell someone makes binoculars out of them. So.
Well, I'm open.
There you go. I know you've got some other stuff hanging around, some smaller samples of refractors, as well as a larger one behind you. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about any of those that you got floating around.
Sure. As we move down the table here, this is our SVX80, which is one of our most popular telescopes. This is a black version that we're just starting to offer now. And so it's been a really good telescope made specifically for imaging with solid rings and risers and the long rail, so you can move it up and maintain your focus. But I'm announcing right now that we're introducing a new upgraded version of this. We basically took the 80 f6 and we blew it up to a 90 f6. So we are now going to be producing a 90 millimeter f6 apotriplet using a Hoya FCD 100 center element. And this is what it looks like in its photographic mode, but we're also going to make a visual telescope mode, because so many visual users want a portable telescope, but they want it bigger than 80. They've really missed the 90 that we used to have. And so now we can offer this in two versions. Basically, the visual version will just be from here up. It won't come with the risers. It won't come with the plate. It won't come with the field platter. But for visual users, they'll be able to have a very, very high scale 90 millimeter visual telescope. And all these telescopes, of course, will come with travel cases and stuff. So
I'll take a look at that one. I was on a list for a 92 that I never got, so I'll have to look at that one. So
this one is this is the prototype, and we're just beginning to bring it up again from where it comes from, off of a machine about 90 up to our 98 or 99 Strill. And so these will probably be going to the customers around the end of the year, because it'll
cool
to get all the objectives, hand figured to the point where they meet our SVX standard. So a lot of people have really been asking about our 90 and to bring back our 90. This is like our previous 90, except for it's faster and it's about 5 times sharper than the.
Cool.
So
that'll be at AIC, I hope.
Yes, it will. It will.
Cool. I may have to run off with it. No, I'm just kidding. And then you've got another big guy in the back.
Yeah, this is one we've had out for a while now. We introduced it last year, and we took orders. We're just delivering, I think, the last one, the last wait list one. So we'll have these in stock very soon. All the wait list people have pretty much caught up, except for those that ordered a feather touch focuser. The ones that came with where people wanted to upgrade to a feather touch has been a little delayed. But Feather Touch is producing focusers that are just having a hard time keeping up with us. So in a month or so, we hope to have all of those delivered as well. This is our 127 millimeter, 5-inch exactly, f8. We wanted to make a different focal length than anybody else had out there. So at least for a month or so, we'll have that. And this is a beautiful visual scope, a 5-inch refractor at f8, and it's Bino Viewer ready. You can remove either one or two of these extension tubes and move the focuser up closer and use Bino Viewers without that pesky adapter getting in the way that, darkens things and makes, a higher magnification. You're just using your Bino Viewers by themselves along with your eyepieces that way. So it's kind of versatile in that regard. I also wanted to show our new handle that we are now producing. These are currently in stock. And they use an aluminum bar that has an 800-pound lift capacity. So we figured that was enough. And it just slides right onto a rail on the top. It gives you a handle that you can hold on to. And you can balance it by moving it back and forth. This is strong and sturdy enough to be able to put it on the 180. So that's another thing we did. While we're here, I wanted to show off our M2 mount with the Denali tripod. We've been delivering these over the last year and a half or so. And this is our latest version. It's made with apple ply. It's very beautiful. It's very strong. And now we have it with this tray. The nice thing about the tray is it just pops in. You just pop it in. You don't have to screw anything or do anything. You just open the legs and you drop it in. It's a very precision machine, so it's very solid. So this is pretty cool. The M2 mount and Denali tripod combination can easily hold the 127. So that's pretty nice. You have that kind of capacity. Or you could put the little 80 on it or the 90. It'll work well. It's pretty well established that this mount is super smooth. So we keep running out of these. We sell hundreds of them every year, which is kind of cool. And we make them right here. So
I feel like a Altaz mount is overlooked in today's market because everyone's obviously doing imaging, or a large majority are doing imaging, but there is something to be said about a nice small mount where it's like, I just want to go out for an hour and view, and you can pop on a decent, I mean, that a 130F or 5-inch you've got there, that's no small scope. So the fact that that mount can hold it is, I mean, you could do some serious viewing on the moon or the planets with that combo right there.
You're absolutely right, and I like it. That's why I have one of these at home, because I want to go out and take a quick look. I literally walk out with the tripod, then I grab the scope, walk out with the scope, slide it on, tighten it up. We're ready to go. You don't have to do a 3-star alignment or anything. You just have to know where stuff is, and most of us do. So it's kind of
nice. No, it's a nice little just casual thing with family, friends, or whatever. And then on the back there, you guys actually supply your own eyepieces as well, or you have your own eyepiece lines as well for anybody who was looking to maybe complement their telescope or even their Stellarvue with the full Stellarvue name.
Yeah, the Optimus eyepieces are 100 and 110 degree field of view. They're very sharp from edge to edge with our refractors. They work really well. We introduced these several years ago, and Tony Hallis did a review that I think it was in Astronomy magazine. And so they're very popular eyepieces for us. And when you buy a telescope from us, you can get our eyepieces at a discount. So that's always a kind of a cool thing. So anyway, we're going to have all this at the Advanced Imaging Conference in Northern California this year, where Kevin and I will be, along with a lot of other cohorts of ours, showing off our new stuff and answering questions for folks. I hope everybody that's listening to this is planning to go there, because it is the mecca for astrophotographers, so to speak. A lot to see.
It's not the biggest show that we all go to, but it's certainly, I would say it's one of the most advanced spreads of equipment out of any of the shows. It's quite impressive. And you have Stellarvue, and of course, like you said, a lot of our other friends are there. But if you're into astrophotography, it is, like you said, the place to go. And that's just over a month from the time that this airs, so there's still time.
Yep, you can still sign up, and if you're into imaging, that's definitely the place to go. So I hope to see you there.
I would love to see everybody there as well, especially with the cool stuff you've got. That I can't wait to see the 180. I mean, a 7-inch f7 has always been like a dream refractor, and that's kind of like the one refractor to rule them all. And obviously, I know you guys prototyped or made a 7-inch for a customer several years ago, thus inspiring this one. And like you've said, there is a whole nother ball game when you get to that size of a refractor from a 150.
Yes, glass has to be very homogeneous. It's got to be really good glass to start with, and you can't cut any corners in a telescope that size, a refractor of that size. So, but I know you're interested, Kevin. You could just give me your PIN number, and you could.
There all the money went. So no, as much as I would like one, I will admire yours from afar. And I need to come out. You have a star party that you guys do once a year as well, don't you?
Yeah, for Stellvue customers only. We have a kind of an exclusive star party we do. We'll be there this June with 50 of our customers. And that's kind of a benefit of ownership, that we have the star party under one of the darkest skies in the United States. And we go out and spend about 5 nights under these incredibly beautiful dark skies. Milky Way goes all the way down to the horizon. There are no light domes. It's an awesome place to be. And you're walking around in the field, and you don't even need a flashlight. The Milky Way is so bright.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and when you get an opportunity to be under stars like that, it's really amazing.
There's kind of a camaraderie as well. It kind of gets rid of the noise of life at that point. You can kind of just sit and be like, this is nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's what it's all about, really, for those of us who are really, inspired and have been for a little while.
Yeah.
For me,
I'm sure it's kind of neat for you being, you are Stellvue, you started the company and stuff, but to go to that event and to be able to walk around and be like, wow, we did this, like we made these, and it's probably pretty neat and kind of a badge of honor to see your art form all over the world at this point.
Well, that's a really nice thing for you to say, Kevin, and it really is neat to have had this opportunity to do this. And it's not just me. We have a lot of happy feet here that run around and do things and are very motivated. And we just got an email today from a customer, just raving about his telescope and how all of his life he's looked for something that's this good. And so it motivates us, it keeps us going, and we realize our product's really kind of a very small niche because, not many people want to have the very best, but it's great to be able to actually produce these now. It's been a long 3 years at this point, learning process for us. And I never thought when I began that we'd be making optics this accurate. So it's been kind of a
wow.
Amazing.
That just means for the 25th anniversary, you have to make the Stellvue 200. So,
it's probably not a good idea for you to encourage me at this point.
The Vic Maris Signature Series 200. There's only 25 of them for the 25th anniversary.
That's a really good idea. We could call it the Lagore.
Then you'd have to give me one. So then there'd only be 24.
Right. It would blow the whole thing.
There could be 26, so we'll just call it 0, and then you can start the naming convention after that. So
that's right.
Well, Vic, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're finished with our little session here, and we will see you soon in AIC. And thanks for hanging out with us. And for those watching, stay tuned for our next session. So thanks, Vic.
All right. Take care.
Bye. Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher. Welcome back to the Skywatcher What's Up webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I know that's a mouthful of a name, but get used to it. I'm sitting here with Brian and Tanya from Losmandy. They're hanging out with us in this session.
Hi, Kevin.
And how's it going?
Good.
Your aquarium is keeping us calm. We like that.
So, thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody, I'm sure, knows Losmandy and the brand and what you guys do and the mounts. And you guys have been around for a long time, really became a staple in the hobby. But you guys are always, can't talk. You guys always have cool stuff in the works. But before we get into that, for those who might not be up to date with the Losmandy line, I know, Tanya, you guys have everybody knows like the GM8 and the G11. Those have been kind of the standard, but you guys came out a couple of years ago with like the hybrid setup. I didn't know if you could go through what you guys currently have.
Okay, we call it the modular system, and basically the GM8 and the G11, Scott kind of put them together and made a GM811. And so you can take off all the deck accesses to the RA accesses and match them up and change it in the Gemini system. You change the gear ratios. So it's a great little system. So if you need multiple scopes with multiple different mounts, if you want something a little bit more portable or something a little bit more stationary, this is a great system to have. So you don't have as many mounts or tripods. So, and you don't need to figure out different systems either. You don't have to figure out different electronics. It's just all the same. So we have the GM8, the GM811, the G11, which is the 30th year anniversary this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we did a T-shirt that included with all of our mounts. The show we purchased.
Oh,
that's the 30-year anniversary t-shirt. Free swag when you get them out. And then we've got the G11T, which the G11T has become very popular, that now it's in full-time production. It used to just be once a year, but now it's in a full-time production. So that's something really new this year.
And the G11T is basically the deck axis of a G11 mated to the older Titan, which I don't know if you guys make the Titan anymore, but
we don't, yeah.
Okay, so it has the large right ascension of the Titan, which I think is really cool, because if you have a G11, which is 65 pounds, I think, for the payload.
Yep.
If you need to go bigger, you just upgrade the right ascension, not having to redo your entire mount. You just pop it on the Titan, and you've got a G.
Yeah, and that's the whole idea of the modular system, is that you can upgrade either the deck axis or the RA axis one piece at a time. You don't have to sort of throw out the whole mount and start over. So we have a lot of people starting with kind of the ultra portable GM8, which is a great field mount. Then they swap out the RA for the G11. They get a GM811, which is a much more capable mount. And they can move all the way to the G11T, which is just a humongous right ascension axis. I mean, it's
45 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, you need that the modular piece just to carry this piece around.
Right.
I remember when you guys came out with that a couple of years ago. It's like, how has no one thought about that? Like, it's such a cool system that you guys came up with.
Yeah, and people are really, really catching on to it now. At first, it wasn't, people just didn't get it or didn't understand it, I don't think. But people are really starting to get it. So we're really starting to sell halves now, just RA axes or a deck axis is becoming much more popular.
Yeah, you could have a field right descent. Yeah, you could have like a G11 for the field, and then if you have an observatory, you can have the Titan right ascension on the pier, and you never have to you just disassemble the deck and leave the right ascension there. So
exactly. Yeah. So it's a great system that Scott came up with. I know, genius. Yeah, you know Scott. And then we are still continuing the Alt Azimuth mount, but that one it's a very, very popular mount. But
the AZ8, right?
The AZ8, yeah. It's a very, very popular mount. It's just we're more focused on the go-tos, but we're going to do one run a year of the AZ of the AZ8.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's coming up.
These days, I need to get a AZ8. Those are really nice, and I like the fact that you guys have like cool pier extensions for it for the larger refractors, and then B, it's a tandem setup, so you've got two different setups.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, and then of course we have all of our accessories, dovetail plates, all those.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many dovetails of yours I have stacked in various places in the garage at this point.
I feel less bad about all the dovetails that I have.
What's really cool about your dovetail, I don't even know if you have one sitting around nearby, and for those who don't know, the coolest thing that you guys have done on those is the hash marks on the side of the
the laser engraved ones.
Yeah. I've spent years using like Sharpies and all kinds of stuff to mark it up, and then I remember you guys came out with that with the little measurement marks on the side of the plates. It makes it so much easier to just be like, 6 inches is where it balances or whatever.
Exactly.
Just done. So.
Yeah, it is nice. Nice little add-on that Scott put on there.
Nice. So speaking of the go-to mounts, the brain of the go-to system is your Gemini.
Right.
And is it still the Gemini 2, or have you expanded upon that further?
Well, it is. So we originally started with the Gemini 1, I want to say back in like 2008, I mean, it was a while ago.
I want to say 2001 because I think it was around for 10 years, and this Gemini 2 has been around for 10 years.
So it's been around forever. And then we switched to the Gemini 2 in 2012-ish.
Yes.
And we updated the original sort of larger box to the mini unit, the Gemini 2 Mini, which is the one we sell today.
Yes.
And it's been around, I think, it's probably 2014, right? The last firmware update we did was somewhere around 2017, 2018. And there's just a bazillion of them out there. And, when I joined the company probably about 3-4 years ago and realized that the capabilities are built into the Gemini, we were just scratching the surface of this. So in the last couple of years, literally, we've been overhauling the firmware and some other things to come out with a new version of of the Gemini firmware. This is actually the first time we're talking about it, so we kind of talk generally
Very
about
exciting,
it. But,
yeah.
it's going to improve the tracking resolution by as much as 400%. It's got a bunch of capabilities to improve periodic error correction, which again is going to really help with that tracking and everything. We've completely overhauled some of the safety mechanisms, so things like runaway slews or possibly hitting the pier by accident. Those I think are going to be a thing of the past, or at least going to greatly minimize any possibilities that's going to happen.
Right.
And we've really improved a lot of the Ethernet capabilities. So now you can use some of these micro routers more natively with the Gemini 2 and power it directly from the Gemini 2. There's so many things that are going on in this. It's probably going to take us like about 5 podcasts of our own just to talk through it. But the good news is it's using the existing Gemini 2 hardware and really, I think, finally taking advantage of all the capabilities that were there, and we just didn't have the time or the resources to really get that going. And now, as a longtime Losmandy user myself, I'm super excited about the capabilities, and we're going to talk more about this at the AIC show, which is coming up in May, and we're going to see you guys there too, right?
Yep. We should be there with that. We're already packing for it, so yeah, we're looking forward to it. So
nice.
So is this just going to be like a firmware update, or is it new hardware altogether?
It's going to be primarily a firmware update, and we really focused on the idea that we wanted this to not only be there for new mounts, but to have all the people who own Losmandy to be able to take advantage of this without having to buy something new.
Right.
So that was kind of a really important criteria for us in terms of doing this update. And I just was really, personally, I was just really shocked at how much additional things that we could do inside of the Gemini. And I think it goes to speak to like how prescient and sort of forward thinking people were when building the original Gemini 2 hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all the capabilities have been in the Gemini. So everybody was like, oh, let's make a Gemini 3, to do some of the new technologies and everything, but it's been in there. So that's the good news, is nobody's going to have to buy new electronics.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You're just unlocking it. So.
Exactly. Yes. Good word.
I'm stealing that.
I know, we're stealing that word. We're unlocking the Gemini 2.
Gemini Unleashed.
That's right.
I'm not going to steal that one.
Scratch that. Now, you did mention something earlier that I don't know if everybody knows about, but you guys have your own podcast as well. That's kind of where you guys are sitting at the moment. I didn't know if you wanted to take a minute and talk about what you guys do and when you do that and where people can watch those.
Great. Yeah. We do our podcast about every 6 weeks. We try to stay on it. And that is, we record it and then we put it out on YouTube. So that's recorded. We don't edit it. We had to edit one time.
It's recorded live.
Yeah, it's recorded live.
But then we post it.
And then we post it on YouTube. And then we're going to start a new platform, which is on StreamYard. And we're going to start having live chat with people. And we're going to try to do that about every 3 weeks. So in between the podcast. Yeah. So it'll be a short one, or maybe it'll be long, who knows, but it will be where people can come on and type out comments to us. So it will be completely live.
Right.
And we'll communicate with our Losmandy customers.
So the podcast is called Live from Burbank. It's on our YouTube channel. You just go to YouTube and look up Losmandy. It's not hard to find.
Right.
And then the live streaming version is just going to be the same place. So you can subscribe to our channel and check it out. And although we're going to do a dry run prior to AIC, I think our plan is to make AIC the first live streamed event for our podcast. Yeah. It'll go to probably YouTube and Facebook Live as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So we're going to do our first live one on April 13th. That's our goal. And then ways to find out about when we're going to do these is just subscribe to our newsletter and our Facebook page. Or you can subscribe to our newsletter on our website at store.losmandy.com and just type in your email address. And then don't forget to go to your email and confirm the email, because that link expires within 24 hours and you won't get the newsletter. So just make sure you confirm it. Yeah. So
I will have to sign up for that, I guess.
You should. They're fun. We do images of the month and everything. It's a great little tool. It's a fun read. It's simple. And there's usually our new tutorial video that Brian does every month.
Yeah.
So
Now, with our videos, it's been, or our webcast, it's been kind of the same thing. And I'm sure with you guys, having a webcast like that gives you a complete control of your outlet. And I'm sure that gives you, because those videos are also saved, it's like, hey, we're talking about the G11, or hey, we're talking about whatever today.
Right.
That also gives people a really, it's like, hey, we did a whole video on this topic. Go check it out, and you can learn all this nifty stuff about whatever that topic was.
Yeah, we've really grown it. That was when Brian came on board. That was one of his things. He's like, we gotta grow this YouTube channel.
That's where everyone's hanging out now. All the cool kids, unless it's
exactly.
Unless it's Twitch, but I'm not cool enough for those kids. So apparently,
I just started hearing about Twitch. So, but
there you go. Next platform. So.
Yes. So that's about it.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
We're about actually out of time at this point, but so if you guys are coming to AIC, we'll love to see you guys there. Tanya, Brian, I'm sure Scott will be floating around as well. We'll be there. It'll be fun. And then, if you have any questions on Losmandy products, just losmandy.com. If you don't know, you should know, and you've probably been living under a rock if you don't know. So,
well, thank you.
But Tanya's there, Brian's there. I doubt you'll talk to Scott. He's kind of a rarity, but he's floating around in there somewhere too.
Yes,
we keep him in the back and have him work on mounts.
Yeah, he's usually on a machine or working on mounts. So
get back to work.
That's right.
Your name is on this. You need to work. So
exactly. Well, thanks for having us. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
thanks
definitely. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you guys in the next session. Stay tuned. Thanks, Tanya. Thanks, Brian, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks so much. Talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome back to our What's Up webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. And this is our third live panel that we're doing today. But before we get started, I'm going to give you guys the email subject for our next giveaway. We're giving away a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. Not the 2i version, just the regular Star Adventurer Pro Pack. Comes with all the accessories. You need to email in info@skywatcherusa.com. We'll put that there at the bottom of the screen. And the code name you need to put in the email subject is Cheese Grater. Cheese Grater is the name of the subject line. That'll enter you in to win a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. You have the entire 1 hour segment of this panel to enter into that giveaway. So, and at the end of the, we'll reiterate that at the end of the panel. All right, good luck. Now, welcome to our optics panel. I have two legendary opticians with us today, and they come from very different walks of life and different types of optics. So that's going to be very cool. We have Mike Lockwood of Lockwood Custom Optics and Vic Maris of Stellvue. Hey guys.
Hey. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for joining us. So let's talk optics, because obviously this is what pays the bills for all of us. But first off, I think it would be really cool. If you guys could take a second, how did you guys individually get started in, making optics?
Well, I guess I'll go first. It was a hobby. Back when I was in, middle school, I wanted to make a telescope, and that was how I was going to get something, a decent size aperture. My parents weren't going to buy it at that point, so I started a mirror in about 1989, and recently found I don't have it up, but I have actually the video from the camcorder that my dad shot of me starting to grind my first mirror.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I actually have the date and time and year. So that mirror was finally completed in 2003, only a little 14-year gap there. And then from that point, I started fixing mirrors that friends had that were often pretty bad. And then I saw some commercial offerings from the Halley period and beyond, and those were awful. and fixed some of those, and then it just kind of snowballed.
That's great. Well, my dad dropped me when I was very young, so I think that's what led to it. No, actually, my dad got me the quintessential 2.4-inch refractor, and it was awful. And so I was in junior high school, middle school, in the 7th grade, and somebody in my electronics class said, "Are you into astronomy?" I said, "Yeah." "Do you have a telescope?" I said, "Yeah, it's not very good." And he goes, "Well, you should make one." So he brought to school the Edmund and A. Jaegers catalogs, and so that started me assembling telescopes. And then I bought the 6-inch mirror kit and did the mirror, and then I did an 8-inch f7, and then I did a 5-inch refractor, and I was 16 when I did the 5-inch refractor. After that, the 5-inch refractor didn't work out, and after that I did an 8-inch Newtonian, and then I actually did an 8-inch f520 Cassegrain, classical Cassegrain, and that was fun. And that was a very sharp telescope. I ended up selling it for $150. I mean, what is my time worth? When you think about that. Turned out the refractor was no good because the lens kit I bought had the wrong glass, and it was decades later. I was giving a talk with Sky and Telescope to the editors. We had a lunch that they planned to have. I flew up and talked to them. And they asked me the question, "When did you make your first refractor?" And I said, "Well, it was back in the 60s, but it wasn't very good." And one of the editors raised his hand and he goes, "Did you get the kit from," and he, mentioned the company. And I said, "Yeah, why?" And he goes, "I did the same thing back then. They were using the wrong glass." So I was never going to get rid of that false color because it was never, they weren't matched. They weren't the right glasses. So that was kind of interesting. Might have gone off making refractors right then at that point if I had been able to succeed with that. And that's really the story of optics, getting either bad glass or getting the wrong glass in that case. Something we always have to be careful of. We can lose a lot of money with the wrong glass or with bad glass. So
yeah, I know we at Skywatcher obviously is a slightly different operation than either of you two, much bigger. But yeah, we've had to throw lots of glass out for bad problems. So,
yeah,
it happens.
Yeah.
Now that actually brings up a really interesting question. And I know some of these questions you feel like you've probably beaten them to death, but you're going to hear them again because I'm sure people here want to know. But obviously glass type comes up a lot, particularly in the world of the refractor, because everyone wants FPL 53, whatever but glass type it's an important subject on both refractors, which if you're not aware, Vic makes refractors, as I hope you just saw because his video just aired before this. And then you have Mike, who makes unbelievable mirrors. I would say unrivaled at this point.
Yeah.
So from an optician perspective, I'd love to hear, this is why I think this panel is going to be really cool, because you both come from optics as optics, but you're approaching it from different types of optics. So as far as glass type goes, what are your thoughts on what's important, when obviously making an optical element to a finished telescope from both designs of which you deal with?
You want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, I'll be shorter because it's a lot simpler. I look for accurately machined glass that it's round, first of all, so you can center it. And that your optical figure is going to be centered pretty darn closely on the glass. It has bevels, so it doesn't chip, has a smooth edge, doesn't have too much wedge, so that the edge thickness is the same all the way around, so you don't get a surface that actually tends to go with a surface that's off center. And once that's out of the way, that's kind of like when I do a talk on mirror making, I usually call that the foundation of the house. But you also want, for my purposes, since I deal with bigger glass, you want glass that doesn't have much strain in it, as little as possible. So otherwise, that's called a good anneal. And that's done by the way the glass is heat treated after it's made. The glass companies will do that. And that basically means that in the future, the glass generally won't change shape due to internal stress. And it won't react strangely when you work on it, polishing, and it won't react strangely when it cools off. Typically, if you have strained glass, which I see in a lot of the import mirrors right now, then the mirror will change shape in a weird way as it cools off, astigmatism or other strained shapes. And so that's why the strain is especially important for what I do. And beyond that, I've used all types of glass. I really don't like plate glass because it expands a lot and it changes shape a lot as it cools and as you work on it. Typically, I work with Supermax or Pyrex, whatever's left over from that. And quartz is great. It's another step better beyond Supermax or Pyrex, which are pretty similar. And then the real exotics like Zero-Dur, for the amateur world, they don't have a whole lot of benefit. They just get a whole lot more expensive. But I've worked on Zero-Dur as well. Just depends on what the client, sometimes they already have a blank and I'll use it. Otherwise, I recommend Supermax or quartz. That's about it for me. It's a lot simpler.
For those who might not be aware of the exotic glasses, that's where you're getting to, you're basically trying to control the change of shape to the glass. So it maintains the overall figure as, temperature changes and stuff like that, where plate probably being the worst. And then you get to Zero-Dur being the best. And then everything in between is obviously, handles it better or worse compared to others.
In my world, I'll just run it down real quick. You have plate glass, and then it expands a certain amount. I don't have the number in my head. Pyrex or Supermax expands about 2.5, 3 times less than that. And then quartz expands about 6 times less than Supermax or Pyrex per degree of temperature change, or contracts if it's cooling. Yep.
And then
So that's pretty much it for my glass world. All I do is I make a shape in glass, and then it gets coated. The light never goes through it like for a refractor.
Mm-hmm. Now, Vic, coming from Skywatcher, we make refractors. I've pointed people to you for refractors.
You're the guy.
Yeah, that guy. Hey, kid, you want to buy a watch? So, but one of the things I think that beats the refractor world over the head is everyone's obsession with the ED glass elements used in modern refractors. And I wasn't sure, obviously you've played with a extensive amount of them. And I wasn't sure from a refractor perspective, what people need to know about the glass types that are used, because it's really become an obsession for people.
That stands for extra drama, right?
Oh my God, that is the
Writing
greatest
that
thing
down.
ever. You should
have that
patent that now, because that was extra drama.
Now we have
My God.
now we have 3 different definitions of ED, but we'll move on.
Yeah. Well,
So
don't go into the won't have any
Yeah, no.
commercials in this.
No.
Consult
So
your doctor for other topics.
yeah, just one of the things I just want to tag onto what Mike said about exotic glasses like Zero-Dur. We've done a lot of work when we were doing Auburn Precision Optics full time for space optics and the military, and they always wanted Zero-Dur because their budgets were unlimited. So we had a lot of Zero-Dur here. I sometimes shuddered at how much money we had here in that glass, but for our purposes, yeah, quartz is basically the same thing. And I'm a real lover of Pyrex. Mike made a Pyrex 16-inch f4 mirror for me, and I have no temperature problems with it whatsoever. I have looked through an identical, a similar 16-inch mirror that was an import, and they use BK7, and BK7 is like the plate glass. I mean, it expands and contracts all over the place. So the difference between those two are pretty significant. And people do, like Kevin said, they always want FPL 53 because they hear everybody asking that question. And that goes back a ways, because glasses were truly ED, extra low dispersion, meaning that they had a ABA rating of about 8.2 or 8.5, somewhere in there. And those were the ED glasses, the FPL 51 glasses. And there's at least 4 different glasses that are virtually identical to FPL 51, made by all the glass companies. You have Schott, you have CDGM in China, and they're all basically the same dispersion glasses in the 80s. My website actually has glass types right at the top of my homepage. You can click on that, and I talk quite a bit about the differences in glass type and what really matters, because we get this question multiple times a day. Although it's been tapering off, people are now beginning to understand that you have extra low dispersion and you have super low dispersion. And the super low dispersions are up there around 0.9495. The higher the number, the lower the dispersion. So the colors aren't being dispersed out. So you have several glasses. There's a Hoya FCD 100, which we've made telescopes in up to 130 millimeters. It's virtually identical to FPL 53. There's no reason to think that FPL 53 is something above FCD 100, but people are used to asking that question because people are wanting to know if it's FPL 51 or not. But then the folks who have been on these chat rooms have lost the historic thread. And so they think, well, it's got to be this number. Yeah, it had to be that number maybe 20 years ago, but it doesn't have to be that number now. So you have FCD 100, you have FPL 53, you have a new glass from O'Hara, FPL 55. And they're virtually, as you can see, I've got a chart on my website, they're virtually the same dispersion in terms of the OB number as fluorite. They're right up there. They're all right up there, 9495. And so they vary, their dispersion, the color dispersion is as little as it gets with those glasses. And any of those glasses that are good can make very good telescopes. The problem is nobody ever asks what grade of glass is it? Is it a grade A, B, or C? And in refractors, if you're using grade C glass, it means that it's not very homogeneous, and that'll kill you because the light is passing through 3 different elements, and that dispersion is determining the degree of color correction and how it performs. Bad dispersion from long range inhomogeneity has cost me, okay, where's my antidepressants? It's caused me a lot of money. I mean, I've done whole runs of 160s and 130s with glass that had long range inhomogeneity. So I couldn't see any striae in the glass, but it was horrible. And in the case that I had, it was creating trefoil. It was creating stars that were triangular because it was dispersing different as you went around it. And there were 3 high spots and 3 low spots in terms of dispersion, not in terms of how it was polished. So it's been a real interesting 24-year learning experience, experimenting with all these glasses from Russian OK4, which is somewhere in between FPL 51 and FPL 53, and then the 53, which was always my favorite glass. And now FCD 100 up to 130, I haven't had any issues with it. So that's what you look at. And what my website really stresses is it's how accurately it's polished. It's not what the glass is. They're not all the same. It's amazing. We've tested over 100 competitive refractors, alleged apochromats, and they don't meet Ernest Dobbs' definition. So that's what you look for.
There you go. So if you want to know about glass types, there you go. Stop asking. So now, Mike, there's kind of and now being a new owner to a fast Dobsonian, primarily thanks to you for making that project a reality.
Oh, you got a Lockwood mirror?
No, he was able to get some glass to make my Dob a reality. Would have loved Mike to do it, but I was also on a little tighter budget, so but it would have been worth it. So one thing that comes up, and you being the master of fast Newtonian optics, it's kind of along the same lines of the whole FCDE this and FPL50. It's rumors tend to pop up a lot where it's like, oh, I need this class, oh, I need that class. But in the Newtonian world, we have these new not new anymore, but we have these fast optics, and we have so many people nowadays that say, oh, it's F3, it can't possibly do this, 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 and this. And you've made, I don't know how many you've made, and you have some extremely fast mirrors in the world now. I would say 2.5 is the fastest visual telescope you have out there?
Yeah, my 14.5 inch is f2.55. It's sitting about 30 feet that way.
It's like a pocket 14.5.
Yeah, I call it stubby. And I made that actually in 2009. It's startling how long that telescope's been around. And it was just an experiment to see how well the new Paracore, this is when the Paracore 2 came out. Al sent me one to try out and give him some feedback and see how it performed at that crazy speed, and actually does okay. Works beautifully at f3. F2.55 really stresses it. And then that telescope is really coming into its own, though, with the advent of night vision observing and using those along with, well, separately or along with an eyepiece, depending on what you prefer to use with a night vision binocular. The faster the telescope, the brighter the image with those. So it's a real advantage. And I've done night vision with fast telescopes in all size ranges, from small up to 40-inch. And it just gives you a different magnification.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the new developments with fast, telescopes. And as far as quality goes, that anyone that says that fast telescopes can't work should look at what the major observatories are. Go look up the F numbers of those primary mirrors and those systems, and think about it a little bit. A lot of people get hung up too much on secondary obstruction, or they've heard some rumors that fast mirrors can't be made as well. And that the latter is not true. You can make them just as accurately. It takes more time, takes more labor, and it costs more. But you end up with a more user-friendly telescope. Like my 20-inch f3, I literally have to, I'm standing full height right now. The eyepiece hits me here, so I have to kind of do the splits and do this to observe at the zenith. But most of the time, I'm sitting down. So a lot of people like that. It's a lot less fatiguing at night, and you do more quality observing. And I still observe planets with it. It does have a bit larger secondary, but when it comes to that, I tell people, if you don't like that, then just make the telescope 2 inches bigger, and you immediately remove that effect.
Mm-hmm.
You've made up for that extremely tiny, more than made up for that extremely tiny little bit of degradation that the larger obstruction will give. So I don't know, what did I miss there?
I think that pretty much nailed it. I see a common thing on online places that shall not be named, but it's one of those things where they're not quite as common as f4 and longer optics out there. So I think there's a lot of people who talk about something they've never seen before, kind of like the Loch Ness Monster.
And another thing that sort of comes up is, collimation is not something that everyone has mastered. So when you go to a star party and you kind of look through telescopes, a lot of them aren't collimated very well. The tools have gotten a lot better. Howie Glatter's tools really improved things and got people into much better collimation. So even with the average, f4.5 or f5 telescope, they may not be collimated properly. So when you get a fast telescope, you need an owner that really knows what they're doing. The tools are available, and it's not that hard once you know what to do. I find it no more difficult than with the slower telescope. But a lot of times still you'll see, a fast telescope that's not collimated properly. But when everything's right, you can't really distinguish them from the slower telescope. Like I'll go look through my 20-inch f3, which is my main telescope. It's a Starmaster. We did that in 2008. And with the Paracore 2 or the SIPs, I forget it's f3. I mean, it gives a great view across the whole field of view. That's the main key with fast telescopes. Use a good coma corrector that's set up properly, and use eyepieces that are meant for that speed. At f3, Typically, I'll use Ethos or Delos eyepieces. I know there are others that work well, but those are just what I've used for a long time, and they work extremely well into those, even in the upper twos. But not all eyepieces do, so you have to realize that. And if you get the proper accessories, good collimation equipment, good coma corrector, good eyepieces, you're going to have excellent views, even in those very fast telescopes. I tell people right now, the lowest I recommend for high quality visual use is about f2.8. That's where I kind of stop. And it's not because of the optics, it's because that's where the correctors and the eyepieces start to give up a little bit.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I think, I remember arguing with somebody that I shouldn't get an f5 telescope because if it's under f6, it's going to have coma. We're going way back now. I mean, one or two of you weren't alive then, but anyway. And so it was always thought that the longer, the better. I remember Tom Cave had something like an f12 Newtonian or something like that to view the planets with and stuff. So there was a different belief back then. And when you start looking at some of these mirrors where the optician like Mike, never produces astigmatic lenses. The lenses are the mirrors are never shaped like a potato chip. But it's so easy for people to do that if they don't start with the right glass, as he pointed out, and really know what they're doing. There's a lot of those out there. And so if you have something like that that's fast, it's going to reinforce their misconception that fast mirrors aren't going to work. No, it's whether or not it's made correctly and accurately. So
and supported properly.
Yes.
And cooled off and collimated and all those things, that Suter talked about in his book. I'm not a big proponent of star testing for large mirrors because the thermal effects play havoc with star tests. But they will tell you if you're collimated or not, and if if your system is generally set up properly, if things are pinched, that sort of thing. So there's a good learning curve with a Newtonian that there isn't with a refractor typically. If it's in collimation, then generally it's going to work. I mean, if it's large, it's going to have it's going to change a bit as it cools off, I assume, right, Vic?
Oh yeah. It'll the focal length will shorten and it'll spherically change slightly. Yeah.
As with a Newtonian. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
yeah, the typical change for a Newtonian is as it cools off, the outer edge of the mirror, because there's actual area there, that the very outer edge of the mirror radiates heat. So the material, the glass, actually shrinks at the edge. So you end up, if this is the edge of the mirror, it kind of does this for temporarily. So you get an overcorrected mirror for a while. And then if you ever get to equilibrium during the night, like you do in the Florida Keys, then you have a mirror that's shaped pretty much exactly like it was in the optical shop, because we'll always test in thermal equilibrium condition. So that's the effect that the different types of glass have as well. And that is pretty much independent of F number, that effect. It doesn't really, unless you have a huge difference in edge thickness versus center thickness, then the physics don't really show too much of a difference with F number and temperature change.
Now, Vic, Mike, I don't know if have you only made mirrors? Have you tried to make? Okay.
No lenses, no. Time.
So Vic, it's kind of interesting because you've dabbled in both sides, dabbled in one side and succeeded obviously in a whole nother world. But when you're doing mirrors, you're only working with one optical surface, where a refractor, we're talking 4 to 6 or more optical surfaces. Do you find making mirrors to be more challenging, or is a refractor more difficult because of all the additional steps you have to go through?
My wife tells me that I won't do anything unless it's really, really, really hard, and so, I mean, and, it's very hard for Mike too. His what's hard for him is he's got one surface. He's got to do it all in one surface. So in many ways, or a mirror, has a higher requirement than lenses, where each surface interacts with each other's surface. And so you can compensate as you go. So in some ways, mirrors are harder. In some ways, lenses are harder. We make one a spherical surface mildly in what we produce, and so it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky what we do, but I think each has its own level of difficulty, and especially when you're trying to do something that's truly exceptional. And doing something that is exceptional makes a huge difference. And I know people will argue, well, the seeing, you can't tell from the seeing. I can tell a good telescope from a bad telescope. I don't care what the seeing is immediately. You can tell. And what I like to do when I have a talk that I give to astronomy clubs, and it's called Making a World-Class Refractor. And if you're listening to this and you have an astronomy club and you want me to do a Zoom talk for you, I'd be happy to do it when we can schedule it in. But one of the things I talk about is back in 1985, I had not made a telescope for a while. I was doing a lot of things in my other life, and I came into some money, and so I just bought a telescope, because I missed doing it and going out, but I didn't have time to make one. And I bought a little short, stubby 8-inch telescope. I won't mention what color it was. Is it blue or is it orange or is it white? No, I'm not going to mention that. But, it was the third telescope because I kept sending it back, and, because I'm, retentive. So, this one, I could see it. I could see an airy disk when it was in focus. And I said, well, I guess that's as good as I'm going to get. I didn't think much of it because I had a lot going on. Well, we went to a star party up in Blue Canyon, which is about 45 minutes from here. It's a mile high. You can see the Milky Way. It's where my astronomy club would go and have their star parties. And one summer evening, there were 50 people on the hill with all kinds of telescopes. And I had this little stubby little telescope that I was using. I was looking at Saturn, and I could make out Cassini's division, and that was about it. And the guys across the way kept saying, super seeing, we're under super seeing. And I'm looking and I'm going, it's a soft image. I go, no, it's not super seeing at all. And, oh no, it's super seeing. I go, what size telescope are you using? And he goes, I'm using a 6-inch. And I said, well, I'm using an 8-inch. And I'm just seeing what I always see. Let me see what you're looking through. What kind of scope is that? And he goes, oh, it's an astrophysics. And I went, oh, hadn't looked through one of those before. It's a 6-inch f12. Look through it. It's like a Hubble image. It was amazing. And I went back to my scope and looked through it. And that was the last time I ever looked through it. And I remember having gone through an entire perihelion opposition of Mars with that scope, and always thinking I had bad seeing. So what we did on the hill that night was we said, we are under sub-arc second seeing. Everybody point at Saturn. And everybody toured everybody else's telescopes. And there were only 4 telescopes on that hill. There were a lot of commercial telescopes. There were only 4 telescopes on that hill that showed us you were under perfect seeing. None of the homemade ones, forget it. None of the inexpensive ones. There was the astrophysics refractor. There was a galaxy mirror, an obsession that had a really good galaxy mirror. And there were 2 other reflectors that had Pegasus mirrors, which were made by a guy who's since passed away, John Hall. And he made pretty good mirrors, compared to the mass-produced mirrors. All the rest of them, same kind of thing. So it really is amazing how much difference it makes by spending that extra time. But that extra time is money. And so people say, well, I can't afford that. Well, okay, just understand that if this is all you can afford, you're not going to see as much. And that's the difference. That's what I try to really run home when people ask me glass type questions. It's got to be accurate. So,
and I think there's a spot for everything. Obviously, Vic, we've had this discussion probably in depth numerous times at shows and stuff like that, where you have the mass-produced companies. We're one of them, obviously, and Mike has probably seen way too many of our mirrors. They probably fit the bill to get people get them in there and start having fun in the hobby. But eventually, like anything else, whether it's, guitars or whatever it is, Mike, I know you're into beers and stuff like that too. Eventually you kind of switch away from I want this to something that's more crafted, and you can, but again, you pay for stuff like that. And I know there are people out there that are probably watching. It's like, well, I can't afford Stellvue or a Lockwood mirror. And you can, it's just, is it going to be worth that to you? That's completely up to you. I've used both. I can tell you, yeah, it's worth it. We got the most memorable Lockwood. I've never had the privilege of meeting Mike in person, although he's met my flat counterpart, the cardboard Kevin, at the Winter Star party. That's a whole nother story.
He was having a great time, let me tell you. Yeah.
I apparently, but I got to use one of your 30-inch f3 mirrors at Texas Star Party once. It's been a couple years. It was a couple. I think it's Doug and
Christina. It's a 30-inch f3.3. Sadly, Doug has since passed on. So
no way.
We remember him, but Christina is still observing with that, and I think she volunteers to help with TSP.
Okay, well, that's too bad.
And it's a Star Master.
Yeah, it's the one with the pink bow on it. That thing throws down an image, though. We were on the Whirlpool with like a 8 Delos or something, and it was like you were in it. I mean, it was just in it. And there's a 36-inch on the field too, and a 32 that we were right next to. That 30-inch just obliterated the other two. Wasn't even funny. But yeah, that was. I've talked to people before, and I'm still learning with my 28 how seeing. It's a very different experience when you get over 20, how those conditions really affect everything, at least in the early part of the night. But, you do get people, it's like, well, if the seeing conditions aren't that great, then the big ones don't produce an image. Well, when the seeing does back it up, there's no arguing with that aperture. And you both have kind of, go ahead.
It depends on the type of seeing too. I mean, if it's really fast all over the place, just this, you're not going to see anything. But if it's slower, you'll have those steady moments you can catch.
Sure.
That's right. Yeah.
And I'll let you finish your point, and then I had a couple more things to add about the quality.
Oh, go ahead, because I was going to start diving into aperture. But
okay,
go ahead
well,
with that.
The other thing not to forget with the Newtonian is there are 2 mirrors in the system. So the flats need to be checked out. I do that, and I either figure them or approve them when I do an optical set, because I want to make sure that whole set is good. And flats are tricky. They just need to be checked. The other thing I find is even with large telescopes and experienced people, often they don't use high enough power. They're just afraid. They don't know what they've got. Some of them, when they've got a good night or they've got good optics or everything's right, they never get away from that 17 ethos. Some of them don't get away from the 21 ethos, and they really need to be using a 4.7 or something, or an 8 or something like that. You got to push up the power, and on those good nights you'll see more. The contrast will improve. That's one of the major faults, and I remember talking to Christina about this, and since then she's been using more power with that telescope.
Yeah,
it's just one of those things.
You've got the light to back you up. Why not?
I mean, it's like a race car. You may not be able to always drive it fast, but sometimes you should take it someplace where you can. Otherwise, you're just tooling around and not doing anything with it.
Now, you both are kind of, well, Mike, when we're talking mirrors, aperture can go as big as either your polishing table or as large as the checkbook funding it is going to get. So, and then Vic, obviously for the video we just saw of you're chasing the aperture as well when it comes to refractors with your new 180. Do you guys find that there's a sweet spot in any of your particular designs that you find really, brings home so if someone wants to get something in either a refractor for Vic or a Newtonian for Mike, if there's a particular aperture size where they're like, I've got some money, I want my world-class scope, is there a particular aperture size you would recommend for a client? Maybe especially for Vic, maybe more of just a visual perspective rather than imaging.
Well, there's a curve that goes, performance, aperture performance, and then you have is my back broken, from lugging this big thing. So you have to, so many astronomers. I remember seeing a guy once that was struggling at a star party because he bought a 12-inch Schmidt and he observes alone. He couldn't lift it, So there are those kinds of things that you have to that come into play. So it's hard to answer that question because what is the customer doing?
Sure.
Does he want to do wide field imaging? That's going to dictate what scope. But if you were to say visual, like you said, and what's going to give you the best performance and stuff, I would go with a 152 because that used to be our flagship. And you look through a 152, and there's no question you're gonna see stuff you're not going to see in the smaller telescopes. But again, there's all these other criteria that come into play.
Sure.
So.
I mean, for reflector, I mean, pretty much always bigger is better, unless it's so big that you aren't going to use it. The best telescope is the one you use the most. So it's either the one you can handle physically, or it's one that you can get creative and come up with a mechanical way, either in an observatory or by something else even more creative to move it out and in with ease. Some people are motivated to do that, but most people aren't. So, I say pick whatever size you're going to use the most.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good way of putting. I having my 28-inch for the last couple months now fully operational. I've brought it out to several events. People are starting to look through it, and I've gotten a lot of people that come up to it and they're like, "Wow, this thing's really big. It must be a pain." It's in a trailer. It's loaded. It's actually faster than my 14-inch Schmidt was with a big equatorial. It's show up, drop the tailgate down, roll it out, put the truss poles on, top goes on, collimated in 20 minutes it's really not a big deal. Yeah, it's big. It's bigger than anything that's on the field, but I think it's easier than most things I've had to lug out. But there's been a lot of thought also on how to get that telescope to set up. But that's, if you're considering a big job like what Mike makes mirrors for, I mean, how you go up to 60? Is that how big you can make now?
If I modify the big machine, I could do it. I'd need a new test stand, but I've done 50s. I've done several of those, and I probably will do some more of those.
Sure. I mean, you're getting to that point where it probably doesn't need to be lugged around at that point either, but
not a lot though. I mean, I'd love to finish a 50. I have a blank for myself that I'm going to make someday. I'd love to be able to transport it somewhere because the skies aren't great here. They're okay. But you gotta think about it. You gotta come up with a way to do it. I have a client that has a 24-inch, a fast 24-inch that came up with a way to use a wheelchair chassis to basically pick up a telescope and drive it into his camper when he's done with it.
Elvira
doesn't have to lift it. He's got backups in case he has battery problems or whatever. But that's really where it's at, is just being creative. There's so much stuff available these days. So many different designs. You can be creative, but think about it beforehand. Do you want to use a winch to just winch it up a ramp? There are so many ways to make it manageable that they need to start thinking about.
Yeah,
if they want a big telescope.
It's just it's not one of those I'm going to pop it out of the trunk and throw it together kind of things. You really have to think about it on that level.
Yeah, it's like what happens. I mean, the military has to be really good at logistics, or things don't work right. And telescope owners need to be good at logistics, or they're going to have an unpleasant experience. That's the key. Make it fun. Make it easy.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be hard.
Yeah, there are devices that do work for you. Use them. Think outside your back. Don't just think about what you can pick up. Think about what you can manage in a different way. And then the vehicle, a trailer is going to be a little bit lower. It's easier to get into typically than having to lift it up into the back of a pickup or something like that. A minivan is better because it's a little bit lower and it has a lot of space in it. So the vehicle is a big consideration for people that have a large telescope and want to transport it.
just like anything else, quads, boats, you know, kayaks. Like when you get into hobbies that have big things, you know, you got to think about it. So,
yeah, I mean, just from my perspective, you know, being the by far oldest person on this panel, although we can't see Simon Tang, he could have a long white beard. We don't know, you know. Anyway, so you know, I really, and this is one of the things I was hoping Mike was going to get into in terms of aperture and what do you get for that, because, you know, when I've looked through good telescopes and when I hit like 22 inches, it was like, whoa. You know, now we're looking at M101 and we're seeing M101, you know, that type of thing. But so, you know, to me, it was like, okay, 22 is what I would like. But because of my inability to lift real heavy objects, I've got a little arthritis happening now, and I'm getting surgeries for them. But and the right hand surgery was great. I'm back to normal. But I got a 16. I decided 16 was about the right weight for me to be able to transport. And I got one of Mike's 16-inch F4s. And, you know, I mean, it's super sharp and it's super contrasty. He's talking about secondary obstructions. And, you know, secondary obstruction can lose contrast. And the way you combat that is to have a very, very accurately made mirror that has high contrast, you know, and that's something that's dog biscuited or whatever. So I think it's interesting that, you know, if you really want to do this right, you have to really think about what you can lift. And like Mike says, I mean, that was really good advice, I think. Think about mechanisms that you can employ and you can maybe go larger. I wish he had told me that before I necessarily ordered a 16. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could have had a 22. But, you know, that's what this hobby is for. It's for living and learning. And everybody has 2-inch itis. So, you know.
I was going to mention a 22 to you at some point. Maybe we'll talk about that next week. We'll figure that out, but
I'm sure we will.
So the central obstruction thing really gets overblown constantly. That's just I find that's a typical internet argument topic, and it's so, you know, it's such a small effect that, you know, practically anything else would make up for it. A little better collimation or slightly more aperture. As far as what you see with the larger apertures, the 16-inch, John Pratt has built a number of those that are he calls Sweet 16s. It's a 16-inch F4, and that is for a portable telescope. There's really that is an excellent combination. That size, you can lift everything, you can move it in and out, and that's the point where I find that aperture really lets me start seeing a bit more detail in the deep sky objects. Beyond that, you know, I have a 20, and you start seeing detail in more objects. 24, you know, some of the fainter NGC objects are showing considerable detail, and, you know, it just goes up from there. You will see more with larger aperture. We're not talking about resolution most of the time. Sometimes we are, but usually we're talking about contrast. Things are easier to see. Dark lanes, features in galaxies, star clusters, the components pop out easier. And I mean, there's no way you can say at some point, you know, this is the ideal size, because it just depends on what you have observed in the past, what your level of experience is, and what you expect. But I don't really make at this point mirrors smaller than 16 inches. I'll probably be doing some 12.5s in the future. But that's where I've started, because for my equipment, that's what works best. But it's also, that's kind of where it starts to be fun for me, in terms of what you can really see. Planetary, you're going to max out the atmosphere at, you know, 16 to 20 inches, typically. Though as you get larger, my best images, my best views of planets ever were at the Winter Star Party in a 32-inch f3.6 that I did the optics for. You know, once those get cooled off down there and you can crank it up to 1,000 power on Jupiter, Saturn, you know, Jupiter's moons start looking like Mars in a small telescope, and they each have their own kind of personality. But the color saturation in a large telescope like that is just phenomenal. You start seeing all these shades you've never seen before on planets. So that's another thing with some deep sky objects. The aperture brings out color more, star colors as well, colors in nebulae, It's just a sliding scale, you know. How much detail do you want to see, and how much do you want to spend, and what can you move?
I know that's been pretty similar for you, Vic, because I've been talking to you about your new 180. You know, you're talking about the difference between your 152 SVX and the new SVX 180, that from a refractor, obviously we're not talking aperture levels like Mike's doing, but a 150 refractor will throw down a nice image almost every night, but a 180 takes that to a whole new tier. So I'm assuming that's what you're finding as well from the refractor perspective.
Well, yeah, I mean, we made a 180 12 years ago or so for a customer, but it was a LTOS. It was a Russian lens that we used. But we brought it to the Dark Sky Star Party and compared it to a couple of 152s and a 160 that we had here. And there was an AP 155, I think, or 160 there. And the 7-inch just blew them all away. But the reason I didn't put that is the one scope you mentioned, that, you know, you have one scope. What would you advise for like a visual user is the fact that it's double the money. So at some point, you know, and it's more to transport, although it's no longer than our 150.
It's a lot. It's heavier.
It's heavier. And so, you know, you have to consider all that. So you're going to get a bigger mount and that type of thing. These aren't insurmountable differences. Aperture is kind of important. We did a shootout once with my 90 with an 82 and even though I thought that the 90 I had was very accurate, the 821 and I had, you know, it was a Stellvue 90 and it was an 82-inch reflector that Suter had, you know, refigured. And so there was a big difference between 82 and 90. And that was the 82-inch at McDonald Observatory. It was so fun because one of my customers that came there brought the 90 millimeter refractor. We looked at Saturn and saw record spoke rings through the 82. And of course, we're looking at this thing through the 90 millimeter like that. And it like just to kind of tag on to what Mike was saying, you know, man, big aperture, you're talking about color in the planetaries. Our minds were blown, you know, with that telescope, but they had taken that, I think Warner and Swayze, Suter had taken that Warner and Swayze and corrected the secondary. And that telescope ended up being sharper than the 107 that's on the same hill. I know because I knew the engineer. And that was supposed to, in its time, to have been like the sharpest reflector made, the 107. That was the one that was shot at by the crazy workman. But it's clear the 82 now, with a little bit of work, just shows you what you can do with optics. And I think that probably uses, that 82 probably uses a bottle glass mirror, I'm thinking, because that was back, you know, that was before Pyrex for sure. So anyway, it's interesting what aperture can do. It's just really amazing. And if you ever get a chance to, you know, do that, to go to Mount Wilson and look through the 60 inch, even though you're under a light polluted situation, there's just something really special about these large observatory sized telescopes.
Sure.
There's a couple. I'm glad you said planetaries as well.
Oh yeah.
As planets, yeah. They especially at Winter Star Party, we look at a lot of planetaries, and the color is just amazing. It's as vivid as that red light over my shoulder here, you know, from to the electric kind of green that's in your aquarium there, and blues and just all kinds of different
like
things.
Little gems.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't, as an amateur astronomer with an amateur telescope, you never think in terms of color. You get over the fact that this isn't going to be a Hubble image. And so you get used to it. And then when we went and looked through the 82, it was pretty, we had 2 nights with it, 2 moonless nights in November. It was pretty stunning. The only problem is that telescope's so old, it has leather bearings that have worn out. So it couldn't like get to certain things like cat's eye. We couldn't get to the cat's eye. The telescope could no longer go there. And we're just dying, you know, because we can't see it. But, you know, barred spiral filling the eyepiece. That really kind of, those are awesome experiences, you know, that you just don't forget. So.
I've got a couple questions floating in here from the chat. Let's see. Oh, I have one from your episode, Vic, actually, with the little 15-minute segment we did. Someone wanted to know how long it takes to make one of your 180 triplet objectives. I know you're still working on them though. So
I'm about a year. Once we get all the bugs worked out and once we perfect what we're in the process of doing right now is getting it up to 995 Strill. And then we have two of them, two prototypes that we're finishing right now. And then we're going to look through them and we're going to image through them. And we're going to see if any adjustments need to be done. So there's a lot of work that goes into building one of these, especially when they're big. Is the lanthanum going to hold, or are we going to need to change that particular element? So there's a lot of that kind of work that goes. But once the process is going, and we're getting very close there with the 180s, we have a whole bunch of them coming up from behind. So we're going to be delivering them this year. It takes about a year because, and it isn't that it takes an entire year, but you have to understand the nature of glass. Once you get it polished and you're up to about 990 Strill and everything, then you start the process of precision figuring it. And with the Zygo interferometer, you're mapping all of these different issues and you're going after each one. And as you solve one issue, another one crops up. You get rid of the spherical error. Now you notice here comes some astigmatism that you didn't see because the spherical error masked it. So you have to go after that. And then when that happens, some other issue will come up. And so what you're doing is you're figuring, but then once you're done with your figuring session, which is very minor as you go along, as you get up high, it's very minor. Well, now you've got to let it cool overnight. So you touch it, you have to let it cool overnight. You've got to clean it. You got to remount it. You got to put it back on the Zygo. You got to look at it and, we went too far. So then we got to bring it back and we got to take it apart. We got to do all that. And so that process of going back and forth with one or two surfaces as we get closer to the end takes a very long time because you have to wait 24 hours for those glasses to cool to be able to get an effective test. We're talking about such a minor difference, a fraction of the Strill ratio that we're going after. So that's why it takes a year. It isn't that it takes an entire year. We have 36 lenses going at once. Mm-hmm. But this particular one, we're spending a certain amount of time and then we need to let it cool. It's the cooling that takes the most time.
Sure. Mike, this question and the next one are probably best for you. Are laser thermometers useful at all in monitoring mirror cool down rates?
Thermometers. Probably. You only ever measure the temperature of the outside of the mirror with any thermometer, unless you drill a hole in the mirror, which someday I'm going to do and put some probes in and see what happens. I want to see what the temperature gradient is inside. So most external thermometers aren't, they could be better. They're somewhat useful. But when you're actually measuring glass, there are issues with the emissivity, and that's going to mess with your laser measurement. I believe it depends on how the glass is finished, ground polished, whatever. There's a lot of variables there. Okay. So what I would do is I would compare it to something else nearby. Have a block of wood, have a block of metal. Just do some comparisons and see how take some measurements. I love measurements. Yeah. And figure out what the error is.
Awesome. Couple more questions real quick, guys. I know some of you asked about their websites in the chat, so we just posted a Stellvue website on the chat, and we also did Mike's website there, which is loptics.com. So if you want to know about either of their product offerings, you can go there and email them and basically get your dream scope ready to go from either of them. So chop if you're looking for the 180 on VIX, because there's only so many of them. Let's see, got 4 minutes left. Is there any possibility for mirror or glass to be light in mass, or is this something that just set and fixed material? I've heard of some really high-end stuff using like carbon fiber for mirrors. Obviously I have a cellular mirror, which is kind of an attempt at that process, but I didn't know if you knew about lighter glass. So
there's really no such thing as lighter glass itself. It's just how much is there in the volume that the mirror occupies. I've worked on lots of cellulars. I like working on those when they're well made. I don't work on fused mirrors. That's a different method, and those fuse points can fail. I've had to replace mirrors for people that had fuse points fail. So the thing about glass is it's very stable dimensionally, and there isn't really a substitute for that. So you're kind of stuck with using glass. And beyond that, you can go fairly thin. You can go a lot thinner than the classic 6:1 ratio. Typically, I'm working more at maybe 12:1, and I can go a little bit thinner depending on what it costs a little bit more. So the weight's pretty reasonable, and you can usually cool them down pretty quickly. The cellular would be the best option, but they're often not a lot lighter. They have to be thicker than to be just as stiff. So the main advantage you get is cooling speed. They will cool off a lot more quickly because their cross section, the ribs and the face are thinner. So yeah, that's really, you don't really get weight savings, you get cooling time savings in most cases.
I think for most telescopes.
And that's the critical variable. Yeah.
Are all astronomy mirrors that are cellular, are they all molded cellular, or are they cut? Are they like discs that are then CNC machined to be cellular? I would assume they're all molded.
There's both. The quartz and zero-dur stuff is typically milled and machined with a CNC.
Yeah.
I think in very large cases, they might try to cast it in a mold only, but not for smaller ones. It's much easier to just machine it from a block or a disc.
Yeah.
The Pyrex and Supermax, they typically don't machine as well. So those are usually molded.
Okay. The reason I ask, I assumed they were all going to be molded because we did some space optics where we had to use zero-dur and we had to make it cellular, which was a high risk thing, but we used our CNC machines to do that. And of course, those contracts, they're only going to want it machined. They're not going to want to use molded blanks. So.
I don't mean to cut you guys off, but we're right about the end there. If you want to get involved with the giveaways that we're doing in there, we will pop that up there real quick so you guys can see the entry for that, and you can email that in. Mike and Vic, thanks for taking the time this afternoon, this evening. I will let you guys get back to your regularly scheduled hour, and we will see you guys in the next session. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Kevin.
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher. Welcome to another episode of the Skywatcher What's Up webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. I'm here with the guys from Prima Luce. We have Tom joining us from Oceanside, California, and we have Filippo and Omar joining us from Italy. So thanks all for being here. First off, for those of you who don't know, Prima Luce makes some crazy stuff. Like, you guys really have an answer for all kinds of, especially remote imaging things. So I didn't know if you could kind of tell us what the background of Prima Luce Labs is and what got you to where you are today.
Yeah, thank you. We are all astrophotographers. So, we know all the problem astrophotographers have to face when they start to use many devices in order to improve their astrophotography. And we started from there. Many years ago, me and Omar, moving here and trying to figure out how to make things quickly and easier and improve our images. And that was our background. I mean, try and test, take errors, take note of all the problems are in the device that are usually in the market, and develop something new. And this is it.
Yeah. And we, Skywatcher here, at least in the US, we have a remote observatory with 2 telescopes in it. Both of them are run by Eagle 4s.
Thank you.
We have a third one as a backup just in case. But that thing, for those of you who don't know what an Eagle is, first, shame on you. Second off, it's an awesome little computer that rides on your telescope, and it can control any device you can think of. It's a Windows-based machine, but it has on-off switches for USBs and power, and it's really what you should really consider looking into. Tom's got one right there. Filippo's going to take us in the back there on their telescope. They've got another one. Tom's showing the Eagle 4. Hey, Tom, you work with these all the time as well, obviously.
Yes, sir.
What's cool about the Eagle 4 in kind of comparison to the previous models?
So the Eagle 4, every new model that comes out, we improve the generation of the CPU. The capabilities of the processor go up pretty dramatically each time. But this model in particular, we added a built-in GPS module and a built-in sky quality sensor. So you can automate things based on your sky quality, like cloud cover or astro dark. You can start your imaging run based on that. You can move the we call it the eye. You can move it to either end. So it'll support.
That's cool.
Yeah, it'll support either orientation, because sometimes you mount it this way, this way, this way. We just can't do that way. But yeah, those were the dramatic improvements for the Eagle 4.
Now, for those, like I said a little bit earlier, and maybe Filippo can go into detail about this, but the idea behind the Eagles is, instead of lugging out like a laptop or something into the field, it's basically shrunk down into this box. But the nice thing about it is you have complete control over all the ports as well.
Yep,
which
that's
is
correct. So we essentially, instead of having to have with you a laptop computer that is external than the telescope, you have your computer that is installed on the telescope. Okay, so all the devices that you usually use in order for your astrophotography setup are directly connected to the Eagle, both with USB and power. This allows you to remove all the power cables that usually connect your telescope to your computer. So when the telescope moves, all the cables move together with it. And so this improves drastically the cable management. And it's easier because you have just one power cable from your Eagle to your battery or power unit, like this way. We are taking power from the headquarters itself. So we have just one power cable going from the Eagle to the headquarters. And then we distribute power to all the 12 volts devices that compose your telescope.
And what's, compared to other boxes, I'll say, on the market, try to maintain a PC thing here. The Eagles are extraordinarily powerful, and you're not limited to one brand or another as far as hardware goes, because it is a Windows-based system. I mean, you guys have so much stuff that we can't fit in this video, so I'll have to have you back on. But you guys have rotators and focusers, and I know I'm missing way too many things, but other places might be, no, you can only use our stuff. That's it. But, you know, there's many different cameras on the market, and focusers and rotators, and the nice thing is your system can adapt to all of that.
Yeah, if it has a Windows driver, we'll support it.
Yeah, because we have SkyX on ours, and we run our, Optech focusers, ZWO cameras, whatever. It all works. It's just a Windows machine, but it's you
sweet. Choose what you want to run. We don't limit you.
And one of the questions that we get most from customers is, can this work with an Eagle? And the user reply is yes. If you are able to connect to a standard Windows computer, it will work on the Eagle too, because essentially it's a Windows computer as you're used to with as a laptop, but it has all the advantages of the Eagle family. Integrated, no need for an external keyboard or mouse or screen to use. You stream your image over Wi-Fi. So I'm actually connected to my Mac here. Okay, and this is actually the Eagle. So I have simply Windows. So I have all my apps that I want to use. I have the Eagle Manager to control power and USB connection. And of course, I'm connecting with Play. So in this moment, I'm controlling the AZ EQ6 mount. With the Eagle, I could be remote. Okay, I could be inside of my house. So all the devices are connected to the Eagle. And then the Eagle streams the signals here. And I can see remotely what's going on. It's very simple. It's like converting any device, usually USB connected, into a wireless device. Easy.
No, and that's what I've liked about all the Eagles that I've used is I've used it in the backyard. I use it all the time remotely from 500 miles away, and it's nice that, and if you are a remote imager, the big thing I like about the Eagle system on this one is with the manager that Filippo had up on the screen there is you can shut off all the USBs, you can shut, not all of them, most of them. You can shut off so you can shut off the USB 2s and you can flip the power, because I can't tell you, I'm sure every single one of us in this video has had to run out into the backyard and smack something because it's not working, or unplug it, or, you know, did you try turning it on and off again? Tom used to work for Apple, so I'm sure he's heard that about 1.5 million times. But sometimes you just can't do that. So the Eagle gives you that capability to be like, boop, boop. And I can't tell you how many times that has come in handy, rather than calling my, tech out there being like, hey, it's 3 a.m. Can you go mess with this cable? So, now we're going to show a video here in a little bit that's going to cover some other stuff that Prima Luce has. So stay tuned for that to follow right after this. I'm probably going to end this right now because I know we could just talk forever on all of this stuff. I'd love to have you. Yeah, I'd love to have all of you back on. But hang out. We're going to play this video. Tom, Filippo, I'm so sorry. I just met you.
Omar.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
He's the designer.
I feel terrible. It's morning. You've been up all day. Tom and I just started. So.
No worries.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. Thank all of you for being here, and we'll have them on a What's Up webcast here shortly. In the near future, and we'll talk all the hardware there, but stick around and check out this next video, and then right after that video ends, join us for our next session. Thank you very much. See you guys soon.
Ciao.
Hello astronomers! The Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SceneScan is a dual-use equatorial and alt-azimuth mount that you can use with your Eagle and other Prima Luce Lab devices to do astrophotography in the way that you prefer. Let's see how! Let's start with technical specifications. The Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SceneScan is the mount we recommend for medium-sized telescopes, like Smith-Cassegrain telescopes up to 9.25 inches, Newtonians up to 10 inches, or refractors up to 5 inches, since this mount has 20 kilos payload capacity. And it's still portable, with a weight of only 15 kilos, plus a tripod weighing 7.5 kilos. In the box, you will also find 2 counterweights weighing 5 kilos each, bringing the total weight 32.5 kilos fully assembled. The Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SceneScan comes with a tripod, the SceneScan handpad for automatic go-to to many objects in the included database, an ST4 autoguide port, and illuminated polar scope. And one of the great features of the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SceneScan is that you can use it in equatorial mode, like a standard German equatorial mount, or you can convert it into alt-azimuth mode in a very simple way. Just unlock the screws, rotate the latitude setting knob, and lock the mount head in alt-azimuth mode. Not only this is great for visual use, but thanks to dual encoder, you can move the mount manually without losing alignment. Skywatcher even includes a clamp that will allow you to install a second telescope in parallel. The Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SceneScan provides a very good tracking accuracy. In fact, I often see graphs with ±5 arcsecond native periodic error. And if we remove these screws on the back panel, we will find a belt drive transmission that helps minimize the backlash. This is very important to improve autoguide performance, even if a small backlash remains, since this is not a fully belt-driven design. Now, let's see how we can even improve upon the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynCam mount. Many of you have asked for a better clamp for your telescope, and that's why we designed an adapter to let you connect our Plus clamp to the AZ EQ6 mount by replacing the standard clamp. You can even replace the standard tripod with our C82 pier if you want to have the mount permanently installed in the field, for example on the concrete base. Next, how can you take control of your mount remotely? That's very simple when you have the Eagle connected to your telescope. First of all, the Eagle is able to distribute power to your AZ EQ6 mount by using the PL1000026 Eagle type cable. This allows you to power the mount and remotely turn it on and off, also by removing the power unit required by the mount itself. Next, in order to remotely control the mount, you simply connect the USB cable from the mount handpad to the Eagle USB port. You can even eliminate the handpad by directly connecting the hand controller in the front panel to the Eagle USB port with an EQ Mod USB cable. This way, you can control the mount position and alignment from any planetarium or astrophotography software for Windows by using the Skywatcher ASCOM drivers. This is how I connect our Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynScan mount to Play or SkyChart softwares. Now I want to show you something really unique. You can use the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynScan mount in Altazzi mode, not only for visual use, but also for deep sky astrophotography. In fact, by adding the Arco rotator with Play astrophotography software, Arco will automatically derotate the field, allowing you to perform deep sky astrophotography in the easiest way. This is how it works. With the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynScan in Altazzi mode, you connect a USB cable directly from the USB port of the mount head to the USB port of your Eagle or standard Windows computer. The telescope has to be pointed north or south if you are in the southern hemisphere, and to the horizon. Then turn on the mount and other devices like camera, focuser, etc. and launch Play. Connect to COM port of the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynScan and to the Sesto Senso 2 or Esatto focusers with Arco rotator. Make a go-to to any of the included database object, and Arco will automatically derotate your camera. By using this technology, I've been able to record this beautiful picture of the Orion Nebula from my urban light polluted sky with the telescope you saw in this video, and without any autoguider, polar alignment or meridian flip. It has been so fast and easy. And one of the things I like the most about this telescope setup with the Skywatcher AZ EQ6 SynScan mount is that you can begin your astrophotography journey in this easy way, and then add more advanced features and software, or move to equatorial mode when you have more experience. For more content that will help you to explore the universe like a pro, subscribe to our channel and clear skies!
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher. Welcome to our next session at the Skywatcher What's Up webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. So it's quite a mouthful, but I'm sure you've heard it before at this point. In this session, I'm actually joined by Steve and Scott from Starizona. They're going to show us what Starizona's got going right now. But thanks, guys, for joining us today.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah,
thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So obviously, Starizona's become quite a name over the last several years. The Hyperstar is probably your biggest, I don't want to say success story, but it's your most well-known product, I would think. But now you guys have expanded a lot more into various accessories. But I didn't know if you could take us through what's cool, what's new at Starizona, if there's anything you want to, showcase for this little bit we've got.
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, I think, the last time we spoke, we had mentioned we had the Newtonian focal reducer and coma corrector coming out. So that's since come out. It's called the Nexus, and that's been a real hit, with pixels getting smaller in cameras. Large aperture fast systems are the way to go for big, for nice, ideal pixel pairings. So as Scott, our Vanna White here, pulls out the nice little reducer, Scott, it's like his name is all over this thing. He put a lot of work into it. ED elements, 5 elements, 27 millimeter sensor. It's just awesome. If you search Astrobin just for, Nexus reducer, you'll see a lot of really cool images popping up.
I have seen them pop up all over the place lately. It's been a big topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a design I actually worked on for a long time, and by the time it finally came together where we could do something with it, it was a really, really nice design. And so it just produces really good quality images, and it's a good way to get a fast telescope out of something inexpensive like a Newtonian.
Yeah. How long did you work on it though? I mean, this was.
Oh, it's been years I've worked on this design, just off and on.
Like close to 10 years, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
It's just evolved, and it's become better and better. And so it's great that by the time we produced it, it's just really, really good. It's as good, I think, as any coma corrector, yet it's also a focal reducer. So
yeah. I mean, it's just an awesome little thing, because a lot of scopes are just expensive and hard to kind of get into. And obviously this is an expensive focal reducer coma corrector, but like an F4 imaging Newtonian isn't super hard to find, and they're not outrageously expensive. Most of the time less expensive than refractors and Schmitz and things like that. So it's a way for someone to get in with a really serious diffraction limited setup on a relatively budget, setup. So
turns an F4 scope into F3, so
right.
it's become super fast, and just the pixel scale on like the 8, 10, and 12-inch Newtonians that are pretty common is going to be a perfect match with the modern cameras with really small pixels.
And it makes it more flexible too. I know the Hyperstars out there, and you have other scopes like Rasas and stuff, but it kind of makes it somewhat one-trick pony at that point. So unless the Hyperstar, of course, makes it pretty easy to convert a Schmidt and do all kinds of stuff like that. Sure. But with a reducer like this, it does allow you to get a little bit more focal length on like a native, Newtonian, and then pop that guy in there, and it, speeds the whole system up. And then you mentioned earlier, which I know you guys get constantly, and it's important bullet point probably to put down is cameras are not getting large pixels anymore. They're very rare to have anything bigger than, I think, like 5 at this point. So these fast optical systems are popping up everywhere. And most of the time it's a tiny little refractor, but that's not always like, you want that punch and resolution that, larger mirrors are obviously going to be able to give you. So this is a pretty neat little piece to add. And I've seen them popping up everywhere online. People are using Nexuses for a variety of different systems, and it doesn't just have to be on an F4 system though, does it?
Right, it can work on a scope as fast as F3 and bring it down to like F2.25. So if you have a very fast Newtonian, it can make it even faster yet, and it's the next best thing speed wise to Hyperstar or Rasa. But one advantage is your camera's sticking out the side. So if you're using a monochrome camera with a filter wheel, on an 8-inch Hyperstar or Rasa, the filter wheel can block 90% of the telescope, and on a Newtonian, everything's off to the side. So you have a little more versatility. You can use rotators and things like that are harder to use on something like a Rasa or a Hyperstar.
Awesome. Now, after the Nexus, what other? I know you guys have a variety. You guys have really spent a lot of time kind of finding answers to issues that constantly come up, I think is what you guys are really good at, addressing things that might be harder for larger manufacturers to be like, yeah, that's really cool, but I know you guys have other, toys in the toy box as well, and the Hyperstar being one, but you have some new additions to the family of the Hyperstar, I believe, as well.
Yeah. Here's a little Hyperstar 6.
The latest
shot
one.
glass is what I like to call it.
Yeah.
It's adorable. And
this thing is just cool. I love it. It's probably one of my most used scopes that I personally own is the SCT6 and the Hyperstar. It goes up to a 27 millimeter sensor. It's f2, 300 millimeter focal length. A lot of people know that stuff, but what we get to see is a lot of people coming in and they don't have a huge budget, they don't have a huge scope, and they're looking to get into it. And traditionally, if someone says, "Hey, I want to take a gorgeous picture of the Andromeda Galaxy," it's like, all right, we'll get a EQ mount get a guiding setup, get a scope, get a flattener, get a camera, and then, start practicing. Well, on this setup, we have a lot of people shooting on a Nexstar 6 SE mount, which is a fine mount for visual, but obviously not meant for imaging. But 15 seconds, there's no wedge, no polar alignment, no guiding, and you put the Hyperstar and your camera on the front, and you get some amazing images. And yes, there's field rotation, but within a 5-minute time period, you have so much, your sample size is so big that you got clean data, and people are just killing it. They're just getting great results. EAA's, been picking up, and all the tools you can do that kind of stuff with. So I think in a system like this is like, people aren't necessarily ready to jump in like PixInsight level of processing or that level of astrophotography. But, EAA with an ASI error system or SharpCap, something like that, people are just getting some great stuff just in their backyards or, in light polluted areas. So I think it's a great way to get going, especially up a Schmidt, just to add as a thing in the tool belt, really.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I was working at a telescope shop several years ago, one of the most popular scopes was an Nexstar 6 SE. And now, of course, they have the Evolution 6.
Right.
Those are like great. Like, I'm serious. I want to get into this, but I'm still under like that $1,000-ish price tag. Mm-hmm. But the big issue would be in 6 months, they're back in the shop being like, how do I do astrophotography? And it's like, oh, by the way, the telescope you bought wasn't great for astrophotography.
Correct.
Where now, thanks to the Hyperstar, that it kills it. And it's a good segue. So you can get the Hyperstar, you can start imaging, works with all the modern, you said a 27 millimeter image circle?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now, big suckers like this 2600 now. It gives you room to grow. And then, of course, if you want to go bigger, if you want to advance, you can just dismount the tube and put it on an equatorial and start automating things.
Right.
So it's really kind of, and that works with like your filter slider and all the other fun stuff you guys make. So
sure. Yeah. Speaking of which, of like small things we do, we do a lot of little things for Skywatcher that, I think they're I feel like they're just silly things that we like to make because we just want to have a better experience for ourselves. But
a lot of the stuff we do is we are astrophotographers. We go out, we do this. This is what we want to use as astrophotographers. And so we're like, wait, we could make our lives easier and everybody else at the same time.
Yeah. So we make something as simple as this EAF bracket. It attaches ZWO EAF, focus motor to the Spree series focusers. And I don't know how it's like, I need something. There you go. Scott's tail face. There you go. So you can see it. There you go. These things are fantastic. They're solid. They're not super expensive, and they're simple. But it's something that's just a tool that, like you said, a bigger company probably can't pivot and make something like this. But all right, we're going to turn our machine shop over, and we're going to make these now. Mm-hmm. So these are like really cool things. We do 3D printing. So we make this is actually an upgrade again. Scott's head to see. This is a 3D printed altitude knob for an EQ6R. So if you don't like the ratchet that's kind of there, you can use this.
We had one in for repair last week, and I saw that. I was like, what the heck is this? Like, that's such a good idea.
Yeah.
So I guess that was that. So
that was this. Yeah. And it's not, you get in your palm, you get your whole wrist to kind of work on it. We make, power adapters to convert your aviation plug to just a standard 2.1 by 2.1 by
I need
5.
like 2 or 3 of those, by the way.
All right, I'll send you some later. So. Well, and that's also like for the Evo guides. We have the Evo guide flattener. Here's my little Evo guide setup. I use this for imaging and for guiding, and I just slide it on whatever scope I'm using. Hyperstar 6, great. Like 10-inch Quattro, great. I'll just throw these on there. Or
the one thing real quick about your Evo flattener that I think people, because we have a flattener. Mm-hmm. Your flattener, however, has it's 20, ours is 20, I forgot what it was. You have the full 55 millimeter back focus with that, the new version, the Evo V2, or I forgot the Evo FF2.
Yeah.
So that's a huge advantage if anybody's looking to like seriously use those 50s for true imaging, because now you can do filter wheel or a slider. It's a big
or
deal.
DSLR is the big thing.
Yeah,
that's a good way for people to get into it. A small portable refractor you can put on a little equatorial mount, slap a DSLR on it, and do nice, moderate field, wider field, deep sky imaging with a pretty easy setup. Yeah.
No, that's what I like about you guys is, they may not be the biggest things in the world, but man, do they handle some of the biggest problems that come up. So, like the handle on the EQ6 or, the Hyperstar for the for the C6. It's like we want to make imaging more, adaptable for more people. So you guys do probably one of the best jobs I can think of at addressing the needs of people. But that's probably because, like you said, you are in that position and you see the, like, I want this, and you just have the ability to create said thing. So
yeah, we're just pretty selfish imagers, and we just want to make the stuff we want, and hopefully
we did it. Oh, I guess I could make you one. So.
Yeah. Sure.
Is there any other cool things that Starizona's got cooking?
We have a lot of stuff cooking. We're by the time this comes out, we might have had some new things come out. It kind of just depends on what projects we're going to be announcing.
Yeah, I mean, the wheels are always turning. We always have, new things we're working on that are in the pipeline. And, we prototype things and have to test things. And so it takes a little while to get things into production sometimes. But, there
especially nowadays.
New things coming.
Yep. And,
I'm sorry. This comes up a lot. I see it online. Your Evo 50 that you've got has the clamshell on it, I think.
Yeah.
I have so many people ask, how do I mount my 50 on top of blah, blah, blah?
Right.
These guys make a 3D printed clamshell. There's Steve's right there. I think the new ones are black or whatever they've got on hand. But that's how you do it right there if you're looking to make an easy piggyback system. I know our rings are nice, but if you look to piggyback and pop all your other gear on top of it,
it's got a mount on
is the way to do it.
You can mount on top a small guide scope or an ASI Air. It's got holes in the bottom that match a variety of dovetails and brackets and things. So, it makes it pretty adaptable to a lot of combinations, but that's a good way to put it on a small mount with a guide scope.
Yeah. And I just do this for the practical reason that we do so much testing. Like every new product idea of ours, we just, it's like a new scope. So like every night, I'm picking a different scope based on something we're working on. And so for me, it's like I always make sure I have like an upper Vixen or Losmandy style dovetail, so I can just slide this on and slide it off based on whatever project I need that night. So that's what I do, just because of the sheer speed, and that's my whole imaging setup. Just that follows the Evo guide basically, because it's just a great little scope for imaging and for guiding. So we're big fans of that, and that's again why we made the clamshell. It's just because we wanted
I mean, the first one we made was I've got the same thing, Evo Guide 50, and I'm like, I need to adapt this to something, so I made a clamshell, and other people saw it, and so now we make a universal one.
Sure. One thing on announcing and prototyping, all that stuff, a lot of people know of like our Night Owl reducer, which is the 0.4 reducer for Schmidt Cassegrains. And we are doing tons of prototyping. I have one in my hand for the Edge HD version of it. So for Celestron Edge HD scopes, that's going to be something happening down the road. And so a lot of people have been waiting very patiently. I think it was like 2020. We're like, hey,
it's been a while,
it's going to be this year. And then obviously we all know what happened in 2020. And we just had, more important things that we had to work on as far as like, hey, Hyperstar glass or Night Owl glass. We're going to make Hyperstar glass. And so that's the kind of decisions we've had to make. And unfortunately, it's been pushed back, but it's very much a real product that's happening soon.
We're excited about it.
Very excited.
We haven't given up on it. Just trying to make sure it's the best thing we can get out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Well, that pretty much wraps this session up. Big thanks to Steve and Scott for hanging out with us. If you obviously want to know more, you can go to starizona.com or give them a call. They're always floating around. And then you guys are doing your star parties again too in the front of the shop if you're local. So
yep, once a month.
Yeah, once a month now.
On the bottom of the homepage of the website, we'll have the next viewing night. So like it'll be this Saturday for us, but that'll be different based on when this airs.
But yeah, go ahead and check them out. If you need any more information, they're always there. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay tuned for our next session, and we will see you guys here shortly.
Take care, man.
Hey everyone, Kevin here from Skywatcher, and welcome to the What's Up Webcast, Webcast-a-thon Xtreme. This is the last panel of the day. I hope you've enjoyed hanging out with us. It's been a busy day. Hopefully some of you walk away with some free stuff too, which would be awesome. And speaking of free stuff, before we get to our panelists here, it is the last giveaway of the day, and we're giving away an AZ EQ5 Go-To mount. So now is the time you need to email in to info@skywatcherusa.com, and the subject of your emails needs to be, I wish I had a mount. That is the secret title you need to put in there. I wish I had a mount. Email that into info@skywatcherusa.com. You have the next hour to email that in. That'll get down there on the screen so you can see that if you don't know how to spell any of that. But that is how you're going to win that mount. Good luck to you. And then immediately after this panel is over, we'll go into our closing remarks, and we'll start pulling names from hats and seeing who gets what. So good luck and have fun. All right, welcome to the imaging panel. This is the panel you've probably been waiting for. We're going to wrap up our entire webcast with this. I'd like to introduce Bob Moore of NEAC, Ron Brecher, and Richard Wright, both world-class astrophotographers, and we're going to start talking how to take pictures. Well, you should probably know how to take pictures with this crew. Ron and Richard are, I would say, more into the pretty picture stuff, and Bob is into the scientific side of things. You were all interested in scientific stuff anyway, but anyway, so if you don't know who these guys are, now you do. So to kick things off, how long have you all been doing astrophotography in your various forms? I'll let Richard start, I guess.
I'll go first. I would say somewhere between 25 and 30 years. I did use film. I'm old enough to where I used film, and people are real impressed when they hear, oh, he used film. But I was totally cheating. I only shot the moon with film, which is really bright. I had an 8-inch Meade Newtonian, and I would shoot black and white and color and take it to Walmart to have it developed. And then at some point, I got a Meade LX200 like everybody else does, and I had the very first Canon digital Rebel, which was an upgrade from my Canon DSLR. And I just kind of stuck it on the back of the LX200, and I took like a 5-second image of the Orion Nebula, and I still have the photo somewhere, just this big blur of red, and you could sort of see the trapezium. And that's when the mosquito bit me and implanted the imaging virus. And I was completely, hopelessly, infected after that point. And there's no known cure that I know of. I'm not sure I want to be cured, but that's how it all started. Long before I was working at Software Biz, that was a big leg up too, because then I got to play kind of on the clock for a couple of decades, which was nice. But
I think my first astrophoto was probably, it's got to be like 1998, and it was film, and it was freezing, and I think it was an eclipse shot. It was either an eclipse shot or a planetary shot through my then new 11-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. It was a Celestron. And I didn't have much success with film, but I had almost immediate success with just a point and shoot digital camera. held right over my head shooting an aurora.
Oh, wow.
And that was actually 5 years later. That was in March 2003. I really remember it well because we don't get that many auroras. Now, at that time, I didn't know about RAW files, so they were all saved as JPEGs, but I still have them. How about you, Bob?
For me, astroimaging is probably 15 years, and that was for the beginning of my association with NIAC as a gopher. The fact of the matter is I should be the best imager in the world because I've brought in and helped teach all you guys, except for Richard. Richard was out there first. I learned the best of the best were always, at my beck and call, except I'm not. I'm far from the best imager in the world. But because of the association with NIAC and NEAF, we met Tim Puckett, and Tim ran the Puckett Supernova Search Team, the most prolific amateur search team of all time, and got involved with supernova and the pretty picture stuff I do occasionally, but PixInsight just doesn't work with this brain, and I stay simple with MaxDL and AIC and simple things. Find my target, take the picture, take a 30-second picture, and don't have to go through all those calibration steps like you guys have to do and all, and present something that may change the way we look at space. I mean, we just put up a $20 billion camera to take science pictures, not which is room back there, Ron? What is that? Behind you? So yeah, my pretty picture scope is limited, but the science stuff is what my focus is.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, what type of imaging do you guys, I mean, we just kind of went over that a little bit, but imaging is very broad statement. And I know I talk to Richard almost every day, so I know what Richard does, but
everything.
Yeah, everything.
Just saying.
Yeah, just saying.
I do love everything. I do. The deep sky, planetary, lunar, solar. Yeah, very eclectic.
Now, Ron, are you're mostly deep sky, but do you dabble with planetary and any of the other
Oh
stuff?
yeah, I do. I'm not that good at it, and I don't have great equipment for it. I have one mount set up in my observatory. I have 2 refractors on it. One is a Skywatcher 150 Esprit, my favorite telescope. And I use it for luminance and narrowband. And at the same time, I shoot one-shot color with a Takahashi to get my chrominance, my color channels, and then I put it all together in the computer. And so mostly that's what I do. But the moon is out half the time. Half of all our nights, the moon is out. So if the moon is out, it's yay, right? So
shoot the moon.
And my deep sky camera, if I use an H alpha filter, I get a really nice result, and I can shoot a lot of short exposures and stack them the same way, more or less the same way that I would for deep sky. I kind of have a wish one day to get a big, long focal length instrument that I can use for planetary and a nice camera to go with it. I have a solar scope, and I shot a great shot of the Venus transit on my birthday in 2012, but mostly deep sky.
Yeah.
Mostly with an Esprit.
You might be surprised that Esprit 150, if you don't mind taking the imaging train off, I live in Florida, so I have really good seeing, but under good seeing conditions, 4x power mate on that Esprit makes a pretty decent planetary scope and lunar scope as well.
Yeah,
it's just no central obstruction at all. Very, very sharp. Really nice. But you do, if you've got it just perfect for your deep sky, it's a bit trouble to take off.
It's hard to take it off for anything.
Yeah.
You spend so much time tweaking it to get it just right.
Now, my next part about that is I want to break it up into 2 segments here, because I'll start with Bob, but because Bob, you kind of approach things, you're actually looking for things up there, whether it's near Earth asteroids or do you do comets at this point? Or are you more supernovas?
Well, that's what we plan for the new observatory is comets, NEOs. For my personal self and our discoveries at my house, it's all been supernovas, with the exception of an outburst of a blue variable. So they've all been supernovas, but we've done exoplanet transits for the kids at school. I had a whole group of 10 senior boys a couple of years ago that all did supernovas, looking for supernovas every night. So yeah, it's looking for discovery. It's challenging, like Ron said. I'm in the Northeast, so it's really hard. The Puckett team had both in Atlanta and out Arizona. I think they had an observatory set up out there. So we had good skies for the search, but personally looking for supernovae and exotransits are what we've done here in New York.
Do you guys do visual as well?
No.
I love visual.
A 68 million light year away galaxy with one single star that's decided to explode is really difficult visually.
I mean, planets though, and comets and stuff. I love that stuff. It's pretty rare for me not to at least have a look with binoculars or something.
Yeah.
There's a handful of.
Go ahead, Richie.
I was going to say there's a handful of things that actually look better in the eyepiece than what the camera does.
Well, open clusters.
Now, so where I was going with that actually was to get started, obviously in imaging, a lot of people, especially nowadays, it's become a lot easier to get started in astrophotography. I mean, it's everywhere. Everyone wants to take pictures nowadays. And so this is where I want to break it up, because I'll have half of this between Richard and Ron and then the other half for Bob. But if someone wants to get started into the scientific side of imaging, where would you say would be a starting point for that? Because it's a little different approach.
So AAVSO is probably one of the best places to start. Their databases are very deep. It's a misnomer to think they're strictly variable star in the common understanding of a variable star. They do supernovae. They have a whole supernovae team. That's it falls under the variable. The star explodes, it illuminates, it gets brighter, it fades, it goes away. Exotransits, same thing. So AAVSO is a great place to kind of get your feet wet with their mentoring system and all. If you want to venture out on your own, the first thing you have to do is get involved with the Minor Planets Center at Harvard, get an observatory code. And to get an observatory code, you have to submit astrometric data to Harvard of known objects. And when you send, I think it's a dozen or 14 of them, once you've sent in known objects that they can verify that you're giving good data, they'll assign you an observatory code, and then you can start searching and finding your own. But there's a whole a whole bunch of resources. And if I can share my screen, I have a slide there with a whole bunch of good resources, including Richard's article in Sky and Tel. So
see if this will work.
Nope, not working. All that work.
But the science of pretty pictures.
The science of pretty pictures.
Yeah.
So I'll send.
Great article.
Host disabled. Don't have my glasses on. Screen sharing. So Kevin, you have it disabled. Anyway, I'll send you the slide if you want to put it up somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see if there's a spot we can put it at. Because there's a lot of moving parts happening here. So
there's a lot. Minor Planets Center. You have AAS, who just recently opened up to amateurs. You can be a member of AAS now as an amateur, as long as you don't make the majority of your money from astronomy. there's a lot of resources for starting out and venturing into the pro-am collaboration stuff, or you can just go on your own and get ACP, put a schedule in to ACP and let it go off on its own and shoot a bunch of galaxies one night, and you look at them and you see if you see anything. There's software out there for you would know, Richard, for the SkyX for scripting. Write a script, pick out 20 galaxies, a minute on a galaxy. It's all it takes, 30 seconds even.
And that's kind of the difference between the pretty picture side of things and the scientific side of things is, you know, we're not so much worried about the cosmetics and the scientific side of things, where obviously the more pretty picture side, the more common side is we're after that really nice presentable image. And both of them take quite a bit of practice to.
Well, with scientific imaging, you have kind of a leg up a little bit because you don't have all those calibration things to do.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing biases. You're not doing darks. You're doing flats occasionally, but you don't really have to. You might want astrometric filters if you're doing star images, variables and things like that. But again, it's a filter. It's just a standard. Where the pretty picture guys, all those calibration frames, and then you got to stack them all, and then you got to bring them into PixInsight, spend $400 on a piece of software so you can tweak the color to unnatural colors. The science is easier, for me, the sense of finding something that nobody's ever seen before.
Sure, there's a sense of discovery.
The most eye-opening experience I had that opened my eyes to that, Bob, was I was at a professional observatory, and I was helping them set up an observatory up on a scope that was up on a hill, and it was like, there's no focus on it. Oh, that such and such just gets it focused. But I'm like, look at that image though. It's not focused. They were like, so? And we're like, yeah, but don't you want it to be nice and sharp? No, this is about object detection. As long as it's close enough for what we're doing, that's fine. It's not worth investing in an autofocus and taking all that time. It's close enough to focus for what we need it to do, and we don't ever have to change it. And I was just like, not what? It's totally inconceivable.
So, the distinction between science and art is kind of artificial and arbitrary.
Yes, sir.
Because really what we're doing, either way, we're collecting data, which is photons, and we're turning them into electrons and saving raw data on the disk. What we're then doing is we're using that data to make different kinds of inferences about the universe, right? So scientists might make inferences about photometry, discovery, all that type of stuff. Artists are making different kinds of inferences, and I just give you any Hubble telescope image. It's artistically beautiful, but it also reveals the chemistry of the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the distinction, I am a scientist in real life during the day, right? I'm a toxicologist. In astrophotography, I'm not a scientist. I try to make pretty pictures, but I want to reveal the structure of the universe. That's what I do it for.
That was the root of my article on the science of pretty pictures. That irritates me every time somebody says it's just art or it's merely art. It's like the most ignorant thing somebody could say. I just want to say, I'm so sorry that your education is so poor that those words came out of your mouth, that's all you understand about art. And now I'm in trouble and I'll get hate mail, but it's just
not with me, Richard.
It's just art. What's wrong with art, you Neanderthal? I mean, it's art. Art is very valuable, and there's a lot of subjectivity that in how we perceive the universe. That subjectivity doesn't mean that what you're experiencing is not real. Anyway,
that's absolutely right. I just did an article on color in astrophotograaphy. It's in the June Sky Telescope. Same thing, right? Sometimes when you process narrowband images, people leave their stars, they turn magenta, and people like that. That's okay.
But you see structure in those narrowband
Yeah.
images. I shot the Pelican and the North American narrowband, and for the first time, I realized it's not hydrogen alpha shaped. It's a bubble with a hole in it shaped like the Pelican and the North America. And I got on Google, and it took me a while to find, but I finally found a scientific paper where they were describing this bubble with the dust and the gas filled, and it's actually shining through. And I never would have seen that had I not taken a narrowband image with a 200 millimeter camera lens. And, you know, when you adjust the colors and you bring out that contrast, you're seeing things. Plus, I'm a computer science guy. I've been doing data analysis my entire career. In fact, my before I got into visualization, it was database stuff, and then it turned into database visualization. But we always process data, whether it's visual or something else, and we always apply these filters to bring out contrast to see things. And in scientific imaging, I used to work in medical imaging. We would do all kinds of things to bring out things so that you could detect things. And every time somebody says you overprocess that, it's like, you may have, there is such a thing as overprocessing, but a lot of what you're doing is very valid because you're seeing things that you might not have noticed before. And you can only find that out by processing the data. Anyway, I can get on the
it's the
soapbox
difference
all night.
really. It's the difference between data and information.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of information do you want your data to generate?
Sure.
I mean, the other side of this is that you guys spend. I have a crescent that I have 35 hours into. I can take the crescent and photograph it in 35 seconds if I'm looking for. Well, the crescent's a poor example, but if I'm looking for an outburst of something, only takes 35 seconds to look at it. So there's a distinct difference in the amount of time. You're going to do 6 hours on an object in one night, maybe do it every other night that you can. I'm going to do 60 objects in one night, and there's another 60 the next night. We're all out there to glean information. It's just done in a different way. And
right,
my mother was the artist.
Yeah, we're all looking at different things. I was at a talk once where a planetary imaging was apparently he was mistreated by a deep space astronomer at some point in his life, because he was like, if you're not doing planetary imaging, you're not doing real science. These pretty picture people aren't doing any science at all. There's no scientific value to it whatsoever. And it's like, you mean to you? There's no scientific value to you, but there is scientific value. I mean, it depends on what's the best telescope? Well, it depends on what you want to do. Same thing with science. What are you doing? Do you need to image as many galaxies in one night as possible to find out which one has a star in it that didn't? Or are you trying to show deep structure and where the dust lanes and where there's material? And is there a star trail from a galactic, interaction? It depends on the type of science that you're interested in. And most people, myself included, we tend to put a lot of value in what we're interested in. We put very little value in what we're not interested in. Yeah. And we give a lot of people, my wife does cake decorating and cookies and all sorts of craft things. And she gets involved in these groups on Facebook and so forth. They're all exactly like astrophotography. Exactly. You have an outspoken person with very strong opinions who will beat up on the new guys. And whatever somebody else is trying to do, if it's not what interests them or it's not what they want to do, they poo-poo it. And my response, to astrophotographers, and I'll say this at talks, say, what are you interested in? Don't let anybody tell you what you're interested in isn't interesting. It's interesting to you, and that's enough. What you're doing. You don't walk into a 7th grade science fair and tell some little girl that her project is garbage because she's not doing it the way you would do it. And that's what you're doing when you tell beginning astrophotographers or people who are doing science or art in a way that doesn't appeal to you, just say, well, that's not, I'm more into doing this. And that's what I'll say is, well, I'm more interested in doing this. Or I'll say, that's very interesting, but it's not as interesting as some of the things I like to do, but it is, it is interesting. It has value.
That's part of the reason when I got involved with the imaging conference one of the first things I did as running the thing was introduce entry to astrophotography for people who just were overwhelmed by it. But I also introduced the science line because a fellow named Jim Brunel was my mentor. And Jim probably imaged everything in the sky and then had nothing left to image. And he turned to science. He did wide field. He did, really high magnification, I don't know, double stars. He did everything. And he's just like, there's nothing left for me to do. Well, how about looking for supernovas? So in that time, we were using a different precept for recognizing exos. So instead of doing the transit, we were doing the wobble, which much harder for amateurs to do. But again, so I wanted to present everything that could be presented, so no one felt left out.
One of the cool things about astrophotography is also kind of an Achilles heel that we're talking about. The cool thing is there's so many different facets of astrophotography. Like whatever you're interested, if you're interested like I am in deep sky, in that really faint stuff, that's great. I'm not really that interested in stars, but I know people, they couldn't care less about galaxies. They just want to do photometry, and other people who want to do lunar or planetary, right? They like what I do, but they're not really interested in doing it themselves. I'm glad we all do different stuff. But the way that that's an Achilles heel is that really we've taken 10 different hobbies and we call them all the same thing. And so we have a bunch of people doing kind of different things that we're using similar equipment and some similar techniques. And we go to the same conferences, but they're different endeavors sometimes.
It's a very large umbrella. Yeah, as you know, Ron, Carrie Ann is a meteorologist, but she's into astrophotography. I'm a ham radio operator, besides an amateur astronomer. Solar is big time for me. Let's see what bands are open. Let's see what kind of solar flares we have happening. How will that affect me going downstairs to my radio room and doing that on a cloudy night that we have so many times here? So, yeah.
Now, Ron, you touched on an interesting topic because you like to shoot dusty, faint stuff, as do I. And I think we can relate a lot because you also have a large, I think a 20-inch obsession. I just finished my 28 job. So I think we haven't really discussed this, but I think you and I think of it very similar to, it's almost like an extension of our deep sky observing, where obviously I can't see that, but I want to go after it. Your mic's muted though.
I was muted, sorry. I got a used 20-inch obsession in, I think it was like 2003 or so. I was always a visual guy. I was just getting started in astrophotography at that time. And all my telescopes had been computerized, but I never used the computers to find stuff. I used it when other people were there. So when I got this 20-inch, it came with a star tracker and all kinds of bells and whistles and a platform, and I took it all off. I took all of it off and I just put a red dot finder on it. And honestly, I love sharing photos with people because you don't have to go up a ladder to look at a photo. You don't have to be up late at night. You don't have to have great night vision. You don't have to know how to use a focuser. You just have to be interested. But for me, to me, the most powerful, every powerful experience I've had in astronomy has been with my eyeball at an optic or just at the sky. Mm-hmm. It's involved my eye as the sensor, not the camera.
And that's a pretty good way I like doing that, but there's a lot of people nowadays that don't have that approach because astrophotography has become, that's what you jump.
It's
right
also
into.
Because the skies are crap.
Yeah, they are getting worse.
Where most of the people that I know live, the skies are terrible. So it limits what you can do visually. But on the other hand, you can look at Saturn, Jupiter, the moon, the sun, the Pleiades in the worst conditions you can imagine, and they'll still look good.
At least you're out observing it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I was at a star party when I first got into this, when Caroline was 10 years old or less. And it was a 14-inch Celestron SET setup. And I had a little, what did I have? An EQ6 mount with a 80 millimeter scope and a little Meade DSI on it. And the guy on the 14 would go to a target and everyone would run over there and look. And I'd move over to that target with my little Meade camera. And then they'd all look at that and you see the dust lanes. No, you just see a smudge. And they run over and look in the 80 millimeter, 30-second exposure. And there's the dust lanes and everything. And I said, why would I want to stand in front of this thing and look at it all day long when I can take a 30-second astro photo and see so much more? And that's what got me into having the cameras, the bigger scope, and
yeah.
Same here. On the other hand, if you show somebody a picture of M13 and then let them look at it through the eyepiece in the 20-inch obsession, they're going to take the eyepiece every day.
That's true, because in my 10-inch Staub, when it's collimated well and the sky is good, it looks like diamonds on dark blue velvet. I mean, it's just beautiful with a really good scope.
But I mean,
colors are my favorite.
That's one of the things about astrophotography. It makes that accessible to so many people who just for whatever reason can't be looking through an eyepiece.
Yeah, and that's kind of how it is for me. I do live imaging a lot thanks to Richard and his programming, but that's been a massive addition to my outreach capabilities. Is now I've got a 50-inch LED. I hooked that up, and seeing the horse head stretched across 50 inches of space is like, dang. But it's awesome. But I could not duplicate that any other way to anybody else. Like, I could take out the 28 to a dark sky site. I could put everything I've got on it, and it would not be the same experience for people. So imaging really does give people that capability. And then obviously the new equipment we have, we've got these, Mondo cameras that are coming out that are super sensitive. But I'd be curious to get your take on it now, because things are modernizing for people who want to get into a more advanced level of imaging, who've maybe got a DSLR, and maybe. What's your thought on the modern day cameras? We have monochrome and the awesome filters that are out there, but then we have one-shot color. And some of these one-shot color cameras are amazing. So I didn't know what your thought. And then Ron, you and I kind of image very similarly, where I don't know a lot of people are doing it, where you have one scope accumulating your luminance data while one does one-shot color. What's your thought on that process for like a modern day imaging approach?
Well, I want to hear Richard first, because you're the technology guy for me.
Yeah. So at the last Winter Star Party 2 years ago, I gave a talk, Changing of the Guard. There's a Sky and Tel article of the same title, and it was how CCDs are catching up with CMOS, and it was like they've almost caught up with CMOS, but almost is still not quite caught up. And I can't give that talk anymore. The CMOS is, and you can find, well, this such and such CMOS isn't as good as such and such CD. I don't care about that. Of course, you can cherry pick data all you want. I'm just saying, by and large, the commercial consumer level CMOS, what it's capable of doing has now surpassed what commercial consumer level CCDs could do just a few years ago. Anybody who's shot with an IMX 455 from Sony knows this to be true. The amp glow is gone, which wasn't even amp glow, but I digress. They're very linear. The read noise is really crazy, and so what's going to happen is camera read noise is approaching zero. Quantum efficiency is getting closer and closer to 100%. The pattern noise is getting less. The cameras aren't going to be able to get any better. And so, the thing I've been talking about recently in talks and such is computational photography. Where do we go from here when the cameras can't get any better and telescopes are really fast? When I bought my my first F3 telescope, it was a long time ago, but I was like the guy who bought the new Ferrari. I'd show up at a start party with that, and all the girls would come and see. Not really, but it was that sort of effect. Everybody would come and go, "Ooh, Richard's got the F3 Veloce. That's so cool." Yeah, no big deal anymore. You can get a flattener you can get a reducer from Starizona and stick it on Kevin's Quattro, and you got an F3 Newtonian that does a really great job. And F4, F2, you can do that with a Rasa. So optics are really fast. The cameras are really crazy good. The other thing I went screaming and kicking into was, one-shot color is as good as mono, and it's simply not true. It's still not true because the filter in front of a mono lets more light through than the Bayer matrix does. So signal to noise wise, you're still collecting more signal with the mono. But what's changed is it doesn't matter anymore. You're getting so much light and the cameras are so sensitive that what used to be a big advantage is now a very small advantage. And is that advantage really worth, taking different filters and doing different flats for each filter? And so the trade-offs are changing. A lot of engineers, people with technical backgrounds, they get hung up on on paper, but you forget about the practical considerations. And practically speaking, one-shot color, it's still not as flexible as mono, because I can't do narrow band as readily with the one-shot color. But a one-shot color on an F4 telescope, you can get all the data you need in one night. You don't have to shoot mono anymore to get a really deep, really nice image of a colorful target with a one-shot color camera. So the technology is amazing, and it just continues to get better. And I think technologies like live stacking Kevin was talking about, we're seeing companies now that are coming out with a whole astrophotography system based on live stacking technology. And I think those are the Apples and the HPs and the Microsofts, and what they've built now is a little crude, but it's a start. But they're going to make astrophotography mainstream, and it's going to change it. And people who've come along like we have, some of them aren't going to like these changes. We're going to become old codgers and being like, yeah, they're doing it all wrong. And
when I was a kid,
we had to look through the eyepiece and use the joystick to guide on the star, and it was cold, and we liked it.
From a practical point of view,
I imaged in a snowstorm once.
From a practical point of view, there's one other change in the technology that I've noticed in 20 years or so I've been doing this, and that is that you can get what I like is a kind of an optimal image scale somewhere around 1 arc second per pixel or a little bit less. Mm-hmm. And in the days when pixels were 9 microns on the old CCDs, we needed long focal length instruments, which meant they were either slow or they were heavy or both.
Yeah.
Which means you paid more for your mount
mm-hmm.
to get to 1 arc second per pixel. Mm-hmm. But now I can get 0.7 arc seconds per pixel with a commercial grade CMOS camera and an Esprit 150. I'm at 0.72 arc seconds per pixel. So I don't need a 14 or 17 or 20 inch telescope to get that good image scale. So I think that's a big
very much. I just a month ago I was up in North Carolina at Bobfest, and I gave a talk titled "The Death of Guiding," and guiding needs to die, and it's going to. And at the risk of angering some dear friends of mine, I don't work at Software Bisque anymore, but I told Steve 5 years ago, I said, I'm just going to tell you now, you need to be prepared. The ability to take long, unguided exposures is no longer going to be a competitive advantage for these mounts. That day is coming. I'm not sure we're there yet, but that day is coming. For sure. For sure. You are not going to need to do long exposures, even for narrowband imaging. And some people, based on what they're doing now, are guiding, and they don't need to guide already.
I know Richard and I share an observatory system that Skywatcher actually owns, which we'll be using tonight if you want to join us for our virtual star party later, if I'm coherent by then. But it's at f7. It's a ZWO 6200 camera, and at f7, and I mean f7 is not remotely fast, especially by today's modern era, and we're generally taking 5-minute subs on that. And even with the narrowband filters, there's not much benefit for us to go much longer than 5 minutes. And that's on an f7 refractor. Now, you put that on...
And these are unguided.
Yeah, when we're unguided. But you put that on like a modern system like our f4 Quattros or the Rossas or Hyperstar, or even anything that's like faster than f7. These cameras are stupid ridiculous. I know a mutual friend of ours that's in our observatory is getting one of these new plane wave Delta Rose 14-inch f3, and they're going to put their 6200 on the back of that. I can't even fathom what we're going to do with that system, because we're going to get to a point where you can't shoot that long because you blew the shot up. Like, it just, even in your dark skies, you're going to blow the image out because it's so fast and so sensitive that you don't have to anymore. So, but that's a big thing. You know, nowadays I see a lot of people going with these smaller systems. Ron, you've obviously, gone to where, I know you had a fast Newtonian before, now you went with the refractor, but you don't need, unless you're doing something very specific and you need that scale that you're doing. But I've had conversations with people that are like, oh, I want a 16-inch RC or whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense anymore.
I know. I think, I was the same as everybody else. I really, I love the instrumentation. I like the toys, and I wanted a big mount, and I wanted a big scope, and I wanted a big camera. And at that time, the pixels were big and it made sense. As I learned more, I was lucky I did it right. I was just lucky I did it right. But the equation is different now. With the small pixels, there is, if you're oversampled, it means you paid too much for your mount. That's what it really means. Big telescopes need big mounts. Everything is less forgiving. Everything becomes less forgiving. How they perform in poor seeing becomes less forgiving. And so it's not the aperture anymore. It never was the aperture that mattered. It always was the image scale. It was always the image scale. So for the kind of stuff I do, where I'm less concerned about how much sky that I get than I am about the detail that I get. So I'm 1 arc second per pixel. That's one thing. But if you shoot with a DSLR and a 35 millimeter lens, you're going to be at, 50 arc seconds per pixel. And everything I said doesn't matter, because you're taking a different kind of picture.
Yeah, that's
but the point is there isn't that much justification for most people that don't live on top of a mountain or in a desert. There's not much justification for a bigger scope.
And that's like the number one. Well, when I worked at Software Bisque, it was like the number one mistake people would make is, they made very high quality gear. It was the best. All right. Robot research grade stuff. And you got to get somebody who's very successful, has a lot of disposable income, and they want to get into astrophotography. And what do? They buy the biggest, most expensive, most impressive looking system that they could find. And you buy these the bigger the system, the harder it is to manage. So as exactly what Ron said, everything becomes so much less forgiving on errors on that big system. I just talked a friend out of buying an RC because I said, so I'll get myself in trouble here. I hate RCs. I just don't like them. And I said, why do you want an RC? You know why people buy RCs? I'm being kind of crass here, but they are cool They are one of
I
the
bought one because it was cool.
They are the prettiest, most awesome looking telescope. When you have an RC, you have a cool space machine. It looks like a space cannon, awesome piece of whatever. But my goodness, I cannot collimate an RC to save my life. And I would rather have a corrected Newtonian than an RC. It's just they're expensive, they don't perform that well, and they're a lot of work.
Well, astrophotography is already hard enough.
But they're pretty. That's it. They're pretty. And if you buy a great big one, unless you're doing research or you're on a mountain somewhere, you don't. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get hate mail.
That's all right. Bob,
Yeah,
does the 1 arcsecond per pixel kind of translate into the research side of things, or is it?
Not really. No, I mean, we use big scopes because we want to look at 18th magnitude, 20th magnitude.
You're just trying to basically, it's there.
Right.
Yeah,
we're just trying to get there. Yeah, and as far as one-shot color, not as sensitive, at least as the old CCDs. I mean, I have an ST10, probably the best CCD camera ever made, in my opinion. The QE is like 90 in the HA. It's fantastic. But I also have a Proline M9000, big chip. So, but always monochrome. I haven't seen anybody doing any science imaging with color, one-shot color. The camera that's going to go in the new observatory, it's probably going to be a ZWO something. I'm not sure what it's going to be.
You can't get anything nowadays over 6 microns, essentially, unless you're going to pay an obscene. It's funny how it switched like almost overnight, where it's like 9 microns are needed, 9 microns are needed, 3.8 is needed, 3.8 is needed, and now it's like all this other stuff where it's like, oh well, now I need something with 6. It's like, good luck. Or I need something with 9. It's now completely changed, because now you have cameras that use these G-Sense sensors, which Richard's messed with them, like the G-Sense 4040s, big full frame sensor. It's full, or is it square?
It's square. It's
big. It's bad. It's expensive.
It's big and square.
So
it's like the 9000. Is there
11 micron pixels?
Yeah, but now the game has switched to where it's like no one wants these big pixels anymore. So now this camera costs $40,000 or whatever crazy thing it actually is.
Exactly. I forgot what I was going to say.
That's all right. So it doesn't matter as much if you're doing research. Monochrome is still the way to go.
Yeah, and not only monochrome, but non-anti-blooming monochrome.
That's getting harder to find too.
Very hard to find. And
the
thing for me right now with NEAC is how to find the next big thing. I mean, for years we talked about CMOS coming. We had plenty of talks about that. And software, the software changing, went from Photoshop and not even Sequence Generator Pro. That's relatively new, but Photoshop. And now we have PixInsight. It's all encompassing with everything. And so for me, the challenge is find a guy that's doing something interesting with their pretty picture stuff, something colorization in a way we've not seen to bring out more detail, something new from the manufacturers as far as scope or camera. There's nothing right now. The last 2.5 years.
Something.
The next big thing, I put good money. The next big thing is computational photography. And just keep reading Sky and Telescope if you want to know more about that.
Oh, don't worry, Richard. I'll just call you and say, Richard, you want to come to NEAC and give a talk on computation?
And that's kind of the cool thing. Well, one thing that I think a lot of people, maybe even you who are watching, it's really easy to hop on this band. And this is what drives me nuts about narrowband imaging is I've talked to a lot of customers. Real quick, we only have 10 minutes left in this panel. So if you have questions, now's the time to throw them in there. But it drives me nuts how I get a lot of people who come in, they're like, okay, I got my camera, and I love narrowband and filters and stuff like that, but I got my LRGB suite, and then I got my narrowband, HA03S2, and then they're kind of asking, well, what do I do? It's like, well, you just dumped a ton of money on these filters, and you'll probably find out with a little bit of research that most of the work is going to be done in your HA and O3 filters. And the S2 is, it's nice to have, but it's a lot of money so it's like people follow these trends and they go to the conferences and they hear about so-and-so successful imager. This is what works for me. But I feel like people also get a little cautious about experimenting and finding that next new thing where you are going to get someone that's like, oh, I did this plus this, and there it is. And now everyone's on board with it. So, Richard's obviously seeing some stuff coming. I think the next big thing is, I think a lot of people obviously love refractors, but I think these imaging Newtonians are going to be, I think they're going to replace the RCs, these cheap RCs that are everywhere, because everyone's going to realize at some point, like, oh, my 3.8 micron ZWO 533, 2600, 6200. None of that makes sense on my RC anymore. So I want aperture. It's like, boom, imaging Newtonian, done. Yeah. There you go.
Gee, I'm ahead of the curve. I have an old Vixen R200. Am I ahead of the curve?
Oh my God, Bob's ahead of the curve. But no, and that's something we've been trying to push here on that channel on the webcast, is kind of understanding what makes sense in the modern era. And I think we're starting to see that change of the guard to where a lot of people are having to relearn things, because you still have a lot of people that are like, well, this is what I've done in the past, and you should get the RC, and you should get this long thing, and blah, 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 blah. But in reality, the camera market is really what's driving everything at this point. And a lot of people look to the telescope market. It's like, what are you guys going to come out with? It's like, I don't know. What's Sony going to come out with? You want to know who's driving the telescope industry? Sony. That's who's doing it. So,
what else is getting better is optics. Old camera lenses, Canon and Nikon and them, they had to redesign their camera lenses for digital cameras because the sensors are so much finer grained than even a fine grained film used to be. And so the ability to produce a good image with small pixels is also dependent on, obviously seeing is the biggest limiting factor, but the optics have also gotten better, as well as getting faster. They've gotten sharper and so forth. So everything just keeps getting better.
That's something we've talked about, Richard, because, we both shoot the Canon R cameras, but all these new lenses that are coming out, they have to, like you said, Canon's even redesigned their EF lenses, because now we're talking about, 30 megapixels, 50 megapixels, 100 megapixel sensors. I mean, how many stupid megapixels are in this thing?
The sensors aren't getting bigger. It's just the pixels getting smaller.
Yeah.
Right. So, I can't even remember where I was actually going with that. The pixels are getting smaller. So
you don't really need these big focal length things anymore.
No, with the smaller pixels, you get the resolution. What it all translates into is a more portable setup, really.
Yeah, you're shrinking that RC 20-inch to a 80 millimeter refractor.
Yeah, exactly.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
On the other side of the big stuff,
we have to help each other.
You have Plainview out there building 1 meter scopes and these L series mounts that are phenomenal.
And there's
25
that's not for
years
my
ago,
backyard.
There's a place. Not for my backyard. There's a place for them though.
But 20 years ago, you never even heard of anything like that coming out of a line manufacturer. I sat under an L600 in a dome after installing it, and my job was to rotate the dome because we haven't synced it yet. So the other guy would move the scope, and I would move the dome, and they, do a pointing model, and they would move the scope, I would move the dome. I'm getting, Bob, move the dome. No, move the scope.
But I mean, if you're in a place that has no dew, where the air is really steady and the temperature is stable, then you can afford you can make the most of a really large optic.
Yeah.
That's
my point was that you never heard of a 1 meter telescope coming off a line manufacturer. They went to Corning to have the mirrors ground. You know, it wasn't readily available. It took years to make the
You
mirror.
got an hour and $1 million in your pocket. Go call PlaneWave. Done. So put your order in. Buy 2, for example. So
I'll give you one, Kevin, after I hit the Powerball.
Okay, good to know.
It's also, you know, it's as Warren Keller says all the time, it's not the plane, it's the pilot. Right. So you can get there's a lot of ways to pick good combinations of equipment to get good results, and they're different depending on where you are and what you want to do. But in general, bigger isn't better anymore. That's not a given anymore.
And you know, when you're talking about big systems like that, they get all of the attention because it's got a lot of sex appeal. But that's got to be like 1% of all imagers have a facility. Well, less than 1% have their own facility with a roll-off roof, and you know, or they're gonna. I mean, if you're gonna put your system at Brian's place out in California or in Chile, or you're gonna have a big roll-off roof on some property someplace dark, that's a whole different class of imager than, you know, most people buy something that they take out. I meet people at star parties. It's the only time they ever image is when they go to star parties, you know, or they bring it to a state park, or they do it from their backyard.
But now, like a 4-inch refractor and a 3.8 micron pixel gets you what, 1.4 arc seconds,
and you can do a lot of stuff with that. You can do a lot of stuff with that. That's really, I don't know if Kevin, we may have derailed Kevin. I think he wanted to ask about beginner setup, but that's really the best beginner setup is a small refractor, is, you know, no collimation headaches, you know, just everything is so forgiving at short focal lengths. And there's lots of really large objects. You know, one of the most common things I have to explain to people outside my hobby is it's not how much, wow, you must have how much magnification to that. A lot of this stuff is bigger than the moon, but you just can't see it because it's so dim. And a little bit of exposure time with a very sensitive camera, and you get the image behind you. That Crescent Nebula, the witch's broom right behind your head, I think that's at least 2 full moons across.
So there you go. You waited all day. You want to know what to get? Get a 600. Get a 400 to 800 millimeter refractor, focal length wise, and a 3.8 micron pixel camera and a decent mount. And there you go.
Yep.
Thanks for watching.
Don't, if you're serious, if you think you're serious, don't skimp on the mount.
Yeah, the mount. The 3 most important things you need to know.
Yeah, don't skimp
we're just about done. Richard, this is a real quick question. Can the Fusion run an EOS R? No, there you go. So that was the one question we were floating out.
It needs an operating system upgrade, and
talk to BISC.
They need to hire an intern. I'll be happy to train their intern, but
there you go. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us and being a part of the panel today. I really, really appreciate it. You guys need to jump in. I wish I had a mount. That's what you need to email into info@skywatcherusa.com. Stick around with us. We're going to have some closing remarks. We're going to give away some stuff. I'm just waiting for Simon to tell me to shut up at this point so we can time this right. But big thanks to Richard Wright, Ron Brecher, and Bob Moore for hanging out with us this afternoon. And we will see you guys in just a second. It's been a long day. 6 hours or something we've been hanging out here, but it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. We really appreciate you being a part of this and sticking around for the entirety of the What's Up webcast throughout the last couple of years. This is our 99th episode. Next week is our 100th episode, and we've got really cool things to release. It didn't obviously kind of line up with that, so you got 2 episodes out of it. Definitely an awesome thing to be a part of. But now hanging out with you guys, it's that time, and we need to release who's winning what. So we're going to go ahead and give away some prizes here. So we're ready to go with everybody.
I think so.
Cool.
So what we're going to do is Jared has taken all of the emails from each panel, put them into a spreadsheet randomly so that they're a number. He's going to give me the total number of the people on that spreadsheet. I'm going to plug that number into a random number generator, give him the random number that is generated, and he will correlate that with the person on the spreadsheet, and that is the person who will have won that particular giveaway. So, Jared, if you can give me the total number of entries for the Astro 101 Blue Shoes giveaway.
That is 73.
All right, so, and generate. And the number is 60.
60 is Eric Madrid.
Eric Madrid, congratulations. You get a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. It is a Star Adventurer Pre-2i, but as Kevin has been saying this entire time, it's free. No bitching about it. It's a great product. So the second panel was social media. Comet Socks was the phrase that pays. How many people, what's the word I'm looking for? Send it in email for that. Yeah, how many people entered into that one?
That was 57.
All right, and generate. And the number is 8.
Number 8 is David Beecher.
David Beecher, congratulations. You too have won a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. So if you guys didn't put all of your contact information, mailing information stuff, we'll be getting in touch with you because otherwise we don't know where to send it. All right, the third panel, the optics panel, secret phrase, cheese grater. For a minute, I thought that said cheese eater. And I thought, oh.
You might need a grater in order to eat your cheese.
That is correct. What is the total number that was in that one?
53.
And the number is 47.
47 is one Tom Gordon.
Tom Gordon has also won a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. So awesome. Now, the final one is not a Star Adventurer Pro Pack. This will be an AZ-EQ5 from the imaging panel, secret phrase, the phrase that pays, I wish I had a mount. How many people total in that one?
71.
71. Everybody wants a mount. And the generated number for that one is 24.
24. George Lutch.
George Lutch, you got yourself a mount. You wish you had a mount. Now you have a mount.
Poof, mount. No need to wait.
All right. Well,
maybe like a week, but yeah.
Well, maybe more than a week because I'm going to have to, I'm still on COVID protocols, which means I don't leave my office unless I absolutely have to. So sometime next week, I'll go into the office and I'll make sure that your stuff ships out.
You'll get it a lot faster than if you were to order one. So.
All right. So that's all I have. I mean, I just came on to give stuff away. This has been your show from the very first moment, Kevin. Anything you now that we're coming to the end of the What's Up Webcast-a-thon Xtreme.
That's pretty much it. We've been broadcasting for 7 hours. It's been a long day. We're not actually done. Join us tonight at 8:00 p.m. Pacific at the Focus Astronomy YouTube channel. We're going to be doing our virtual star party from our remote observatory out at Skies Away. Skies are looking good. That's our 6-inch Skywatcher Esprit 150, big full frame sensor. We're going after some galaxies tonight. It'll be about an hour and a half flight through the cosmos. So you can join me back at the Focus Astronomy YouTube channel at 8 p.m. Pacific. Link is in the chat down there. It'll be great to have you guys there. Thanks for hanging out with us all day. Hope you enjoyed it. And maybe we'll do it again next year after we've completely recovered from today. So one more thing. Join us next week at our normal 10 a.m. Pacific time. We are going to be showing a brand new piece of kit. I know a lot of you are going to wait and see what this thing is, but we're really excited to finally announce it because it's been a long time in the works. So you'll just have to wait and see. But big thanks from all of us here at Skywatcher. Big thanks to Simon for making a lot of this happen behind the scenes. Jeff and Jared for putting all that stuff together. And then I'm your host, Kevin. And we will see you guys next week. And I'll maybe see you tonight. So take care, everyone. See you. Bye.